The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
World-class play was on display at the FIDE candidates in Madrid, Spain. The arduous journey to becoming the challenger continues as players settled in for the marathon event. Ian Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana maintained control of their shared lead after drawing their intense matchup, with the rest of the field following suit. All except American Hikaru Nakamura, who defeated Timur Radjabov for the lone victory of the day. Round 3 of incredible chess coming up next.
Hello everybody, it is time for round 3 in Madrid, Spain, where we are playing the 2022 Candidates Tournament to determine the challenger to the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. To bring you all of the action, we're here in our studio in St. Louis. I am Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez with my good friend, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Alejandro, it's been great working with you and Cristian, calling all the action. And 2 words, fighting chess.
Absolutely, we've had scintillating couple of rounds. Despite the fact that we've had only 3 decisive games, it feels like every single game we've seen so far, all 8 of them, have been a great fight going all the way to the end.
Absolutely. Hello everyone, thank you for joining with us and sharing your day. I have to say that yesterday I saw something phenomenal. The grit and determination of Hikaru to grind down Timur was just breathtaking. It was an extraordinary game of great fighting chess, and that's what it's been. Let's take a look at our current standings and how they got here.
We've had 3 decisive games in this tournament so far. 2 of them came in the first round, where Fabiano Caruana and Ian Nepomniachtchi started with victories. They played each other yesterday, and now they sit pretty at the top, 1.5 points for each. Jan Krzysztof Duda, Richard Rapport, Alireza Firouzja, and now Hikaru Nakamura are all sitting on 50%. Hikaru having lost his first game and coming back brilliantly against Timur Radjabov yesterday. Meanwhile, the Azeri player is with the Chinese player Ding Liren on only 0.5 point out of 2.
And how did they get here? Let's review yesterday's matchup.
Absolutely, classical chess here for you guys. It's only been a few games between them, and yesterday it was really a missed chance.
Wow.
By the Hungarian player Richard Rapport, as Alireza Firouzja seemed to be in the verge of equalizing, but did not play the endgame properly and kept giving Richard chances, but they weren't taken.
No, and a big miss by Richie. And then the game I mentioned, Hikaru Nakamura, he seemed to get an edge out of the opening with this Queen H5 move. That really got us all excited. But it was all about technique. And he just kept finding these incredibly difficult moves that we were struggling with throughout. Yesterday's matches, by the way, were just so difficult to call, but he finally got the point and climbs back to 50%.
Yes, and in the important match between yesterday's leaders, Ian Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana played a extremely sharp gioco piano. I think we're going to have to get rid of that name for the Italian very soon, because
it's not a quiet game.
It was not quiet, and it was not slow at all. It was a scintillating fight in which Fabi, with very few minutes on the clock, decided to go for a repetition in a position where maybe he could have tried for more.
Exactly so, but a great game between our 2 leaders. And then our final game.
It was a game that was confusing to us, but it was also confusing to Duda. He was unhappy with his preparation. He said that it landed him in a spot that he did not understand, and it seemed that he was unable to break through, as Ding Liren simply set up a nice fortress with his pawns, and Duda could not do anything against it.
And there you have it of yesterday's game and our format, Alejandro.
We have a very, very long tournament for you guys. It's an 8-player double round robin. That means that it's 14 rounds of chess. We are very far from even being halfway through. Classical chess in the longest format of any tournament that's still standing. 120 minutes for the first 40 moves. 60 minutes once you reach move 40. Once you reach move 60, guess what? You get another 15 minutes, and you start taking your 30-second increment on each and every single move afterwards.
No draws before the 40th move, and a $500,000 prize pool.
Better, euros.
Yeah. And our schedule, our pace is the same throughout, Alejandro.
Absolutely. It's 3 rounds on a rest day, 3 rounds on a rest day. And because we are on round number 3, tomorrow, Monday, June 20th, we will have our first rest day.
And Cristian, you're with us. Good morning, my friend. And you're going to tell us the odds of these players going forwards.
Good morning, Yasser. Good morning, Alejandro. And good morning to every chess fan around the world watching this amazing event. As we are gearing up to start round number 3, I want to take a look at the odds of these players to win the event. And let's take a look how these players went into the event. As we can see, we have a clear leader. That is Ding Liren, the rating favorite. 29.4 percentage points to win the event. Almost a third to win the event. Alireza Firouzja 20.7, and we see Fabiano Caruana with 15.5, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, the previous challenger, with 9.1. At the bottom, you see Timur Radjabov with only 3.7 percentage points. But where do we stand after round number 1? We know we had 2 victors. That is Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi, who showed scintillating chess in round number 1. Incredible victories, and that allowed them to surge through the rankings of the odds makers. 28.1 percentage points for Fabiano Caruana, 22.3 for Jan Nepomniachtchi. And look at Hikaru Nakamura. After losing his first round, he only sits at 2.8 percentage points by the odds maker to win this event. And where do we stand after round number 2? Well, still 2 clear leaders. That is Fabiano Caruana, 29.1%, and Jan Nepomniachtchi. But we see Fabiano actually increased by 1 percentage point. You might ask, what does that mean? Why did that happen? Because he only drew against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Well, yes, he drew, but he drew with the black pieces, so that definitely helps his case. And as we can see, Hikaru increased his chances as well after bouncing back with a beautiful victory against Timur Radjabov. We have an exciting event on our hands, and round 3 is about to start.
All right, well, do the honors, won't you, Alejandro? And what are our pairings?
Let's take a look.
The third round.
Yasser, we have incredible matches for you. Ding Liren with the white pieces will be playing against Richard Rapport. Fabiano Caruana with white will be playing against Jan Krzysztof Duda. That's going to be a key matchup in my opinion. Radjabov will be trying to bounce back into this tournament as he has his white pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And in my personal view, a game that I'm super excited about, Alireza Firouzja for the first time will be playing over-the-board chess against Hikaru Nakamura in Classical. So this is going to be an absolutely breathtaking game. Alireza started with 2 blacks in this tournament, finally gets a white.
2 great fighters. That could very well be our marquee matchup. And again, what are they fighting for in terms of money, Alejandro?
It's a €500,000 prize pool, and you can see there first place is 48,000 of them, and you get an extra 7,000 euros for every single full point that you get.
Right.
So that's a lot of money. But that's not even what they're playing for. They're playing for the top prize, that is a direct invite to play world champion Magnus Carlsen in the next match. 2023, location to be determined, but that's going to be at least a €2 million match. Wow, that's just a lot of money.
Yeah, it is just a lot of money, and that's what they're fighting for, is to become challenger. And here were our pre-tournament predictions. I wasn't looking at your odds when I chose Hikaru, Cristian.
Well, I'm looking good. VAR is looking good. I don't know about you, Alejandro. Ding, you started off well before the first round. Unfortunately for you, that first round was quite difficult to handle, but he handled it well with the black pieces against Jan Krzysztof Duda in the second round. He was under some pressure, and you could have easily seen that game going Jan Krzysztof's way. Fortunately for Ding, he managed to stir the ship and make a draw. I think an important draw and an important boost of confidence for the young Chinese player.
Odds aside, forget about the odds for a moment. Two games in the books. Who is the happiest of the 8 players. And who is the most miserable?
I think the most miserable is, it's pretty clear. It has to be Ding Liren.
It has to be.
It has to be. He's sitting at the bottom of the table, and
Comes in as pre-tournament favorite.
he's the one that has the most pressure on him. If you see the top of the table, you already see Fabiana Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi, who are obviously sitting pretty happy,
Right.
not just because of the results, but I think their play has also been very good. But they already won this tournament. They already know how it feels.
To be a challenger.
To be a
yes.
challenger, they at least can say that they've done it.
Right.
Whereas Ding Liren, it really does feel that he's due. And he might be feeling the way that Levon, I feel, felt for a lot of the candidates, that everybody's saying, when is the match? When is the match Carlsen-Aronian going to happen? And
Exactly.
it never happened.
It never happened.
And Aronian has actually dropped out of the cycle. He didn't make it this year.
Right. Didn't
And
make it to the candidates.
I think Ding Liren, in the back of his mind, he must be thinking, hey, how many more cycles do I have?
Right.
And how can I be spoiling my whites on the very first round in such an important tournament?
Well, the good news for Ding, in the previous candidates, he started with 2 losses. So at least,
It's
know,
an
he's not
improvement.
really, it's an improvement.
Yeah.
Of those players who have a 50% score,
Yes.
put yourself in Richard's shoes. Yesterday, he comes back to Lubo, and Lubo say, you know, you missed a win here, and you missed a win there, and you missed a win there. How do you feel after that?
It's kind of difficult for me to say because both games, even though he has obtained half a point from them, he did it in such different ways.
Right.
The first game that he played in this tournament, he was against Duda. He survived by a miracle.
Yeah,
And
truly.
yesterday, it did feel that he should have converted against Firouzja. And the thing about Richard is that I feel both of these games exposed weaknesses of him. Not able to convert and bad opening preparation. And it's things that he needs to fix already if he wants to actually win this tournament.
And in a kind of a strange case of deja vu there, Richard played black pieces and white pieces, and in both games featured C4, C5 to break up the queenside pawn structure. As round 3 is underway, I see the first move of Ding Liren. Now, Ding Liren played C4 in the English against Nepo. Well,
Didn't
D2,
work out,
D4, that was really
No
good
more of
work.
that, right?
No more of that. D2, D4. Richard, one of those marvelously creative players, very, very hard to predict what defense he's going to try. Go ahead and give it a shot.
He's such a wild card.
Come on, give it a shot.
King's Indian, let's go.
King's
No,
King's
no
Indian.
way.
Christian, what?
No,
what
no,
do you got for us? What do
No,
you
he's going to go with the Nimzo.
Nimzo?
He has to go with something more tame.
Dude, he's
Dude.
from Hungary. Budapest.
I understand.
The Budapest Gambit. Let's go.
He's never going to play the Budapest Gambit.
Come
No way.
on. Okay, knight F6.
You cannot do the
We're
Budapest
all
Gambit
right at
against
the
Ding.
moment.
We were asked yesterday a very nice question by the audience. And remember that you can join the conversation. We're on social media. We're on YouTube. We're on Twitch. Hashtag or at St. Louis Chess Club on Twitter. So please join our conversation here. And we were asked yesterday,
Yes.
how has the AI changed, or the neural networks actually changed some openings? And
Ooh, okay.
which I thought was a very, very smart question.
Right.
Which ones have gotten into fashion and have become acceptable, and which ones were just out of the book?
Right.
Budapest Gambit, absolute trash.
Really? It got trash?
Trash. Every line.
Oh, no.
And if you want to look at the,
By the way,
He did play
G7,
G6.
G6, could be Grunfeld, could be King's Indian.
come on, baby, make me right for once.
I know.
And we're about to find out. We're
No,
about to
but
find out if it's a bishop G7 or D5. D5 is the Grunfeld.
By the way, do I have it right in thinking that Ding Liren is like the King's Indian defense slayer?
Yeah,
Hasn't he
he's
done
very good.
some really awesome victories against the
He's done some amazing work with both colors. so.
Grunfeld?
But we do have the Grunfeld, yeah. And
Yeah.
Now,
this is quite an
I
unexpected
think
approach by
Magnus
Richie.
survived
Barely.
against Ding Liren playing the King's Indian that not many players have. The Grunfeld, D75.
Has he ever played the Grunfeld?
I don't remember Richard playing Grunfeld.
No,
Bishop-
he's not a Grunfeld player.
Bishop G7, E4, D7, D6. The starting position of the King's Indian, it was a favorite of Garry Kasparov, Bobby Fischer, as well as others. D7, D5, also a
Interesting.
favorite of Garry Kasparov,
All right.
MVL, and many others. You were about to say that Richard dabbling in something very, very different from his normal repertoire.
I do not know him as a Grunfeld player, at least not that I can remember. He's a very difficult player to spot.
Now, one thing about the Grunfeld, does any of the players actually play the Grunfeld?
Yes, Nepo.
In this field. He used to play it,
Nepo was
but I don't think he plays it anymore. Fabiano used to play the Grunfeld. He grew up with
that
the
was
Grunfeld.
a long time ago.
He made his 2750 with the Grunfeld. But after that, he dropped it off his repertoire. None of the players currently have the Grunfeld in their repertoire. So when you prepare for this type of event, you know, as Richie Rapport, he's been playing a lot. You don't have a lot of seconds either, because this is one of the things that he was complaining, the fact that he's not getting a lot of support. And right now, you're thinking these players have had a year and a half to prepare for this tournament. They specifically are preparing for certain players and their repertoires, but none of them are playing the Grunfeld. Why wouldn't I play the Grunfeld and surprise them? Because we know probably Ding has spent a lot of time on the King's Indian, Hikaru, has spent a lot of time on the Nimzo.
Exactly.
But probably he hasn't spent that much time on the Grunfeld, and I think this is quite an interesting surprise by Richie Rapport.
Wow. Well, we'll definitely keep an eye on this one. Let's just go around the horn and jump into one of the games of our leaders. Just a second. How come that didn't come up?
What do you mean?
It did. Fabi.
Yeah.
Did come up. Fabi versus Duda, E4. We have an open Sicilian, Alejandro.
I'm a little surprised by the opening choices today. I'm not going to lie.
The English
The Sicilian
attack.
The English attack. This is part of
Fabi's.
Fabi's repertoire. He's played both Bishop G5 and Bishop E3 very successfully. He's dabbled on other variations like H3 and pretty much everything else.
Bishop G5, I remember a game he had against Hikaru. That was, he sacrificed his queen.
And the MVL game.
Oh, that was just so much fun. Bishop E3, that's a completely different line of the English attack. F3, and the players very quickly, explain us the move H7, H5. I know it's a very standard move, but it sure looks like you're wasting an entire tempo to stop G2, G4.
And it's become fashionable to play the move H5, whether it's this move or the next one, just to stop the move G4, G5 from coming. And it is White's main plan, to go Queen D2, long castle, and play G4 in one sequence of moves or the other. This is, of course, a little simplified. There's a lot of subtle differences between playing H5 first, not playing H5 first. Here, usually the bishop actually goes on G7 in many variations. Actually, the move G6, I think, is quite popular. Bishop E7 is popular. Rook C8 is popular. But it does change the character of the position. It goes from a very direct knight order where white goes G4, black goes B5, and let's see who kills each other first. Yes. Yeah. This one's a little more positional.
Okay.
You force white to slow down the attack. H3 doesn't actually threaten G4.
No.
And can always be met later by the move H4 by black. So there's no easy way to get the move G4 in on the king side, which means that white usually actually spends a lot of tempi on the queen side, to the point and to the degree where the move B5 in many cases actually becomes a positional mistake. Not necessarily right away, but in many cases you give up the A5 square, you even give up the C4 break of playing the move knight D5 and following it up with the move C4. So you have to know your positions quite well. It's easy to fall into deep trouble very quickly if you don't know what you're doing, especially after the move H5.
Right, H7, H5, one of those moves that kind of dissuades you from wanting to castle kingside. Now, this, by the way, is going to be a game, an excellent game. I'm looking forward to this.
Also, just a little side note that
Please.
I'm confused about the opening choices so far. Rapport is not
a Grunfeld player.
Grunfeld play. And even though Duda does play the Najdorf, I don't think that he has the best results with him. I never felt that the Najdorf was really his fit. I particularly was shocked by his handling of the Najdorf in last year's Prague Invitational, which just finished. This year's edition just finished.
Yes.
Which was won last year by former U.S. champion Sam Shankland.
Right.
And Sam Shankland's path to victory, including crushing Duda from the Najdorf. I mean, Sam didn't think. He just crushed him out of the opening with preparation.
Wow.
And I want to see Duda come with good ideas and proper preparation the night of. Let's see if he's been able to fix all of those holes in this year in the meantime.
Let's turn it over to Cristian and ask him to take us through a game that he's been keeping his eyes on. Cristian, what do you have for us?
Well, I'm looking at the Grunfeld game. Of course, I love the Grunfeld. I'm a Grunfeld player myself, and I really want to see what these elite level players are going to be bringing to the table today. Especially a novel Grunfeld player, that is Richie Rapport, because whenever you start playing a new opening, you have fresh ideas, you have an enthusiasm that you cannot really find 5-10 years into your Grunfeld career. And this is exactly what I want to see from these players today. Knight e2, knight to c6. We see this bishop to c4, knight to e2 idea. We've seen Dingley Ren it in previous cycles. I think he played it even in the candidates. If not him, it was Wang Hao against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. This was quite popular, this bishop to c4, knight to e2. So I'm sure Richie was quite well prepared against this. Bishop to e3, castle, castle, and now Black has a lot of options. One of the main options is to go bishop to g4, and this was the main line for a very long time. Usually, of course, you have to respond with f3, otherwise you're going to lose a pawn. Bishop takes e2, take on d4, take on d4, and I'm going to have more attackers than you have defenders. So you have to play f3, cut the action of the bishop on g4. Once again, Black has a couple of ways of approaching this position. If you want to avoid the forced lines, you're just simply going to go bishop to d7. And this is something that I always played because I'm just lazy to learn forced lines. So I was just playing bishop to d7, hoping that I'm not going to get checkmated. Slow play, queen to c7 later on, rook fd8, rook ac8, e6, and just play a normal game. Unfortunately, it does seem like this particular setup does allow white to get an advantage, slow play advantage, rook queen to d2, rook to c1, rook to d1, and at some point you're going to have enough space on the king side to create some problems. You're going to go f4, f5, maybe knight to f4 to follow it up, and it's going to be quite difficult for Black to find its counter chances. Now, he decided against this, and he decided to go for a much more modern approach, let's say. Instead of bishop to g4, he started off with b6. This b6 move came into fashion just a couple of years ago, maybe 3-4 years ago, 2-3-4 years ago, something along those lines. And we've seen quite a lot of high-level games in this one. One that I particularly remember was a beatdown of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave by Sergei Karyakin, because Maxime, who is an expert and he only plays the Grunfeld, forgot his theory at move 25, I think. So it was something just ridiculous. He forgot that he has to include a certain move in the position, and he just got the worst position lost without much chances. A b6 defending the pawn on c5. Now, the paradox about the position is that actually you defended the pawn on c5, but once white takes on c5, you're not actually going to recapture immediately. You're actually going to try to focus on the action that you're getting on the c file with the elimination of this pawn on c5. Now, after b6, d takes c5 is one of the main lines as well. He played the move rook to c1, and now immediately we see the move bishop to b7 by Richie Rapport. Of course, this knight is going to most likely come to a5, open up the bishop, create some tension in the center as it is, and then continue once again with normal developing play. Queen to c7, this rook comes in the center, and the middle game is going to develop in the next couple of moves. We're going to find out what the exact plans of these players are in the next few moves. So let's wait and see. Let's let the players surprise each other, because we know Richie Rapport probably surprised Ding first. But now, let's see what Ding has in store for Richie. And he's playing quite fast as well. He got surprised at the beginning. He spent some time trying to figure out what his preparation was. And this is exactly what we're seeing right now. This is the battle that is ongoing. Bishop to b5 was played. Right now, Richie taking his first thing, still within the throes of theory. Rook to c8 seems to be the main line. Just normal play. Let's see where that takes us.
Thank you, Cristian. For me, a game that is absolutely confounding. Most of my career, I was playing the white side of the Nimzo Indian, the classical variation with queen c2. And today's engines, as you have said, are very, very impactful on this particular line. And the players are doing some really strange things as white. So we have this move b7, b6, all theory, everything's fine. But, you know, you kind of notice that all of white's pieces are still on the first rank. You know, you got to get these guys into the game, and you kind of think to yourself that that should be what you need to do. I think it was actually knight f3, bishop a6, queen a4, and then Garry Kasparov played h4.
No, it was without the knight on f3. It was with the rook d1.
Was it also with rook d1? Rook d1 on the board, bishop a6, queen a4.
I think Garry was playing the queen to c2, which does change the...
Well, that's what I was about to say. Because the queen actually, after this move, queen e7, knight f3, rook d8. So again, I'm thinking, you know, you got to rush and complete your development.
Actually, yeah.
Help me, what?
Well, the game really revolves around one thing. It's the c5 break. You want to make the c5 break as uncomfortable as possible to black. Yeah. Whether it's because you take and you can take on f6, or because you can take and force an isolated pawn on c5.
Right.
You're trying to get some kind of position in which you have a long-term positional pressure, either against a backward pawn on c7 or a potentially isolated pawn on c5. This is pretty much what it all comes down to. And the question which will be in black's court is, well, in the current position, this is all quite normal.
I wanted to ask why, if you thought the queen was better placed on c2, why don't you just put it there right away, though?
You can put it on c2 right away. The issue is that on c2, it doesn't attack the bishop on a6. So it gives me the extra option of the move knight bd7.
Gotcha.
Whereas in the current position, black has already spent the tempos with queen e7, rook d8. And after the move queen c2, you probably don't really want to play knight bd7 now that you put all of your pieces on this diagonal. Because after queen c2, you are kind of threatening the move e4. Again, it'll challenge black. Do you really want to play g5? And sometimes this sacrifice on g5 actually works. Now, I have looked specifically at this position.
I'm told, by the way, that queen c2 in our million-plus database of games is actually a rare bird, only twice.
Yes, but everybody's looking at this line.
Right.
It's a line that...
That's where I'm preparing. I'm coming to this candidates, and Cristian was talking about, well, what do you prepare for?
Well, the funny thing is that
India.
I don't think that anybody's preparing it for this candidates, because this had the... I'm not going to say it was worked out, but it was pretty close. It was pretty close to worked out, this variation. I mean, I was looking at this in 2018 when I was preparing Favi, and we didn't feel that there was any problems. That black does have to remember a few important details here and there. You do have to remember the difference between playing c5 here and bd7 there. Like, when do you play c5? Because, as we saw, there's queen a4, queen c2. There's queen c2 directly. There's e3. There's e4. So there's a lot of different ways where white can try to put the pressure. But so many games, especially Hikaru games, ended in quick draws. I think Hikaru proved this to be equal against Mamedyarov twice. And then the variation disappeared. So Hikaru has been a player of the Nimzo Indian, specifically this variation, forever. And I want to see exactly what Firouzja has in mind. Now, I gave a very big speech about all this, and now what is...
very good speech,
Thank you. What is the actual move in this position, right? And if I remember correctly, it's c5, and it does go into incredible complications, like incredible complications. You do not take on c5 because in this particular version, you take on d1, queen takes d1, you have to take with the queen, and you say, haha, I don't care about my pawn. Knight c6, rook d8, and you start trying to checkmate white because white hasn't developed.
All the pieces, dare I say it once more, are still on the first rank.
So the line actually goes c5, e4.
Okay.
I know that we don't have any games, but I have looked at this position.
I want to trade.
You take on f1. I think it's I think you take with the rook.
Okay.
I don't remember you take with the rook or the king. You go g5.
Now the threat, of course, is e5, and you exploit the pin. So I have to play.
The only move is g5. You take on g5 is the only move.
Excuse me.
Yeah, you take on g5 is the only move. You take on g5 is the only move. Bishop takes g5 is the only move. Knight bd7 is the only. Actually, I don't remember if knight bd7 is the only move. I think you could take on d4. It doesn't matter. E5 doesn't work because f4, I think, whatever.
Okay.
E5.
Okay.
C takes.
Damn.
And this is supposed to be equal because after pawn takes f6, there's queen c5. So all of this has been like worked out-ish.
Wow.
Even I know this. So
And this isn't even your repertoire.
and this is not even in my repertoire. It's just that everybody's playing this line, so I took a look at it. I'm wondering where Alireza is going to bring a new
novelty.
idea.
Yeah.
I think somewhere there it's already a novelty.
Right.
It's one of those things that has a top chess grandmaster, which I am not, but I am preparing some of them. You kind of know that it's a novelty, but that everybody knows that novelty, right? That everybody is looking at it.
Yeah. Nobody's played it.
Nobody's played it, but everybody knows it.
They're like 5 moves beyond it.
Yeah, exactly,
right.
because it's a sharp line and it's very forcing, so it feels like everybody has been looking at this line. I want to know where Firouzja is going to be deviating, and I think that this is a position where Hikaru is not actually thinking. He's kind of trying to be clever. He's trying to remember his lines. He's trying to figure out, where is my opponent's trap? I'm playing a young, hungry player at the candidates, 19 years of age. He's not making a quick draw. He's not going to give me equality from the opening.
No.
Where is he going to test me? So Hikaru's smelling a fish, and he wants to see where it is.
Exactly. Because the move g5 and knight takes g5 was a little bit surprising, can I switch Hikaru's move order, if you don't mind?
Yes,
if
but
I start with
g5, and then you go bishop g3, c5,
yeah,
and then you get hit by h4. And the point is that on h4,
yes,
it's either h4 or knight e5. I actually don't remember that.
Okay.
H4, g4,
okay,
and then knight e5. And then the position is actually not so clear. Again,
it's a complete
it's
mess.
a complete mess. There's rook takes d4, there's c takes d4. It's a humongous mess. This one,
Guy's still on the first rank.
and this one is incredibly playable for both sides.
Okay.
But I wasn't entirely sure if,
pawn sacrifice.
yeah, I wasn't sure if black's okay. Whereas in the other line, it felt
With the queen c5.
with the queen c5, the black
variation.
was doing fine. Yeah.
Wow. High-level falutin theory that we've been looking at, and you're welcome to join our conversation. Christian, jumping back to you, what about our other game of our tournament leader, Jan?
And I have to say, guys, first of all, I'm appreciative to the players that they're just bringing it. Every single day they are bringing it. White, black, doesn't really matter what color you have. You're coming here for a fight. You don't want to make an easy draw. We haven't seen the Petrov. We haven't seen, well, we've seen the Berlin, but it actually took 2 hits. So I don't know how many more Berlins we're going to get. The 2 Berlins have lost already. Hikaru won, and Hikaru lost with a Berlin.
Right.
So actually, we don't see the typical drawish lines that we usually get. Now we see the Najdorf, we see the Grunfeld, we see these battles, and I'm really enjoying all the games because of that. Now we see Jan Krzysztof Duda essaying the Najdorf, right? You're playing against Fabiano Caruana. You've seen what happened to the other 2 guys at the beginning of the tournament. They've been out prepared, so you're trying to surprise first. This is what I think was the thought process of Jan Krzysztof Duda going into this game. He wanted to surprise his opponent first. Nevertheless, it does seem at this point 1 hour 56 minutes for Fabiano, so he was more or less blitzing out his moves, and Duda only with 1 hour and 48. So it does seem like you tried to surprise your opponent, and it was actually Fabiano who managed to surprise and show his better preparation. Now, let's see what happened. Duda played this move b5, and right now white has an array of options. Now h3 is one of them, preparing the move f4. Generally when you see the move h5, you're not necessarily going to focus on a g4. You are going to tease your opponent. Maybe I will play g4, but I have to prepare that because, of course, after g4, take, the rook on h1 is hanging. So first of all, after a move such as queen to c7, now I go bishop to d3, opening up the connection between the rooks, and now g4 is a real threat. If I manage to go g4, put some pressure on your king side, then your king becomes extremely, extremely weak. Also, g5 is coming, your knight gets destabilized. You don't want to allow that. So generally, black responds with the move h4, blocking the situation on this side as it is for these 2 pawns, but also, this move h3 allows me to play f4 and not have to worry about the move knight to g4. So f4 generally is the continuation here. Once again, I'm trying to create tension in the center as well as a little bit on the king side. f5 potentially or take on e5 are 2 options later on in the game. But instead of that, Fabiano, not h3, not some slow play, knight d5 directly. That is, in fact, one of the more topical lines, asking an immediate question. Which piece are you going to use to capture on d5 and transition into a new structure? Because right now, white has a clear idea. That is knight takes e7, I pick up the bishop, and then I pick up the pawn on d6. So you don't have time to just play castle, for example, because now you're just simply completely lost. Pawn down, no bishop error for you, and you can basically resign. So you're forced to take on d5. Now, recently it was this game between, if I'm not mistaken, Aronian and Van Forest with the move knight takes d5. It was played in October 2021. The problem with knight takes d5 is that after bishop to f5, knight to a5, you're in big trouble with black. This knight is landing to c6. You don't have the knight on f6 to try to create pressure on the d5 pawn. And this is the key aspect and the key factor in the assessment of this position. If you don't manage to attack the pawn on d5 and make my knight on c6 uncomfortable, because that knight is landing on c6 after this move knight to a5, and this is another consequence of the move knight to d5, opening up the support of the queen from d2 to a5. So I really like this. I don't know what Van Forest was thinking when he took with the knight, because this position is already in shambles for black. So what he should be doing, and what Duda did actually, is bishop takes d5, switching the pieces, which one to capture on d5 with e takes d5, knight to b6, as we were discussing, putting immediate pressure on this pawn d5. And right now, big moment, there are two options. Bishop takes b6 is the obvious one to defend the pawn on d5 by eliminating one of the attackers. That gives up the dark square bishop, and we see the usual presence of the opposite color bishops. After bishop takes b6, queen takes b6, we get these positions in which white will have a beautiful square on c6. The problem is, as soon as you land there, knight takes d5 is going to be a tactical motif, allowing you to take on d5, and then the knight on c6 will be hanging. So you have to be careful how you do that. Another option for white is to try to push his pawns on the king side. Knight to a5 followed by c4, and trying to create some tension like that. That's one way to approach this position. And right now, Fabiano, by the way, after knight to b6 is thinking. Because the other way is actually to go knight to a5 and just sacrifice a pawn. You are giving up a pawn, I understand that. But after bishop takes b6, knight has to take back on b6. You cannot take with the queen anymore, because after queen to d5, I understand, you can take my knight on a5, but you still have a rook hanging. You cannot go there. You cannot allow that. So after knight takes d5, waiting one move to take on b6 forces the knight to go to b6. And now we get this position after c4. And we were discussing about the presence of the opposite color bishops. What does that entail? So let's say something along this line. So I understand black is up a pawn, right? But the biggest factor of assessment in positions with opposite color bishops is who has the active bishop as well as who has the initiative. And in this position right now, it does feel like white has tremendous initiative. Where are you going to put the king is the big question for black. Are you going to go on the queen side? Absolutely not. You're not allowed to go there because you're going to get checkmated. Are you going to go on the king side? Sure, probably you will. But then that's going to open up the question of how I'm going to hook you. And now we see what the consequence of this move, h7 to h5, is going to be long term, because that's a hook, and I'm going to hook it. I'm going to go h4 first, stabilize the pawn on h5, and then follow it up with g4. That's going to create tremendous pressure on black's king, and despite the extra pawn, I generally tend to approach this position as better and assess it as better for white. Guys, what do you think?
I'm trying to remember a game, Alejandro, between Lanier Dominguez and MBL that was very similar to this.
Singfield Cup of 2021.
It was
brilliant
brilliant game, right?
It was so brilliant, we gave it a brilliancy prize.
Exactly, exactly. It was so good. Is that the same line, or is it just a little bit off?
Something similar.
It's very similar, but it's not
exact
exactly. Let me just go. If you want to go to the Najdorf game, I'll tell you where the deviation is. We can look at it in your board.
All right.
We're talking about a great game between Lanier Dominguez and Maxim Vacherla graph, which was absolutely scintillating to us.
Right.
And we're going to see the difference in handling of the knight or you actually have to go all the way back before the move h5 because h5 was not played in that game.
Okay.
The ideas are very similar, so we will actually take a look at them. But
after bishop e3, how did the game continue?
Yeah, the bishop e3, the game continued. Let me go all the way there. Bishop e3, bishop e7.
Bishop e7. So MVL did not play
He did
h5.
not play h5 at all.
Okay.
Queen d2.
Okay.
Knight bd7, castle long, castle short.
Okay.
G4, b5, and this is the difference, right?
Right.
You get in g4, but black gets in g5, b5. Sorry. The same kind of ideas though. d5 is weak, and the knights do start hopping around. Here you remove the knight from f6 first. You go g5.
I see.
Knight h5. Knight d5. Sorry. King b1 first. I apologize.
Okay.
Knight d5. Knight d5 is another line, but knight h5, king b1.
Okay.
Knight b6. And here we get into the positions that we want to look at. Knight a5 was played in that game. Rook c8.
Okay.
Knight d5. And now knight takes works and was played in the game. Pawn takes, bishop takes, queen takes.
Queen takes a5.
And queen takes a5. And eventually this knight on h5 traded itself for the bishop on e3 by playing knight f4. It actually happened quickly, c4, knight f4.
The crazy part about this game, as it unfolded, was the fact that it was still in the throes of theory.
It was still in the throes of theory, right.
Right.
So this is all well known by this point. Not only is the MVL game there were other games that were played in this exact position.
And this was the bishops of opposite color middle game that we're looking at with Cristian.
Exactly. The same kind of idea, different move order, different exact positions. Subtleties are different. You got in h5, and pawn is not on g5.
Right.
Lots of different things compared to one game from another. But again, we've said this in the broadcast a lot. Grandmasters love comparing and contrasting different games.
Absolutely.
And trying to figure out which version is better for them.
Right.
And in this one, the opposite color bishops still have the same spirit. You have the initiative with white, but you're down a pawn. Can your attack break through? Basically, it comes down to tempi.
Exactly. And I just remembered that that was such a wonderful, wonderful game by Linear. I mean, we were just breathless as we watched it unfold. It was great. And, Fabi, let's go back. Oops, excuse me. I'm just going to refresh my board. Could be getting into those types of middle games with the knight coming and to play c4. He didn't, by the way, sacrifice the d5 pawn, as Cristian was mentioning, that he immediately took on b6 is the point there. I just wanted to say about the game of Ian and Timur. Again, the fashion of theory, it's very, very hard. The Catalan has been popular for decades. I mean, just decades. Knight c6. And in my time, the move d4 takes c5 was frowned upon. They just thought that this ending was too even, and that the best or most challenging line of play was actually queen a4. And I must have spent a summer on this queen sacrifice. I don't know if you're aware of this queen sacrifice, but it was a game between Garry Kasparov and Ulf Andersson. Ulf Andersson was on the black side, and I was trying to understand this position. At the end of the day, black has a bishop, rook, and pawn, but a really, really good bishop on c6. Like, that bishop on g2 is crying. You know, you don't have the bishop on g2. The game that I cited between Garry and Ulf was drawn, but this is where everybody was chasing. You know, like, there's a line of people trying to understand this queen sacrifice. Now, I don't know. Is it an engine? D4 takes c5. This has become the most topical.
Yeah, queen a4 is also a line, but white's not finding an advantage.
As well as knight a3 too. Pardon me. It was also knight a3 was also very popular.
Nobody with black is entering the queen sacrifice. The queen sacrifice is considered to be bad theoretically. White is just better in that endgame because you have more development.
In which ending, I'm sorry?
The queen sacrifice you showed me.
Yes.
Yeah, that's bad for black.
Yes, I know.
It is bad.
Now.
So nobody's looking at it.
It's been a summer. I mean, a misspent youth.
Yeah.
Knight D2, C3. I feel like I've seen,
Ad
maybe
nauseam,
it's
yeah.
Wesley So, quite a number of games. Again,
Right.
my mind kind of turns to mush in these variations. But it just feels like after bishop D7, black is basically happy.
I mean, everybody's playing this line with the black pieces. Not Nepo. Nepo is the type of Catalan player that was playing the more aggressive b5 lines. He even played it in the World Championship match.
Right.
So perhaps the small surprise for Radjabov that Nepo is going for the, let's say, drier
Yes.
c5 variations.
Right.
That being said, if you're a Catalan player, this is a topical line right now. As you mentioned, everybody's playing it, specifically Wesley and Levon Aronian,
Right.
both with white and black, have been trying to gain an advantage with white, draw this with black successfully. They win it
Right.
with white and they draw it with black. But I don't feel that theoretically right now this is giving white very much. It's very, very dry. It's very much in Radjabov's style to play this very safe, extremely safe. Sometimes you could argue too safe.
Right. Sometimes you just need to take a little bit of
risk. Yeah.
From Nepo's point of view, a comfy equality, just what the doctor ordered?
We'll take a look, right? This is still a battle. It feels by the time situation that it's Nepo that's clearly the one enjoying his position more, that he's had it before the tournament started or before the round started. Tons of games still to be played. I want to see where we deviate and we actually finally get the game going, because there's been so many dozens of games from this position already that we cannot really add anything new just yet.
Exactly.
We're still very far from stopping theory.
Exactly. All right. Well, we'll let this percolate.
Well,
into
let's go to Cristian. Let's see what he has for us.
Sure.
Well, one thing that we always focus on, guys, is the opening phase. And we tend to do that because the opening phase is so important for the trajectory of the game. Not necessarily the final result, but the trajectory of the game. Whoever wins the opening battle is going to dictate where the game is going to go. And we've seen Hikaru Nakamura, for example, in the first round against Fabiano Caruana. He was the one under tremendous pressure from the opening phase. He managed to steer the ship and actually got a very decent position, maybe even a better position at what point, unfortunately for him, he went on to lose that game. In the second round against Timur Radjabov, he was the one surprising his opponent and getting an advantage out of the opening. And it was Timur who had to work very hard to actually equalize the position. And unfortunately for him, his energy levels weren't the same. And this is why you want to put pressure as soon as move one on your opponent. Drain his energy levels. And this is exactly what we're seeing right now from Ali Reza. Once again, Hikaru is on the receiving end. He got surprised. Now, this queen to a4, queen to c2 is quite an interesting approach, quite a novel approach as well. Only a couple of games have been played, and after the move c5, in fact, only one game was played in the database, and that was with bishop takes f6, which is not a good move. You just cannot give up your bishop pair just like that with bishop takes f6. You have to take advantage of this pin. So the way he did that, and we know who's working for Firouzja, is one Ivan Cheparinov, who is well known for his opening preparation and theoretical knowledge, and also experience of working at the highest level. He worked with Veselin Topalov for a number of years when he was one of the contenders, as well as the world champion. Now, he came up with this idea of e4, and he played it very, very quickly. 4 minutes only. Down on his clock, 1 hour and 56 minutes and 1 hour and 38 minutes for Hikaru. So he's definitely spending a lot of time and spending a lot of energy on trying to understand the position and trying to defend this very, very difficult attack that is coming with the move e4 followed by e5. So bishop takes f1 was played. Now white is losing the right to castle with whichever piece is going to recapture. He decided to recapture with the rook quite quickly once again. And we have the move knight to c. No, sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, knight c6.
We have the move g5.
G5.
No,
g5 first, and this is what I wanted to say. At this point, if you don't play the move g5, you're much worse.
It hurts.
But what g5 invites is this sacrifice. By the way, if you play the move bishop to g3, and that's why I was getting excited, because I saw this move g5, and I saw that bishop g3 doesn't really work, because bishop g3, knight to c6, now black is the one that actually has the initiative. You don't have the right to castle anymore. You cannot bring your pieces into play. You will have to go king to e2 to create the connection between the rooks, and you don't want to see your king there. So after g5, white was forced, and he knew that, to take on g5. Take on g5, bishop takes g5, establish the connection, establish the pin. Now it's going to be very difficult since you don't have any pawns to kick my bishop away. And e5 is a big, big threat. And we've seen knight to c6 immediately answered by Firouzja, not with e5, which would have regained the piece, but with the move queen to c1. And this is probably going to come as a shock to Hikaru, because right now he knows.
I think so.
He had this position in his notes, Firouzja, that is. He had it with his seconds. I'm under tremendous pressure right now, and I have to find a way. And the way I'm seeing it, e5, I can continue with d5. And now we understand what this rook on f1 is doing as well. Why didn't he take with the king on f1? Well, that's because after this e5, d5 couple of moves, I'm going to have the idea of playing the move f4 and opening up the f file. This spin is going to be one that we're going to watch very carefully, because right now, if Hikaru misses a bit and makes one mistake, he's going to be in a big, big trouble. And this is exactly the type of preparation that we like to see, and these players like to engage in as well.
We're a little mystified, though, Christian,
Yes.
because we had looked at this exact position, and Alejandro had pointed out that the theory was knight on b8 to d7. Now the move e5, and in this case, you can't
maybe, but not in this exact.
No, absolutely. I'm 100% sure it's knight b7, or but knight c6 is also a move.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and queen c5, and that looked like it was solving black's issues.
Again, we're going to have to wait for future theory, because as far as I know, this is okay for black. But knight c6 is also good. I actually know this line. Queen c1, I think the move here, if I remember correctly, is rook takes d4.
Okay.
And this is supposed to be a forced draw. So again, I want to know where Firouzja has a new idea.
Okay.
You take with the knight.
I go e5.
No, e5 doesn't work, and I forgot why. But the move is queen f4. I just want to show you a pretty line.
Okay,
e5,
please.
queen b7.
Queen.
That's
Yeah, e5, queen b7,
b7,
and then you have queen e4, queen takes g2 ideas.
I got you.
And we have counterplay. And queen f4 wins except for one move.
Except for one move.
Yeah, I've had all of this on my computer.
No way.
Yeah, it's
So,
queen d7.
Queen b7.
D.
Queen David 7.
David 7, yeah. And if you take on f6, I just give you a perpetual. And you could take on d4, but you're not better.
Wow. And I can't avoid the perpetual?
Yeah, you can't. This actually ends up
I'm going to get mated?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. And if I go king d2? I mean, it looks like you're getting mated on the king side. Look at that bishop on f6. That should terrify you. But it's a draw.
It's a draw. It's just a worked out draw.
Okay. I'll take that as gold, if you will. So,
I mean, it was an engine. I didn't come up with any of this.
you know, that was actually a very nice.
No, it was queen b5. I'm sorry. Yeah. That's what it was. Knight d4 back loses. We go back a couple of moves.
Go back a couple
I was just
moves.
rechecking with an actual engine.
So we go queen c1.
Yeah, it's rook takes d4 is correct.
Rook takes
which is not the only move, if I remember correctly, but I thought it was the cleanest.
Okay.
Rook takes, knight takes d4, queen f4, queen d7, bishop f6.
Okay. Right. So
Yeah.
far, so good.
Knight c2 check, king
King
e2,
E2.
and then, I apologize, it's actually queen b5 in this position.
Queen b5 in this
Yeah,
position.
and you do actually take that rook. You go king d2,
Right.
queen takes f1.
No way.
Yeah.
And you just run away from what looks like a complete mating grip,
But it's not.
and it's not.
It's not.
Wow.
Yeah, because even if you play queen h6, how did
Well,
this
then
go?
you take on f2.
Yeah,
and
it was
there
checked,
I can
right.
see.
Yeah.
So
that
this
you
is
gotta
what I
check.
think we're probably going to see from Firouzja if they are going into this line. And it very much matters whether Hikaru remembers everything or not, because the line is extremely deep. So as you were mentioning, Alejandro, and this perhaps is the cleanest way, queen to d7, bishop takes f6, knight to c2, and we have this line, right?
Yeah,
Queen takes
this-
f1.
This I
Queen
flipped
to
that.
G3, King to F8, everything is forced. You cannot go to H7. We've seen this, and you pick up the pawn, perhaps, not the rook. I don't know.
Wow.
I think if you take the rook, there's going to be some perpetuals.
It doesn't matter if you take it now or later.
And then we're going to go into this line. And maybe
B5.
King to B5 as well. King takes C2, and how easy is this to navigate? Because obviously you're not going to probably give me a perpetual right now. You have to pick up some pawns, because if you don't, then you're going to
it's
be
full
lost.
connected pass pawns. It's time to start.
And I always have some checks coming your way as white, right? Queen to D7 is looking at your king, perhaps supported by A4, and I'm not seeing a clear way of you involving your rook into play, right? Every single square is protected. This bishop on F6 is doing a tremendous job.
I think the computer wants to play rook
of
F8.
doing that. Yes, exactly, rook F8, and you have to play this type of moves, and I think this is going to be a longer game, right? And this is where I think that Firouzja's preparation actually starts in this position at move 30.
But the thing about this endgame is that if white doesn't hurry up and actually,
produce the goods.
produce the goods, you are down in exchange. And you do have 4 connected pass pawns, but they end up dropping pretty quickly.
You can get 2 of them, but then I can
2 is
set
a
up
lot.
this E5, H4, H5, and any sort of endgame. Your rook is actually going to be quite sterile.
I don't see your...
Rook takes D4.
Yes.
And you've been showing some remarkable variations, but let's not forget, dude's a piece up.
Yes.
At this exact moment. Could you just, I'm sure you will, having looked at this line, if I were to play the move E6, E5 to stop you from playing E5, are you playing F4 or some crazy
I'll be
stuff?
quite honest. When I prepared this line, the player that I was preparing for only needed a draw. So we didn't actually look at the more complicated lines.
And so you wanted to secure the draw.
We just wanted to secure the draw.
Right.
So E5, D5, a knight D4, it is a mess. And I don't actually remember the evaluation of it. I know that you can play rook D3 in this position, and then you have to move the queen and go knight H7 not to get mated. And you don't get mated, and you have a beautiful knight.
Right.
But it's still pretty dangerous.
It is. No question about it. I feel that this is a game you could easily lose.
Yeah.
But I'm a piece up, and sometimes you just got to ask your opponent, is the sacrifice correct?
Again, it's so forcing.
Yeah.
And Queen C1 is the top engine move here.
So, a remarkable move, too,
so
by the way.
I mean, you kind of have to know it.
Guys, but this is why I'm concerned, right?
Please.
You have to know it. You've analyzed it, Alejandro, Yasser.
I don't
perhaps
know.
You've seen this maybe in your who knows? But you've seen
Not
this
me.
type of situation in your analysis as well. Now, the question is, how much of it does Hikaru remembers? Because you do have to remember very precise moves. If you, once again, make a mistake, make one inaccurate move, you lose instantaneously.
Right.
So this is why I think Firouzja's preparation is quite inviting for a mistake from Hikaru. And I'm concerned about Hikaru because he is spending almost 8 minutes after this move, queen to C1. And I'm sure he knows that this move exists. I'm sure he knows he's seen this. I'm sure he knows that his second has analyzed and gave him the notes and told him that this is going to be an easy draw for you. But does he remember it? This is the question that he will have to answer over the board with a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
Alejandro, Hikaru is a very expressive player. I mean, he will sit there and be shaking his head as if he's the greatest injustice of all times has been perpetrated against him.
How dare somebody make a novelty against
Exactly. And but do you think that's just acting?
He's a very expressive person in general. It is a little annoying when he does it over the board, I'm not going to lie. I've played Hikaru
Right, many times.
I mean, throughout the years. The first time we played, we were like 11. Right. I'm not kidding. And he's always been like that. He's always been very expressive. You can feel his emotions through the board, the way he puts his pieces on the board.
Right.
It doesn't ever feel like he's acting. It always feels like
this is his natural.
This is me, and I'm putting all of me onto the board and onto my emotions.
Right.
And I never felt like he did it to distract anybody or to be a bad sport or anything like that.
No gamesmanship.
No games. I always felt that it was just who Hikaru is. He's an expressive person, who lets himself be an expressive person on the board. I feel that a lot of people that are a lot more expressive outside of the board are very calm during their games. I've seen lots of grandmasters that when you meet them in real life, I mean, they're like a walking party, right? They're like talking to everybody and they're shouting and this, but you see them on the board and they're like cool, calm, and collected.
Right.
Whereas I always felt there are other players that they were also centers of attention and they showed it over the board.
Right.
Gary was one.
Oh boy, was
Hikaru was another.
Right.
And I've never felt that he did it to disrespect anybody or as a showsman. He just did it because that's who he is.
Okay, very good. Queen C1, a remarkable move. And you're saying rook takes d4 is the cleanest and the most accurate way of going. By the way, one line we didn't look at, but you mentioned it. I meant to put it on the board, and that was the move e5. Later you were explaining that queen f4 was much more dangerous. And in response to e5, there was only one move, and you mentioned the move queen b7.
I don't remember if it was only one move. I remember this is good enough.
So that you could just come...
This you cannot do at all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could come happily to e4. So, you know, I can understand anybody out there in our audience thinking, well, I will play e5, bishop takes f6, and give you checkmate.
Yep.
And e5, queen b7 will hurt your feelings right here.
It's very strange. I have this deja vu we were talking about the other day that I've seen this position being played. I looked at the database, nobody's ever played it, which means that I probably had this on the computer somewhere, somehow.
Right.
But I remember all of this, like queen e4, you can't go queen e3 because knight c2,
Right.
you get mated on d2, so you actually have to take with something else, and then
Right.
queen,
No,
both
but I
queen
think
e4
after
and
queen
queen
b7,
g2.
you're actually losing with white.
You're actually
Sorry,
losing,
Christian?
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Queen b7 is just winning. That's why you haven't seen e5.
Right,
Okay,
exactly.
yeah.
And that was why queen f4 became the main move. A thought that I didn't complete either was Viswanathan Anand in an interview on how he prepares for his openings. So he was explaining that he gets an inspiration about a certain line, and then he just puts it on Fritz, and then he just goes to sleep. And he wakes up in the morning, and he just goes through, and it's like a spell checker, a legal move checker, a tactical checker, and the engine says, yeah, this is a really cool idea, or no, you're an idiot, doesn't work. And I thought that was rather insightful, that's how a five-time world champion prepares.
Well, things have changed, right?
Right.
I think it's incredibly inefficient to
Today.
run engines today throughout the night. First of all, it doesn't really improve their strength at all.
Really?
Yeah.
Don't they look deeper and another ply and another ply, and doesn't it change
There
their
are
evaluation?
options, yes. There are options that you can ask the computer to actually create a tree of what he's analyzing.
Yeah.
So he goes through the analysis by itself and it creates a tree, and I would assume this is what Anand was specifically thinking about. And then he goes through the tree, and then if he lets it for like a night, then that's quite a lot. Now I'm thinking about it, mining Bitcoin, it's quite energy consuming, but how about using engines for chess players? I'm pretty sure chess players overall have used more energy than mining Bitcoin. It's quite a lot, it's quite a lot, for sure.
I burnt midnight oil. Sorry, no, I used a lot of electricity,
Yeah.
lamps, late night analysis.
But
those things get
guys,
hot.
I just want to
Yes.
drag your attention
Please.
to this one because it might finish quite quickly, and this is the game between Timur Radjabov and Jan Nepomniachtchi, and you are mentioning, Alejandro, that you're looking forward to see where Timur's new idea is coming. I don't think it's coming. This is the position we currently have on the board, which just invites massive simplifications. Bishop takes c5, bishop takes c5, rook to c8, bishop to d4, knight takes c3, and now it does seem like probably the best move in the position is to actually take on c3, and I think this is what we're going to see. Everybody knows that at this point the players are ready to sign the score sheets, move on,
It's
and
not
make
very
a drive.
serious,
This
huh?
is what I think we're going to see. It doesn't seem like it is a very combative game, and it does seem like Timur came into today's round wanting to clean the blood that he had from yesterday's game against Hikaru, because he definitely bled in that one. He wanted to regain his confidence, regain his energy, and go on with a clean slate, make a quick draw, just go back, get arrested.
Fair,
You know,
fair.
there's-
And Well, once again, this is our standings after 2 rounds of play, Alejandro.
I mean, there's been a lot of talk about Radjabov as a candidate, right? He is the one that, him and Ding Liren are the ones that got here, let's say, in the most unusual circumstances, whereas
Yes.
everybody else qualified in one way or another. Ding Liren got there with this strange thing. Sergey,
rating.
Well, Sergey was banned from the candidates first, completely different.
Ethics violation.
Completely different subject.
Right.
But Ding Liren gets in, gets the nomination. The other one is Radjabov, which is another even stranger nomination, because
He qualified a cycle ago.
which a cycle ago usually is 1 year.
Right.
But Radjabov qualified for this tournament. You could say that he qualified for this tournament in 2019,
Right.
right?
That's 3 years ago.
That's 3 years ago when he plays the World Cup. I think he wins the World
He
Cup.
wins the World Cup.
In Khanty-Mansiysk in 2019.
Right.
And he does that so long ago
Right.
that are you really wondering is it the same Timur? And he's been completely off for 2 years.
Right.
Doesn't really play a lot of chess. His results have been, lackluster. And there's been a lot of talk from top grandmasters, including a certain Magnus Carlsen, who they asked, does Radjabov have a chance? He says 0.
Zero.
0, which is a
Wow.
little exaggerated, but he said 0.
That's tough.
And-
Our model said 1%.
I
wanted-
want Timur to actually bring the heat. I
Right.
want him to show the haters that, hey, I became 27.99 as a teenager.
Right.
I beat Gary at 15.
Right.
I am the great Timur Radjabov. I'm going
Right.
to come here and win this tournament. But you're not going to do it playing
by
white like this.
Catalan. I wanted to turn our attention.
And he has nothing to lose. He has
Exactly.
absolutely
Right,
nothing
go
to
for
lose.
it.
Go for it, right? What do you have to lose at this point?
Exactly, exactly. I wanted to turn our attention to the game between Fabi because we have just seen, a vacuum cleaning of the board, and it's a bishop versus knight, 4 rooks, and bishop versus knight ending. Normally speaking, I'm going to say I really like white. Now you've got to convince me that this position is not a big advantage. Can you do that for white? I think it's a big advantage.
A big advantage.
A big advantage.
I think it's an advantage. I just don't know how big.
Okay, let's make some moves, shall we? Let's start with c4. So I want you to take. So you would bring my bishop out. You'd be a very, very
I'm
nice
nice,
person,
but not that nice. Yeah, I know. I think the only move here would be King E7, right?
King E7. Okay, so I will drop my. You attack my rook. I drop my rook back.
Yes, and I'm going to go ahead and cheat here because I can see that there are some correspondence games. I have no idea about this variation.
Really?
Well, I'm
this
looking
is
at
all correspond. Oh my God.
actually,
It
the
was played,
position,
yeah.
the position before C4 has been reached 57 times.
No
Yeah,
way.
quite a few times. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just
50.
157 is what I'm being told, so I'm actually
I'm
a
going to
third of the
stop.
way there.
I, by the way, have a great respect for correspondence players. I think that they play at the highest level of chess. So if 157 correspondence players think that this position with black is salvageable or good,
It's
then
not only correspondence games. No, it's not.
I
It's
will
top
stop.
level games.
Yeah,
as
also
well.
top
And
level games have reached
Actually,
this,
the
yeah.
engine is just saying zeros.
Wow.
So the computer doesn't give advantage to any of the sides, and it does seem like, according to at least the results in these positions, it does seem like draw is probably the most highly anticipated outcome. Now, rook to d2, even rook to d2 was actually played quite a few times. Now, the idea is that this rook on d6 is always going to be targeting next move with the move king to e7. So you might as well just go ahead and get it to d2. Now, this would open the idea of potentially putting the bishop on a central position on e4. Bishop to d3, followed by bishop to e4, as well as getting ready to double up on the only open file in the position, the d file. So rook to d2 makes a lot of sense. This was played by Dominguez versus Anand, Dominguez versus Nepomniachtchi, more recently by one Murzin Volodar, a young player from Russia, big talent from Russia, only 14 years of age, a grandmaster in its own right. And he knows a lot of theory as well. It's been played quite a few times. And yeah, and as well, the correspondence games as well. So it does seem that this one is known, 1 hour and 42 minutes for Jan Krzysztof Duda. So he definitely is quite aware of what he needs to do in this position. I think he equalized out of the opening, actually. King to e7, followed by rook to d8, taking advantage of the fact that I have some nice squares in the center to put my knight. I don't see any problems for black.
No. Okay, sorry. My gosh, I mean, I feel like I'm getting tasered over here. So rook to d2, so king e7.
Sure.
Let's go king e7 like good people do. Bishop to d3, let's go rook d8, very, very normal. Now, I was always taught that in knight versus bishop ending, the bishop coordinates well with the rooks, that what the bishop really, really wants is majorities. You got a majority on the king side or queen side, I get a majority elsewhere. So I've seen Vishy Anand playing these types of endings as white, and whether he does the creepy crawly a3, c3, king a2 business, or he just, you know, overpowers, you know, the knight with the bishop by establishing it on some wonderful outpost.
So let's go
I
rook
always
d6.
thought it was good for white, these positions.
Let's go rook d6.
Which move, sorry?
Rook d6.
Rook
perhaps.
d6, okay.
Yeah, why not?
And should I
Sure,
do
so bishop
that?
to e4, how do we assess the endgame after rook to d8? is
Should
the
I
question.
no, a4, you ignore it and go rook d8, I guess. Okay, sorry, Christian, you were saying bishop e4, yeah.
My idea was, that's why I played rook to d6, to play rook to d8, and then I wasn't 100% sure how to assess this endgame.
So
Well, if
it-
you do
if-
go rook king to c1, maybe knight to b4 is a
That's an
question that
issue,
I
yeah.
have to ask.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Knight to b4.
Oh,
I'm not
B4.
saying
I
that
thought
it's
you were
winning
saying
or anything
B4.
of that nature.
Knight to d4, I go c3.
Knight e2,
Well, I
What?
have ideas. I can also go F5. I don't know. Can I go F5?
No, the knight was hanging on c6.
No. Knight D4, C3, F5.
after c3.
Oh, f5 now. I
Yeah.
apologize. I thought that, yeah, okay.
If I can get away with it, but I'm not sure if I can.
This looks like a real overreach.
Yeah, Bishop D3. I
mean,
forgot about this move. I
yeah.
thought you had to go to B1.
Right,
But
yeah,
can
then
go
you got
to
knight e2,
knight
and you
E2,
can
right,
trick
yeah.
me around a little bit. Okay, well, what can I say? I live and learn.
But again, knight to b4, what do you do?
Back
B4.
here,
Yeah.
I can
I
can
guess.
take everything and go
Maybe even
C3, I
C3
guess.
is
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the intention.
But even this,
Okay.
you cannot do it.
Sorry.
And knight to d5, yeah.
Yeah,
This was
okay,
the
so you
position.
get a position like this, but aren't your queen side pawns a
I think
little
I'm
bit
just too active.
vulnerable?
I think my king is just too active.
I think
Your
you're,
king
in
is-
general, you're too active. The knight is fine on D5. It actually has a lot of jumping squares, and I can always mobilize my majority because I can go G6, F5 and start harassing your bishop.
And they're going towards that line, by the way.
Yeah, I don't.
Are they?
I don't feel the black is worse here.
King e7, bishop d3 is on the board, so
Yeah.
we might see that variation.
Wow,
Well,
we're
like I
really
said, we're-
rushing towards endgames today. I feel
Right?
like.
I mean,
yeah.
whether it be the Timor game, whether it be the Fabi game,
Right.
and
Well,
and
Hikaru?
this Hikaru by the
on
way,
the think tank.
Still
I would be
Wow.
shocked if he doesn't know this because, as I said,
well, he's the big player with this variation as black.
he
He's
is
played-
the player. He is the inspiration of this variation. He has defended this successfully against everybody that's tried.
Right.
Whether it be Le Quangle, Mamed Yarov, Wesley So, no matter who's been
Those
sat
are
in
some
front
big names.
of he just defended perfectly every time that he gets here.
Right.
So he is on a huge thing,
23-minute thing.
already at almost down by 50 minutes on the clock.
Wow.
He must be remembering his preparation. And it's also very difficult to try to calculate your way out of this. But if someone can do it, that's Hikaru.
Exactly. Well, the move Queen C1 certainly has frozen Hikaru for a moment, but as we get prepared for our first break of the day, I want to remind everybody about Q Boutique. Alejandro.
Yes, absolutely. Join us here at the broadcast. And we have a special mug for you guys as well. A lot of little different things with logos of the World Chess Hall of Fame, as well as the Singfield Cup. And all of them are available at qboutiquestl.com.
Support us by going to the website and get out your checkbook and do some serious shopping. We're going to see you all on the other side of this break.
We'll be right back.
Welcome to the chess capital of the United States. The St. Louis Chess Campus, in the heart of the vibrant Central West End, has established itself as a premier global destination for chess and is comprised of 2 unique nonprofit institutions. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis is recognized as the top chess facility in the world and plays host to all major tournaments, including the U.S. Chess Championships and the Sinkfield Cup, one of the strongest chess tournaments globally. Tournaments are broadcast online to more than 150 countries, led by an expert commentary team of grandmasters. The Chess Club is an educational organization committed to promoting the game of chess, with a specific focus on bringing the benefits of chess to children throughout the St. Louis area. Research shows children who play chess exhibit improved analytical skills and increased confidence. The Chess Club is highly engaged with the local community, bringing scholastic chess programs to more than 100 schools, providing hundreds of classes each week. Directly across the street from the Chess Club is the World Chess Hall of Fame. This one-of-a-kind cultural institution invites visitors to experience chess in imaginative ways and is home to the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. Cutting-edge exhibitions feature rare, historic chess artifacts paired with world-class art. Innovative programming explores the intersection of chess, art, and culture. Visitors can enjoy interactive programs designed around the exhibitions and monthly music in the galleries. The World Chess Hall of Fame is nothing you expect and everything you love. 3 different galleries and a premier gift shop highlight the culture, history, and creativity behind the game. Come visit, play chess, leave enriched. To learn more about the St. Louis Chess Campus, visit stlchesscampus.org.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of round 3 of the Candidates 2022. These are our standings after 2 games of chess over there in Madrid. As we have Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi at the top of the leaderboard. Both of them won their first round, drew against each other yesterday, and a bunch of people on 50% with an asterisk. Hikaru Nakamura, instead of getting 2 draws to get there, won one, lost the other.
Exactly. Very competitive play by Hikaru. And we have one, Maurice Ashley, Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, over in Madrid. He's going to join us in about 15 odd minutes. It's always nice if we could keep him chill on ice for as long as we can before we get out.
You know he wants to explode,
yeah,
so he'll
exactly,
be joining us.
Today is a round of theory. I mean, we have seen long, including the game of Fabiano that I have on my board right now against Duda. And the players have got to the position that we were looking at, and I think we were looking at rook d6 and some variation like rook d8. And I was sitting there saying, gosh, I really like White's position. And the computer's going, oh, 3 zeros, and it's like, you got nothing. And I'm like, I always thought that these positions were better for the bishop. Well, we're going to see.
Well, we're going to see about rook hd1, and it seems that Duda's actually a little bit stuck after the move rook hd1.
As far as on time, I mean, he's not answering right away.
Right, he's spending 20 minutes on this move.
Wow,
perhaps this is where his notes or where his notes become hazy.
Right.
A lot of the times we have notes as grandmasters, and we kind of know that there are more moves in this position.
Right.
We also remember that they perhaps were not the most important, that you had more than one option. At that point, you can probably choose and start thinking. And this is perhaps that moment, because he's actually played the move g6. It's not the move that was mentioned by Cristian, but I see on your database that it's also been played before.
It makes perfect sense. You want to use your majority.
You stifle the bishop as well, right?
Right, exactly.
So this has been seen. I see on the database that Lanier played this against Vichy all the way back in 2009.
Wow.
So nothing new under the sun in this one.
Okay. And then talking about a game that's just petering out super fast, and that's another of our tournament leaders. Where is Jan? There you are. What to say about this game? It was a Catalan, a kind of a dry variation. White's not doing anything in this line, and we've got exactly what Cristian mentioned a time ago after knight takes c3. If draws were allowed to be offered, bishop takes c3, rook takes c3, a4, the draw would be agreed upon. No draws before 40 moves, but this one really is heading, it's going to be a draw. Hikaru Nakamura, let's go back to this game for a moment, because are we talking about a 30-minute thing, a 40-minute thing here?
I think it's 40 by this point, maybe even more than 40. Sure, I can look that up.
The move queen c1 seems to have taken Hikaru by surprise.
Somebody wake him up. He has only 49 minutes left on his clock, and there's no increment in this tournament. Somebody wake Hikaru up right now.
It just reminds me of a funny story that Arthur Bisguier was playing against Bobby Fischer in a U.S. Open, and the night before, Bobby had cleaned everybody out in blitz chess. He just took everybody's money, but the problem was that Bobby played till like 3 o'clock in the morning, wiping the crowd out. And then Arthur made his move, looked across the board, and realized that Bobby was asleep. He's just happily sleeping. So Arthur says, you know, I don't want to win on time. So he made the worst mistake of his life. Hey, Bobby, you here? Bobby, I'm sorry, made a move, slapped the clock, and the game goes into 60 memorable games. Ouch! Bobby plays a brilliancy after getting woken up. Somebody wake up Hikaru. We have been looking at rook takes d4.
Have you ever fallen asleep during a tournament game?
No, never. Although, thanks to jet lag, there were times when I was just like praying the game would end as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's official now in the last second. 40-minute thing here for Hikaru Nakamura, but just about a third of his time here spent on only one move. It's a crucial move, so it's not like he's allocating time badly.
Right.
This is a moment where if he messes up, he will lose instantly.
Exactly.
So he really needs to be very careful of what he chooses. But
having said
all that,
this is the way that he could navigate his way
Yeah.
to a balanced position. And it is, as you say, a very narrow path.
it's a very, very narrow path, very difficult to calculate over the board if you don't know it.
Right. And somehow you're gonna be shocked. This king actually marches all the way to b5, where the queen actually happens to hang out at the moment. And we have looked at this line, Alejandro, well, dare I say it, 40 minutes ago. And it was you who said that you had actually prepped somebody.
Yes.
All the way up to something like here.
I don't really remember where we left it off. I just remember the idea that queen b5 was a draw, and then, I don't know, the person I was preparing, okay, you can remember the rest. The nice thing about being somebody that prepares, a coach,
yeah.
I look at all these awesome lines, and I don't have to remember them.
Yeah.
When they don't remember, I can yell at them.
Right?
What do you mean?
How
I just
dare
show
you?
you. How dare you?
I was working so hard. A very, very long, convoluted, difficult line, but at the end of the day, the engines say it's balanced. And look at this material imbalance. 4 connected pass pawns. The pawns are going to get lost, but it would have appeared that a perpetual check
it's very likely.
is very likely.
Yeah.
In this case, besides this move, which we think, once again, is the best line, I was also asking, is Hikaru, does he feel like he should play for, dare I say it, 3 results, e7, e5?
I think that if he wanted to do that,
Yeah.
he should have done it earlier. Like, not earlier in moves, but make the move faster. Because if you really want to go through this game and make it as sharp as possible, and you want to fight head-to-head, somewhere in these lines, then you probably want to play this with still time on the clock.
With no question about it. As these very, very complex variations come down towards the time control, having that extra 10 minutes. And
he took on
finally,
D4,
Rook takes D4. Christian,
Finally,
he did it.
He did it.
You did it.
I mean, look, this is what I think his train of thought was. I know that Rook takes D4 is probably going to lead to that very forced variation. I also know that there is no way in which I can give a perpetual at the end, and I know that Firouzja probably has something in store for me there. Do I go there and wait for what Firouzja has in store for me, or do I go with the move e5? Probably Firouzja would have been prepared for the move e5 as well. He tried to understand the nuances of the position. He tried to understand whether e5 offers him a direct path to a clear position, clear assessment of the position. He didn't get there, and right now he chose to go with this move, rook to d4. I have to say 40 minutes for one move when you're playing a long game without any increment, that's going to cost him towards the end of the game. But let's take a look at one game that we haven't been keeping our eyes on, and that is the one between Ding Liren and Richie Rapport, the Grunfeld variation. We left it off after this move, bishop to b5. Rook to c8, queen to d2, c takes d4, c takes d4. And actually, I was looking at the top games here, and there's actually only 3 games being played. And the top one is Giri Anish versus Ding Liren. So Ding actually played it with the black pieces. Now that's quite an interesting strategy. So you were surprised most likely by Richie Rapport's choice of the Grunfeld. And now you're taking cues from a previous game that you played with the black pieces and perhaps felt uncomfortable with. This is what I'm seeing from Ding Liren right now. And actually, let's take a look at that game. Queen to d2. E6 was the move essayed in that game, and this was the move played in all the other games in the database. But instead of that, and by the way, I do think that this move E6 and the next sequence of moves offered White a slight advantage because White managed to create a pass pawn with the move D5 in this position, and I do think that Black had quite some difficulties defending this one and equalizing this position. Let's see what happened in the actual game that we have today on our hands. Queen to d6, and it came fast from Richie Rapport. This is the novelty that he prepared from home. Queen to d6, rook to d1, and now he spent quite a sizable amount of his time, 15 minutes, on this move. queen to b4, offering the queen trade. We know that in general, in Grunfeld situations, if black manages to exchange the queens, he's going to be quite comfortable, especially in this situation where after queen takes b4, knight takes b4, you attack instantaneously 2 pawns, the pawn on e4 and the pawn on a2. It does seem like this gives black enough dynamics to maybe even get a better position. Now, queen trade was rejected by Ding Liren, queen to d3. Finally, we have the move e6 on the board. And now we have this position. At some point, white is going to have to focus on the expansion in the center with the move d5 or on the side with the move h4. Now that the queen is a little bit off, I can go h4 and I can try to create some problems that way. What is the queen doing on b4 right now? I understand. My queen is tied to the defense of the bishop on b5, but I don't see any other jobs for the queen on b4 for the moment. You do put some pressure on the pawn on d4, and you're probably going to try to increase that pressure with the move rook to d8. And this is going to be the battle. I'm going to try to open you up and soften you on the king side, and you're going to try to increase the pressure in the center. At some point, provoke me to play the move d5, which might become a liability in the long term. Let's see how the players are going to assess this position, how they're going to continue the position. 1 hour and 15 minutes, 16 minutes for Ding Liren, 1 hour and 19 minutes for Richie Rapport. Quite close this matchup is, and there's a lot of content coming your way in this game because the position remains extremely complex.
Yeah, for me, that position of the Grunfeld that Cristian has been talking about, that's like a classic Grunfeld position. Black has the majority on the queen side, the 2 versus 1. White has more play in the center, as I find, there it is. With his majority in the center, oftentimes he wants to play d4, d5, and get a passer as quickly as possible. In this case, provoking knight e5 wouldn't be that good. Cristian, you're a Grunfeld player. You like these positions as black, you feel comfortable in them, but is it even? Give it.
I like it. Yeah,
you
yeah.
like
no,
it.
No, I like the position. I don't have any immediate weaknesses. I didn't get bulldozed out of the opening, which sometimes happens in Grunfeld.
King's Indian and the defenses and everything else.
Well, the Grunfeld is a special opening because you know that probably you're going to be equalized with very good play. It's a very good opening if you know it. But one way in which players as white prepare against the Grunfeld, they don't have a stable repertoire. They don't play only one line. They try to always diversify. And that leads to the player with the black pieces usually getting surprised. That's why we have general specialists, like MVL that essays the Grunfeld. We don't have any other players at the elite level that are doing that because if they do that, they generally get surprised quite often. And this is what MVL is also has said quite a few times. But he trusts his memory. He trusts his preparation. He got caught a few times and lost a lot of important games. So that's the trade-off by playing the Grunfeld.
It feels to me that Magnus, of amazing things that Magnus has done, Magnus has certainly at one Norway tournament, it seemed like he was slaying the Grunfeld pretty.
Yes,
he left them quite
a few times, leaving no doubts
he beat
about
Emil
it.
quite a few times. He played it with black also. Didn't he play it against Vishy Anand in their match, in their first match?
Yes, exactly, he did.
As we were saying, it felt like the Grunfeld, fashion-wise, has fallen off a little bit.
True. I mean, Viktor Korchnoi, Garry Kasparov, some of the really top leading players all played the Grunfeld. Now, again, there's an MVL.
You feel like a sitting duck when you play the
Grunfeld. And I think that's the issue, right? The issue is that you're just kind of waiting for white to show you his
and you're going to respond.
Yeah.
H4, by the way, the softening up move that you described.
Not a novelty yet.
I'm telling you, today's round, the players are just deep in theory.
Deep in theory, yeah. This is still the game that Cristian was mentioning, Giri against Nepo.
Different game.
Yeah.
This is Giri versus Nepo.
Oh, sorry. You were mentioning another one.
This is a different game. So the one that I was mentioning was Giri versus Ding. This is actually Giri
Giri
versus
versus
Nepo.
Nepo.
And it does feel like Giri is some sort of a specialist in this variation.
All right.
Everything to play
wow.
for.
So this game, very, very rich game. Again, this ending, Fabi versus Duda. It's one of those, I always thought that these were good for white, but boy.
Also, no novelties yet.
No novelties yet.
I'm looking at your
you're-
database. There's a game between
What?
Jens Jalmer, I don't know who this is, some 2370 player.
Right.
Lost to Le Quang Liem in 2011.
With,
Well, Le Quang was black.
okay.
And, well, that is a really big rating difference. So
Yeah, that
it doesn't
yeah.
really speak too much to the position.
But oh my. Okay, knight a5, a very different approach by Duda. We were actually anticipating that black may at some point want to trade all the rooks with rook d6 and rook d8. Knight a5. And also I find it intriguing, let's just use that word for a moment, that he didn't follow it up with the move f7, f5. I would have thought that you say A,
Say
G7G,
B,
you're
yeah.
going to go and you're going to say
Guys,
B.
before we get into
Please.
this endgame, what is happening with Hikaru? Because they got to this position, and right now, Alejandro, you said that queen to d7 is the only move.
That's what I remember now. Of
equalizes.
course,
He already
I might be
spent
wrong.
6 minutes on it, and he hasn't played it.
Well,
What is happening with Hikaru? Does he really not remember this fourth line? If he doesn't, I'm afraid he's in deep trouble right now.
Right.
what are alternatives to queen d7? Because there are other
I
moves,
don't
right?
see any. I mean, if you go to b7, that doesn't really make
No,
a lot of
so
sense.
b7,
I
bishop
take-
f6 just
and
die,
I go
right?
to d2, right? So this is the idea of queen to d7, to cut the king from going to d2.
And I forgot. I was actually wondering about this. Why can't you start with queen c2? No, sorry, queen c2.
Knight to
with
c2,
knight
yeah?
c2,
Probably
Right.
king to
king
d1.
d1, and then you go.
It seems like this is a line as well, queen to a4. You can take on e4 next, but then you have to defend this endgame. And maybe this is what he wants.
Finally.
Rook and bishop
Finally.
versus rook and knight.
And there's also the passbar on the h file. Yeah, this one actually looks good for white. Yeah,
Exactly.
that one actually looks very good for white. All right, that clears the cobwebs. Then it is na queen d7. I don't see another move, right? I mean, we can explain to the audience why
He's down
king
to his
g7
last
is
38
bad.
minutes,
Yes.
guys.
Well, king G. I mean, obviously. this-
Let Christian take this one. Why is
Please.
king g7 bad in this position? The engine will show you very quickly.
King g7.
E5.
Bishop h6 seems to be the right move.
Yeah.
Not e5. Now the question is
No,
not
E5, knight
why
D5,
knight
yeah.
e5 because of knight to d5, right? Queen to g3 and then queen to b7.
And there's
It
no
does seem like
discoveries.
the best you have is a perpetual at this point.
Wow.
Bishop to e7 and then just perpetual queen h3, queen to g3. Not allow the king to go to f8. But what you can do is actually go bishop to h6, king to h7. If you go here, you get checkmated after queen to g5. If you go to h8, queen to h4, and the king on h8 is just much worse placed than the king on h7. So king to h7, by elimination, becomes the best move in the position, and it does feel like this one just gives white a tremendous advantage. Bishop to g5 is a big threat. You have to defend that, and the only way to defend that is with this explosive move, knight to f5, but unfortunately for you, this just leaves white with a tremendous position.
Wow.
Favorable position.
Go back to that moment, Christian, before knight f5.
Yes.
Because now I'm trying to,
What would
as
you
you
like to
say,
do?
you're always looking
Bishop
at the
g5,
scales.
that's a big
No,
threat.
queen d7.
Queen d7 again.
Yeah, and then
Bishop
I'm
G5?
going. I'm falling back.
But
on the,
we're getting into the same line.
That's what I was
Don't we?
wondering.
No, but
Am I
you're
But
getting-
just
now
made
the
it
queen is
here,
on
right?
h4, and I go queen
Queen
h8
h8 is
next
mate.
move.
Oh, queen h8 is mate.
So you
Yeah.
can give me a
Sure.
check, you can give me another check, you can take my rook, but now you get checkmated.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the
just
difference.
checkmate.
Yeah. So king g7,
Slight
bad
difference.
move. Bad move. King g7.
Yes.
Queen d7. What we would like, we would say box.
Already a 10-minute thing for Hikaru.
box.
Yeah, I don't remember
Forced move.
this position that well. It's not a line I play, but I thought queen d7. I mean, when the engine said queen d7, I was like, I have seen this variation by force. He's not remembering, and that is very worrisome at the moment because he has 35 minutes left. Now, he's still okay. He's still fine, theoretically. He just needs to make a move.
Right. Again, the clock time's a big difference.
Oh, yeah.
The biggest
it's
difference
The biggest
we've
difference in the tournament, ever.
Of all of them.
1 hour and 15 minutes.
1 hour and 51 minutes to
For
35.
Firouzja to 35 minutes. 1 hour
Wow.
and 15-minute difference.
Wow. Okay, that's
not a good sign.
That's not a good sign, especially in a position that's so sharp and so demanding. Wow. Okay. Remarkable. I'm just amazed that the players play these lines, and then it often comes down to something that's so incredibly sharp, where you have one move and one move only.
And this is actually the way that this Nimzo Indian works out. It's a very move-by-move Nimzo Indian once you get the bishop to g5 and you start maneuvering around with the queen, because black tries to force this c5 move by force. And it leads to this kind of crazy tactical complications. Does c5 work or does c5 not work?
Right.
And it might not work because you have e4, e5, because you might be forced to play g5 and kick out the bishop. And then white says, well, I can't allow you to get everything you want. Let me give up a knight.
Right.
And then you got
Knight
this.
takes g5, and
Yeah.
everything is double-edged suddenly.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, wow. Okay, so once again, everybody, if you're joining us late, shame on you. Queen d7, bishop takes f6, knight c2 check, gets into one of the most crazy material imbalances you're ever likely to see. So right here, at first blush, you see this bishop on f6, and you think to yourself, I'm getting mated. But the problem is the desirable queen h6 actually just meets with an immediate queen trade. Queen takes, and for example, king c1, you go queen e3 check,
Yeah, it's
and
game
it's
over.
game over. So I have to do everything very forcing. And I can pick up the f7 pawn with a check. I can pick up the e6 pawn with a check, and the knight. And at the end of the day, I have 4 connected pass pawns and a bishop against a rook, except it's black's turn. And black will play queen takes f2, probably queen takes g2, and white will end up making a perpetual check at the end of the day.
Or rook f8 at the end also works. And this is a crazy complication. It's also very difficult to assess this position from the beginning.
Right.
It's not just do you get here. You could get here and still come to the incredibly wrong conclusion on who is better here. You could assume that white is better in this position.
Right.
It's not true because I have analyzed this before. But otherwise, you could, if you ask me, give a knee-jerk reaction who's better, I'd be like, I don't know. I actually have to think. There's no way I could assess this in a few minutes.
Right.
And seeing this position all the way back from the position on queen f4 and assessing it, wow, that's hard.
That's where I think it's really impressive what these players do. They calculate these very, very deep lines, but also they have remarkable judgment. They go, oh, this line is an advantage for me, but it's not as much as an advantage that I have currently on the board, so I'm not going to play it. If I play this forcing line, I'll reduce my advantage. I'm going to play a different line. Their judgment, you know, is just extraordinary. Well, we'll keep an eye on this game. Has Timur and Jan discovered a way of
They haven't found a
draw?
repetition. Very unprofessional of them.
Very unprofessional. Rook d7, a6, rook g6.
Okay, that's enough of looking at this game.
That was the end of that. And we expect something of the nature of like e3. And one day, you're just going to go rook to c7. You're going to give up this pawn. You're going to force a passive rook. Then the rook is going to go over here. And then the rook is going to go over here. And you're going to pick up the pawn. And it's going to be 4 versus 4. And the players will at last make a draw.
Can we just go king g7, king g1, king g8?
Nah, that's deep. Once again, let me turn to the game of Fabi just for a moment, because we're in this ending that you've mentioned that Liam won.
With the black pieces, right?
Yeah. I'm looking at this knight on a5, and I'm going, well, why is the knight on a5? And the correct answer is?
I guess it's going to c4, Yasser.
That seems like it is going to c4, but okay.
Really, really shining my grandmaster title there.
Right. Okay. I invite you.
All right.
I invite you. King to c2. So
how do we feel
on
about
a
knight
good
c4?
On a good day, I just want to play a4 and open up the a file.
Fair.
Knight c4. Now I don't want to give up my bishop. That ending, I think, is zeros all across the board. But rook e2
hits my pawn.
Yep.
Indirectly, you have to take on c4 first, but that's okay. Yeah, maybe it's not the most comfortable way to do that, because I want to play the move king f6 here.
Yes.
I would prefer to play the move king f6 with my pawn already on f5. So perhaps I don't play the move knight c4. I start with f5.
Aha, aha. By the way, I just had this like thing that rushed through my mind when you played the move king f6. I was thinking about bishop takes c4. I wanted you to play rook takes d1.
Okay.
I want to play bishop takes b5.
Very nice. I'm not really sure why you're doing this, giving out an exchange.
Yeah,
But,
exactly. I was trying to get 3 connected passers.
You think this is so good for white, huh? It might be,
if,
actually. It might be.
If you don't win, you win a pawn somehow with rook a1, I wanted to play bishop takes a6. But it did flash across my mind.
Yeah, it's an interesting line. It would definitely change the character of the position. We're not going to see any of this because Fabi actually starts with the move rook e2. Actually, we might see this if you go rook e2, king f6, king c2, knight c4. But
this is maybe a more precise move order
by
Fabi.
Yeah, it does hit the pawn immediately.
Which not allows you to play f5 and king f6.
Exactly. So now there's a pertinent question on the position, right? How do you defend this pawn on e5? I am taking it directly. Again, king f6, it's okay, but it's not the move you want to play before the move f5.
Yeah, you kind of step in front of your pawn.
Right.
And then after king c2...
we make some pretense.
Yeah, I mean, I do have ideas as white. Maybe the move rook to e1 is disconcerting. Maybe a4 is a move that you don't want to face.
On a good day, maybe the move b3 will start actually corralling this knight. Not in the sense that I'm going to win it, but you reduce its activity, and you start eventually seeing why a bishop is more powerful than a knight on open boards.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. And again, even though the game is gone slowly, Hikaru did not play queen d7. He played knight c2 check immediately. I guess we've seen this.
I guess we're going. Yeah, Cristian showed us this. I guess we're going into that endgame.
And that ending was queen d7 check.
I like that endgame, right?
King takes c2.
Queen a4.
Queen a4 check. Now, don't ask me if you can't make another move, but this was the ending that we had referenced.
Well, you can't. I can answer that one, right? If you move to the c file, there's queen c4.
Sorry, queen. No, I was going to go b3.
That I don't know. No. I guess you still have to go queen takes c4.
Yeah, and I just thought, well, why
not b3, right?
Yeah, why not play b3? We get the same ending. And guess what? It's another one of those rook and bishop versus rook and knight endings. And again, I want to emphasize this. Majorities on both sides, I thought, favors the bishops. And finally, Hikaru is playing right into this line.
But this endgame is very unpleasant.
That was my feeling as well.
Yeah.
But I would much rather play White's position here. Not just because I have a passer already, h2, h4, but in general, the activity of the pieces, I think, is going to favor White. Now, it's still not wham bam and over type
King to
thing.
b1 was played actually, not b3, and was played quite quickly once.
King, this was all a part of Ali
showing
Reza's
his preparation.
Showing his prep, right? I don't know why. Why is King b1 better than b3?
I guess you don't want to give the c3 square for the knight.
So you think
now the question is why not? Why not on c1 because of queen c4?
No, so that's clear.
Queen c4. That was so he played King b1, and we're just having a question. Well, why didn't we play b3? And I'm assuming, by the way, there's no choice other than queen takes e4. Is there?
No, you just die, right?
Feels like I'm going to die if I don't do it.
Yeah, no, it's forced. It must be forced. I don't see another alternative. Get out of it.
How do you say?
Are you trying to go knight c3 and go perpetual?
That's exactly right.
But you're not giving the perpetual, so rook e1?
I am not giving you the perpetual.
I don't see it. I control the d8 square, so I'm going to go to the d file.
You're absolutely right, Cristian. You are controlling the d8
and then I go queen
square.
d2. I cover up with queen
the
d2.
very desirable rook d8.
That's very true.
Nice. Okay, so that does mean I have to play queen e4.
And they're going straight into it. Yeah, they're going into the endgame.
Or as you just said, or you die. Queen e4, knight e4, and we get this ending. I'm expecting bishop e3. Okay.
Bishop f4 immediately played.
Immediately.
Ali Reza is still in his preparation.
That's what I wanted to say. I wanted to ask you both. Cristian, it seems to me that Ali Reza is still in his preparation.
He for sure is, but I told you guys that's
how deep down this rabbit hole did he go?
Probably more than we think.
I think you finished.
No, he did not finish at this point. I can guarantee you that he did not finish at this point.
Really?
He knows the plans, at least the plans. The next few moves and the plans that connect with those moves. And to be honest, the more I look at this endgame, I think Hikaru is in some danger.
No, this is a very dangerous endgame. Unlike some of the positions that we saw, which were more forcing, in this particular endgame, White has all the trumps, and I am checking out with strong engines on the evaluation. It's very close to zero, but I have the feeling that it's a very close to zero that an engine can play easily.
Right.
Whereas for us, it's very
practical game between two human beings.
It's very impractical to play this for the black side.
Right.
Whereas White's plans are very simple. You play f3, you destabilize the knight.
King c2, push it away.
King c2, eventually try to win a pawn on the queen side because they're all on dark squares.
Right.
You try to get advantage of rook on d1. You can imagine that sometimes if we do trade the rooks, that the endgame is just actually hopelessly lost.
Right. Now, from Black's point of view, Black is thinking that he would like his knight anchored, so one of the most attractive squares, I think, in the position is d5, but I also think d3 is an attractive square. If I could play the move c4, and if I could play c4 and somehow put my knight on, let's call it the ideal square for the moment, then I'm feeling I'm fighting well.
Yeah, I agree.
After bishop f4 already played, by the way.
Knight f6 already played also.
Knight f6.
Yeah, he's going with your idea. You like the anchor square, and it's going to d5.
Exactly. And it's always been one of those peculiar things that I discovered as I got better at chess. Knights actually love protection. And the better they're protected, the happier a knight is. So think of a knight on d5,
right.
Pawn on c4, and a bishop on g2.
Okay.
It loves, this knight is like in its zenith. It loves this type of protection, and you want your knights to be protected, whereas bishops are long-range pieces. You can stick them on a1,
and they'll be fine.
And they're really effective.
We have a first result in this round number 3. Timur Radjabov has drawn against Jan Nepomniachtchi. No surprise there. Nothing being presented to the candidates today by Timur. I mean, Nepo more than happy to make a draw with the black pieces.
Right.
And it was just a nothing game.
It really wasn't.
The first one of the tournament, I think.
One of these kinds of games where I think Cristian said it very well. He lost. He lost a nasty game yesterday against Hikaru.
Right.
Did Timur, and in the old Soviet school of chess, is you immediately stop the bleeding with a draw. But he really kind of wasted a white today. I feel, and
you kind of wonder how many chances you do get, right?
Right.
It's so hard to win against anybody in this tournament, but you have to present some idea.
And a challenge as well.
Also, this is operating under the assumption that he actually wants to win this event. And this might be harsh against Timur, but does he really believe or want to win this event? I don't know.
I would hope so. I hope that he's there to win it.
I would.
Not convinced.
I mean,
I like the €2 million euro prize fund in a world championship match. I've always said, for the good of chess, I should be a millionaire. For the good of chess.
I mean, if it's for the good of chess, I think so too.
Exactly. A nothing game, fine.
Well, let's take a look. We'll leave that game because nothing happened.
Right.
We have a tweet, and remember, join the conversation with us on Twitter, on YouTube Live, on Twitch. We are checking all of those. We're also even checking Reddit for questions. Take a look at the tweet that we have for you today.
And it is?
And here it is. From FIDE Master Talia Cervantes, actually my student.
Hello, Talia.
Which player not in the candidates right now would you like to see playing in this tournament?
Levon.
Levon is a very, man, it's hard to beat Levon.
Yeah. I mean, I think Wesley, Levon are two choices I would really like.
See, normally I would have said MVL.
And MVL, that was the other third
MVL is really high up there for me. He just had he's got a bad year. He's recovered a bit.
Right.
Yeah, he's recovered a bit. But besides his amazing World Blitz Championship, which he won, in classical chess specifically, he's fallen a little bit. He hasn't had the results that you're used to. He's not the 2800 that he was once. But still, when you think about candidates, you have to put MVL on the list.
Right,
Right.
exactly. I thought it was really funny. I don't know why today in particular tickled my funny bone, but as you were starting the show, you were saying, you know, like, we've got classical chess, 120 minutes for the first, 40 moves, and double round robin. 1948, the World Championship was a quadruple, 8-player, quadruple round robin, 8-player quadruple round robin with adjournments.
Oh yeah, that was long.
You modern players, you have it easy today. I wanted to turn our attention to Ding Liren and Richard Rapport because, as my friend Bomber Bill McGarry said, position blowed up. Who? Bomber Bill McGarry.
All right.
Out of Seattle. The position blowed up on us. Look what just happened.
It definitely did.
We left it at this moment. We had just seen the softening move, h4, as Ding looks to press on the king side with the move h5. So Richard said, look, in the Grunfeld, it's all about putting pressure on the center. Christian will tell you that. And then after the move bishop g5,
the novelty.
Bang!
Bishop
That
g5
was
was
a
the
bad
first
move.
novelty.
Knight?
Rook to d8 was a bad move.
What?
Rook to d8, a very natural rook to d8 was a bad move.
Really?
It was played before by Jan Nepomniachtchi and answered incorrectly by Anish Giri with this move a3, which allowed queen to e7, and after bishop to g5, you get the extra option of covering this diagonal with bishop to f6, which actually allows black to get back into the game. But after bishop to g5, which is a novelty indeed, but a novelty that just shatters black's position, because right now it forces black to sacrifice in exchange. You don't want to play f6. Absolutely not. Don't play f6. There's one Benjamin Feingold that actually never play f6. He's definitely true in this case. Now, what else? Rook to d7, put the rook on this diagonal controlled by the bishop? Absolutely not. You want to go back to f8? Absolutely not. Because, for example, if you go to f8, I just simply start kicking off your queen, a3, e5, queen to h3, go back behind the h-pawn. I'm going to get h5 next move. You lost too many tempes. Also, d5 is a huge threat. Everything blows up for black right now. So you have to sacrifice. You're forced to sacrifice at this point. Knight takes d4, bishop takes d8, rook takes d8. This is the position we currently have on the board, but where is the compensation? I'm trying to see it. I understand. You do have a beautiful bishop, unopposed by a white's dark square bishop, but you're in exchange down. And I don't have any immediate weaknesses. You don't have any dynamic play against my king, which you usually get in exchange for a sacrifice. And you don't
Actually, it's the opposite, right? It feels like black's king is weak.
Exactly, exactly. So for example, if you try to avoid it, like
let's go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, let's go down the line that loses.
Sure. Knight takes e2.
Knight takes e2, okay.
Okay, rook takes d1.
Sure.
And then he wants to take on e4.
And I want to take on e4 with the queen.
With the queen or with a queen?
Yeah.
No,
It doesn't matter
queen,
too much.
So apparently I can just go
Bishop
here,
f8.
bishop
Yeah, you
f8.
take.
Don't I have 2 pawns?
So we exchange.
Well, you'll
I
have one.
understand. But
No, I'll have 2. I'm sorry. Peter Spindler lives for this ending.
I understand, but how do you
It's
defend
really
them?
bad.
You lose one of the pawns.
I think I can call Peter right now, and he'll be like, no, not this one.
Yaz is wrong.
You lose one of the pawns. The idea being that if you go king to g7, you put the king on the 7th rank, which allows me to create a double attack. That is the problem. If you go rook to a8 and I get, first of all, rook to a8,
right,
you just,
he's not gonna
but
go
if you
seven,
attack
rook
it like
d7,
this, if you allow me to go a5, bishop to c5, defend like that, it's a draw. We know that. We understand that. But rook to d7 just wins the pawn because you cannot protect the a7 pawn. a5 bishop takes e6
goodness.
comes.
You might,
Just a second.
You're in trouble.
You might
Right?
make a draw, but you'll suffer forever. Right?
You will for a very long
Put
time.
my king on g8 for just a second. So
Sure.
I have 2 pawns for the exchange.
You have one. You're losing one.
You're losing one.
You're losing one by
that's
Yeah,
force.
well, at this moment, I didn't realize when I was going into this line I'm going
Mm-hmm.
to lose one by force. But I'm just looking at this, and I can't pick off this h-pawn. Like there's no line here.
I don't think so, no. Well, first of all, you have to get off the pin. So the only way to get off the pin is with king g7, and then rook d7 is coming.
Yep.
So
Wow.
what do you do?
Okay,
And then you're just hoping you're not dead lost, right? You're
Right.
hoping that somehow you can create.
and if I don't trade queens, Christian, if I take with the bishop on e4,
And then you get
That's
mated.
an option as well, but once again, you're going to
Bishop
suffer.
c4, yeah.
And actually, I can force the queen trade.
Yeah, it's the same position. Queen
We
takes
actually
c4,
get
rook d8.
exactly into the same position.
would you believe? Don't trade queens in that last moment. Sorry, bishop f8, rook d8, king g7.
No, I go here first.
What?
to
I go
c4
bishop
first.
f8. Yeah.
No, but then I take rook d4. That's lost, right?
Rook d4. Oh, nasty.
It is what it is.
Don't go into that one.
Wow. Wow.
And Ding needs this game.
He
Oh
really
yeah, he
does.
really does. He really does. And we already have one result. So there you see Jan Nepomniachtchi is currently at the top of the leaderboard. That's because he has an extra game. He drew against Timur Radjabov. Same thing with Timur. He has an extra game. We're still waiting on every other result. This was a nothing game, but for Ding Liren, this is huge. He's the only player right now with half a point.
Yep.
That's not good.
Not good.
And he is playing his second wide of the tournament. And as the highest rated player, you want to win one of them.
No question about it. I mean,
He's played
talking about
actually-
going backwards there.
He actually played the move h5 instead of what were we looking at?
I think it was. Okay,
Wait,
so
how did we get here?
Yeah.
Wait, what just happened? Like my mind blipped.
My mind blipped.
Oh, bishop a6 is what we were looking at. That's
Right,
right.
bishop a6.
And he did none of that. He actually played the move h5 right away, which is kind of a funny looking move because everything is hanging and you can kind of forcefully play bishop a6. And instead you take the time to play the move h5.
H5?
Now, the interesting thing about the move h5 is
Yes.
that in those variations where I do give a check on d8 and you have to cover with the bishop, if I
Right.
get my pawn to h6, you might never move again.
No, that is like the worst.
Yeah.
That's the worst feeling. You feel like completely helpless in an eternal pin.
Eternal pin, right.
Oh, that's a terrible. Is my spidey sense completely failing me? I mean, I take this pawn only to prevent you from getting what you just described as my worst nightmare, the eternal pin on the back rank.
Yeah, but
Take it?
now you take on d4, and I think you lose by force.
Uh-oh, that hurts.
You're busted.
Yeah.
Because
Queen
of-
to g3.
Yeah, queen
Queen to
g3,
G3.
bishop f8. And I mean, there's no way, right? This holds.
Well, rook takes d1, and that's quite important because the bishop on b5 is not hanging. That's
Yeah,
the point.
it's not hanging at all.
Queen g3 is very important, tying up the bishop on this g7, and after rook d1, queen takes b5.
Yeah, you just get
cannot
mated.
do that because of rook d8 checkmate. Queen e8, rook takes e8.
That's a kind of a funny back rank mate. I mean, I've seen so many back rank checkmating patterns, but this one where you're not allowed to play bishop f8,
Unusual.
unusual. All right, well, a very exciting game here by Ding Liren. We've already explained why it's so important for the Chinese player to get off the schneid, if you will,
Yes.
and get a victory, as he's currently 1.5 points behind the tournament leader Nepo. Stay tuned. We'll see you on the other side of this break and see if Ding Liren can break through.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here live coverage of round 3 of the Candidates 2022. These are the standings with one game already finished. Is this match between Nepomniachtchi and Timur Radjabov, in which absolutely nothing happened.
Draw.
Draw. That's all we need to say about that game. And we have 3 remaining ones, all of them still in a fight. To summarize and going around the horn,
Yeah.
Alireza is nursing a very small but permanent advantage against Hikaru Nakamura. We're still going to have to see a long endgame there for the young Frenchman to try to overcome Hikaru in his favorite opening with black.
Exactly. It's one of these, you've got a majority on the queen side, that is
Yes.
Hikaru does, but white has a majority going on over here on the king side. Alireza's last move, F2, F3, is a clear indication of what he's got on his agenda. He just wants to go G4, H5, and push him, baby. Get those pawns running.
It is a good plan. How do we stop it?
Yes, except for one small issue. The fact that black's king is so close to those passed pawns.
true.
Like, if you put your pawn on G5, that would be egregiously bad, right? I would go king G6, and I would blockade the pawn.
Yeah, you always want to advance them on the opposite color of your bishop.
Exactly, exactly. But if you get your pawn to H5, and then you don't get to play G5 so easily, like the knight might swing back over to F6, for example.
You might get stuck.
Yeah. So nursing this majority to a 2-pass pawn majority on the king side is going to be rather awkward, if at all possible.
And I
Rook
really like this move, Rook H8. It targets the H4 pawn in a way that it doesn't let it move, and it also doesn't let, more importantly, the G pawn move.
Precisely.
And not only that, I think it actually has a threat. I think F4 is a threat.
So let's go Rook H1, right?
I think you have to, right? I don't see
Okay,
much of
then
another
Rook
move.
H1. No, I'll go Rook G1.
Rook H3.
Rook H3. That's not exactly what you wanted to do in terms of maybe...
It's awkward. It's an
It's
awkward
not the
looking
way
move,
you
right?
want to
But
treat
what's
a
your
rook.
plan? What's your plan?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure, but I can just sit.
So let's go King C2. Let's
Actually,
try to activate
my plan is to
the
push
pieces.
them all, right? B5,
Right.
C4,
Right,
A5. Yeah, I have
I've got
pawns
some
too,
fun,
right?
Eventually, you're going to have to go H5.
You push it, I push it. All right, let's go H5.
Okay, that's what I'm
Ooh.
saying. Eventually, you're going to have to go H5.
Sure.
Now, let me ignore you. Let's go B5.
That's okay. I'll
B5.
continue pushing.
I understand. You wanted to go
H6.
E4.
I want to go knight F6 and E4.
Ah, knight F6 and E4.
So-
I actually really like that.
Like
But
maybe back here.
I
should-
wanted to just go through B5 because I want
Okay,
to see.
sure.
I want to see White's plan if
I
I
go
am
H6.
naive. If I am naive and I don't do anything, I want to see exactly
Push.
how you're gonna be making progress. Here.
Push him.
Uh,
H6. Let's go.
H6?
All right. And
Okay.
King G6. I thought.
King G6, okay.
H7. Push
I
him.
hear you have some trickies
Rook
with the
H6.
rook swinging.
Rook D6. I'm starting to feel it. I don't know if I should feel it, but I'm
Christian.
starting to.
Kristen's got the good feeling, got a good vibe going.
I don't know why.
I like this
I
for
still
a
don't know
while.
why.
Okay,
Yeah.
just,
You're just losing
but-
H7 at the
I mean, he's tricking me and he's convincing me of the truth of what he's saying. But let me
I'm
take a
convincing you of my
different
reality,
approach.
yes, sir.
I just wanted to play knight
Very true.
F6 and E4. That way, I absolutely ensure that you will never get 2 connected pass pawns on the queen side, king side. Easy for me to say. So knight F6.
Okay, all right. So what
Christian.
if I continue pushing?
H5?
H5.
Man is on a mission.
He sure is.
I still don't really understand. I go E4 again.
E4?
So if I take,
Take
you
with
take with the knight.
You have to go
I
bishop
go bishop
F4.
F4.
I mean, it's at a certain moment, I just got to stop this guy, right?
Yeah, but it's pretty stopped, right? It's going to be
Right?
stuck on H6. And it's
That's
not,
okay.
It's not
That's
like
okay.
permanently defended on H6. I can always go knight G5 and pick it up.
That's all right. So I'm going to go A4 now.
And then I think we get a draw right away.
Yeah, right away, right?
Right?
A6, B5.
No. We don't get the draw.
You don't get a draw.
What is your plan here?
Man is being tough.
I don't get it. A6, go A6.
You want knight F6 or do you want... I want to push... I want to be able to play king G6 and I'm
Sure.
perfectly comfortable. A6? Okay.
So how do you do it? Yes.
I wanted to play knight F6.
Okay,
And I wanted
knight
to force
F6.
you to play H6. And then I thought, okay, if my king's on g6, you're never
now
break.
I go king d3, right? That's why I played a4. I wanted to go to c4.
You want to go to c4
And then try to go a6 and create something.
Okay, let's see you. Go ahead. Go to c4.
By the way, none of this is going to happen because he actually played bishop g5.
I feel white's better here.
I thought I did a good job at corralling the h-pawn, but sorry to interrupt our wonderful analysis, top-level stuff there, Cristian. But he actually played bishop to g5 after f3, rook h8, bishop to g5. And I like this move.
Yeah, it's a very...
Because it keeps the whole concept of
alive,
g4
right?
and h5
I like this more than putting my rook on h3.
Yeah, it just felt, boy, what was our rook
doing there, right?
Yeah. More challenging for Hikaru is bishop g5, and it's on the board.
It does feel like black only has one move in this position. I'm afraid that white gets in the move rook e1, and that you don't have like an... It's not like white's winning.
What do you mean by that?
It's like, it's not white's winning, but if I get in rook e1 and you don't get in e5, I feel like I'm going to have a lot of time to rearrange my pieces, right? Whereas I think black really wants to get those pawns rolling on the center.
Okay, so let's go e5.
That's why I'm saying that I think the e5 would be the only move I consider in this position.
Okay, and then I'm assuming g4 as well, right?
And now comes the question: do you go f4 or do you go king e6 and try to keep the tension?
Well, f4 is my dream.
F4 is whose dream?
White's.
I think it's a dream.
Because finally I've got two connected pass pawns.
And somehow your bishop is not getting trapped. Okay.
Well, I've got an escape valve.
I do have the e3 square though.
Yeah, it's not
so let's
so
go
easy,
93.
Right? 93.
Okay, let's say I want to come over and down.
Yeah, you
can go rook g8 and e4, right?
Rook to g8. Pause.
By the way,
because
surprisingly, this position is very concrete, right?
Yeah, it is.
It is very concrete, yes.
I'm actually teasing whether or not I can play bishop h6 and g5, but you will play knight f5.
And by the way, guys, Hikaru didn't think that e5 is by any way forced, and he played the move c4.
Whoa, really?
Wow. Okay, so rook h8, bishop, excuse me, bishop to g5, c4. Yes. A move actually that we were attracted to.
Yeah, in some other positions, right?
Right.
No,
and okay, this is going to be just a great game. I mean, you've got your trumps, your majority on the king side. Yeah. Black has a good knight on d5, and he's trying to get
is
a
it only my
question?
What is or is this game turning into a 3-result game?
No.
I still would favor white. I would say it's closer to a 2-result game than a 3-result game.
Yeah, I mean, of course, in any game of chess, anything can happen, but it'll be hard to imagine that with proper play, black ever really gets winning chances at all.
Exactly. I mean, okay, but definitely something to keep our eye on. I wanted to go to our other tournament leader going into the round, and that was...
It's funny because it's a similar endgame.
Right?
Right, yeah.
It's rook and bishop versus
rook.
And
bishop versus knight and rook,
You know, it was some tournament, it might have been a Singfield Cup, where it was like everybody was playing bishops of opposite colors for like one entire round. It was like crazy, what's going on? And now we're playing rook and bishop versus a rook. Bishop d... Okay, the knight, strangely enough, we thought it was heading to c4.
Guess not.
We were wrong.
Yeah, we were very wrong.
It's heading to c5. And... here we go.
This is not as easy as the other game in which I was thinking white has to be the one for choice. This one is not so clear to me because black is more active than in the other game. The king on b1 makes a worse impression here than it actually does on the other game.
Right.
Whereas the king on f6 is rather well placed. And my majority, which in the other one I'm almost immediately advancing, here my majority is very stuck.
Meaning it's not so easy for you to get an a4 slash c4 or b4.
Yeah, and you can look at the break c4, and then you realize it's not a full break because once you get b4 in as black, you get a pass pawn. Congratulations, but your bishop on f1 is so bad.
Yeah, this is one of those things that the bishop starts querying you and saying, "Coach, why did you cut my diagonal here?" think you got to do you've got to be a little bit more sophisticated in your approach as white. You can't just be too forcing. Bring your king up. Maybe on a good day, your king actually belongs on e3 before you start finagling on the queen side.
Like, it's not void of ideas, right? Even a move like g5 takes king f4 is considerable. Not saying it's necessarily good, but you start even looking at variations like that.
And you know, you are getting some pretty nice activity over here. That king on f4, the pawn on h4, the pawn on f4. This feels, Christian, like a far more three-result
game. Right? This feels like a three-result game to me.
Yeah, no, I agree with you guys. Very interesting, very intriguing endgames we have on our hands, but let's not forget, we still have this game between Ding Liren and Richie Rapport, which is developing quite nicely. Because h5, bishop to e5 was played, right, to get rid of any sort of back rank checkmate ideas for white, also potentially including some back rank checkmate ideas for black. Because
before we go too much into this detail, Yasser and I were wondering, we thought bishop f6 was a more natural move than bishop,
which probably the better move according to the engine as well. Yes.
No, that.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
you guys are good players. We know that. You guys are great players.
Maestro. Yeah, the bishop e5 was a little perplexing, but please continue, Christian.
But I like the idea, right?
Okay.
So this queen on b4, nicely placed up to this point, but at some point, I'm going to have to give it another job. And the way I see it, with this move, bishop to e5, regular idea after white played h4, h5, is to actually go behind the pawn on h4. So I see this queen to e7, queen to h4 as a potential idea in the future. Now, what is white going to do next? Bishop to a6 hasn't been played yet. I was looking at a3. Of course, you still cannot take on b5 because queen takes b5 and the rook is hanging on d8. Right? But now after a3, then we go queen to e7. And now the position develops in a different way because I'm starting to have my own threats. Queen to h4. If I force you to take on g6, I think this exchange is going to favor black because that's going to open up the h-file. And the only player that I can see taking advantage of that against the opposing king is black, either with rook to h8 coming, either with queen to h4 coming. So I like this move, bishop to e5. I understand, bishop to f6, maybe it feels a little bit more natural for you guys. This move, bishop to e5, for me, it looks a bit more dynamic. And I like to see that from Richie Rapport. Of course, white after bishop e5 still has the move bishop to a6, which leads to more or less very similar endgames to the ones that we were discussing, unless you want to go bishop to a8 and play that position. So if you go knight takes e2, queen takes e2, rook takes d1, rook takes d1, and now you take on e4, now it's an improved version. Because after rook to d8, you have the extra king to g7. You don't have to get on that unpleasant pin with bishop to f8.
Absolutely.
But with the bishop on e5, you have to contend with these two bishops being on the same file. So now I can try to take advantage of that with the move rook to e1, creating more weaknesses in your position. You're forced to play the move f5.
Right.
You cannot move any of the bishops because you're going to lose the other one.
Clear.
I cannot play them, well, I can, but it's not going to lead to anything. F3 is going to be met with bishop to d4, and actually I'm not even sure who's going to be better in this position after bishop to d5. Now,
but bishop c4.
Bishop to, exactly, you need to get bishop c4 in, right? And this is the move. After f5, you go bishop to c4, king to f7, king to f1, and you still start attacking the position as it is and taking advantage of the fact that there's 3 pieces that you can target on the e file, and you have the only rook on the board. So f3 already wins a pawn, right? This is the position that the players are right now looking at, and I do think this type of endgame would favor Ding. He's the only player that can play for an advantage. Perhaps Richie Rapport, if Ding manages to find this move bishop to a6, he's going to look at his endgames, try to analyze them, and come to the conclusion that he doesn't want to suffer. And perhaps he's going to choose something like bishop to a8, try to keep more pieces on the board, keep the dynamic play on the board, and take his chances like that. Let's see what's going to happen.
Christian, this is one of those positions, I think, that if I'm black, I want to keep the queens on the board. So if you don't mind looking at that line with knight e2, queen e2, rook d1, bishop e4, how are those apples?
Bishop takes e4.
Yeah, not queen takes e4.
This is actually completely losing because of bishop d3.
Oh, you take on e5.
Yeah. So you take, and now h6, you have to contend with that. You cannot move because of rook to d8 during top.
Yeah, instinctively the bishop on f6 feels safe.
Yeah, the bishop on e5 is loose. That's absolutely right.
You don't even have g takes h5. Rook takes d3 is not a possibility. But I have this move, queen to f6. Threatening queen to d8, and there's no way to stop that. If you do bishop to c2, rook to d8 is going to come. That's going to win the queen in one move. So
this looks hurtful.
It looks terrible. He's not going to go for that. We know that. But first of all, white has to find this move, bishop to a6. I'm not sure how easy it is for white to play that move, and how tempted he will be to try to dislodge this queen from b4 and play the move a3, which I think is the more natural approach.
Well, bishop a6 has a lot of things going for it. I must say,
it does. Yeah.
I would be attracted as white to the move h5, h6. I mean, he's pushed the pawn and he's trying to keep that back rank mate threats alive. How would
so what if I try to target that?
I see, and I've got a problem. The bishop
and he definitely
b5.
is looking at h6 as well.
I
see the temptation behind this move.
Exactly, but the problem is, if I have to play knight takes d4, rook takes d4, we can understand why.
No, actually, knight takes d4 I take, and this is what we've been discussing, right? This checkmating threat.
Is it a checkmating?
Close to checkmate. Close to checkmate. First of all, you don't have a good way to defend this knight on d4, so you have to find a way to do that.
Because if I play queen e3,
not only that, I'm threatening queen to h2, but I also have an eye on the rook on c1.
C1 is hanging.
Yeah.
So that basically cancels your rook on d1 as a defender of the knight on d4.
Precisely. That's exactly what we
were discussing, yeah.
Yeah, so now I'm beginning to really warm up to bishop a6. I need to win that control of the c8 square.
In some ways, it's also
and he's been thinking for a while,
because
h5, bishop e5, he's on a 20-minute think right now.
Whoa.
Dingly right. 20-minute think. It's a lot.
He doesn't usually take this type of deep things.
No.
For me, Alejandro, one of the things I've really admired about Ding Liren is his extraordinary. I mean, he's a gifted attacker.
Yes.
I just think that I've seen some of his tactical brevities, and I just, whoa, they're so good, including a victory that he had over Duda, I believe, in an Olympiad, which was just remarkable stuff. But also a good technical player.
Yeah, he's 2,800 for a reason. He's good at all facets of the game. His opening prep is actually very impressive as well. He has had some incredible novelties. He is well-versed in pretty much every opening. So he's a very all-around player. If you had to ask me what is the weakness, the one weakness of Ding Liren, it really is nerves. It's performing when it comes down to it. And I think that's why I thought 2019 Singfield Cup was such a big breakthrough for him, because
he beat Magnus Carlsen.
He beat Magnus Carlsen in a tiebreak.
Right.
A lot of pressure on him to actually do so.
Indeed.
But when it comes to candidates tournaments, his performance is not always
been poor.
It's been poor, right? Also at the World Cups in general,
he hasn't
performed.
But in Olympiads, when he's playing for China and he's led the team.
That's true. He has led the team to gold. I want to say twice. I think he was in the 2014 Tromsø squad. I'm not sure about that, but I think he was. And he was definitely in the 2018 Batumi one that they won.
Exactly. But we've got some questions from our social media. Let me have it.
From YouTube user James Guimon, these GMs are preparing such complex problems for each other. How do they prepare to handle the surprises they get from each other?
Darn good question. In my time, whenever we got surprised with some huge novelty, it was the thing we did. We just stopped. Splash some water on our faces, come and think for 15 minutes, really try to get the zen of the position, and to keep calm.
Yeah.
Right? Don't freak out that, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. No. Find the answer. There's got to be an answer. There's got to be an answer. And that's what we did.
Yeah, you learn to use all the resources that you have in your mind. At that moment, you probably have more than one thing. You're not. It's very rare that we get fully surprised.
Right.
It's more often that you get to a position that you know more or less what the computer evaluation is. You know more or less where the ball is rolling. You know more or less what you can expect from this position, like how far you can stretch it out and how far
how much risk
you can take, right?
Yeah.
So you analyze all that, you put it together as a conglomerate, and you say, yeah, I'll choose this. And you obviously think a long time before you make such a decision. But as far as the training for it, it feels like that's our entire career. Like getting surprised over and over again. And it's very common during a chess game that you get surprised by your opponent's moves. I know these are very top-level players, and very often they're thinking alike. But if I had to say one thing that surprised me very much when I started working with my slew players, is that even at the 2600 level, two people would get to the same move from like completely different paths,
Right.
completely different trains of thought.
Right.
And sometimes they diverge, and then they come up with completely different ideas. And so they surprise each other during the game all the time. It's just our mentality that we're constantly surprised during a game of chess, and we have to readjust.
Oh, absolutely. And I remember Kasparov, he was explaining to me that in his training with Nikitin, Nikitin would take these really complex classical positions and give him 20 minutes and say, okay, come up with the best plans and ideas. And he really enjoyed those challenges because that is essentially getting surprised. He didn't prepare for this challenge that was coming, and he was forced to calculate some really, really deep.
Of course, Alexander Nikitin, longtime coach of Garry Kasparov, passed away last week. Yeah, very fortunate for the chess world, as he is, well, one of those unsung stars, right?
Exactly.
Never at the front cover of New in Chess, but
Right.
I mean, definitely one of the most influential coaches in the history of the game.
Clear, no question about it at all. It was actually I have a funny story of Nikitin. You want to hear this one? This was pretty good. So I'm in Moscow, and it's the GMA qualifier to the GMA World Cup. And it was just like everybody and his brother was at that event. It was an unbelievable event. It was so strong, it was ridiculously strong. Immediately after the event in Moscow, we all got on a specially chartered plane, and we flew to Spain for the GMA meeting. So I'm sitting next to Gary. We're analyzing a game that we played in Shilaftia the whole flight. And I went to the bathroom, and I'm going down the alley of the bathroom. I'm going, 3 grandmasters, 3 grandmasters, 3 grandmasters, 3 grandmasters, 3 grandmasters, 3 grandmasters. And I go back to Gary, and I go, Gary, you're not going to believe this, but like, I think everybody in the top 100 is on the flight. So he turns to Nikitin and he says, go do your research, right? So the guy comes back in about 20 minutes, and he says, this is who's missing in the top 100, Jonathan Spielman. So Gary gets on the intercom, and he says, okay, everybody, if the flight goes down for any reason, Jonathan Spielman is the #1 player in the world by 50 rating points, and he's responsible for our deaths. And it was like, it was really amazing. I don't think the insurance companies liked the fact that we were all on this flight. It was pretty impressive. I want to turn to Fabi and Duda's game for just a moment. We just saw the move King E6. I think it's time that White gets his majority going. How about King C2? I'm assuming F5. How about B3? And I'm going to pre-move A3 followed by C4. When I play C4, I don't want you to play B4. So I'm going to pre-move A3, and then I'm going to play C4 and try to get my majority going. What do you think of those apples?
And if I preemptively play B4, you have this intermediate move, bishop C4 check.
Check.
Yes.
Yes, exactly so. And then I get my favorite living condition, where I will be a pawn up. Right. So you don't get to play B4. But if you made a passive move, rook C7, this is how I think Fabi, it takes him some time. It's not like you can just push your majority to advantage. But if I can get in this move C4 and force bishop takes C4 check, then I think he's for choice. Otherwise, I don't really see how White goes about his business.
It does feel kind of forced that at some point you push your majority, right? That is the main plan of the position. I like your idea, King C2. You can even consider start with the move A3. I don't really know why B3 is needed. But we have a special guest with us. A good friend of ours is live from Spain, making us all jealous as usual. Grandmaster Maurice Ashley is joining the fray. Maurice, tell us, how is Madrid?
Well, if I tell you, you're going to get upset.
I'm already upset. It's okay.
Madrid is fantastic. The energy here is absolutely extraordinary. It's just an incredible buzz in the city. And the tournament itself, I mean, everybody here is excited about it. And this, after all, is a candidate. So what more can you ask for?
Maurice, I've seen photos of the palace that these guys are playing in. It just looks awesome. That's got to be one of the nicest buildings I've ever seen for a chess tournament.
The palace is palatial.
Nicely put.
It's incredible. I was actually trying to film from one of the halls so that you guys would see better backdrop than the one I'm giving you right now. But the audio was crazy. It was just echoing off these giant marble walls, but it's incredible. You remember Leuven? Alejandro,
of course, I remember. It was very echoey when we were doing it in the studio there in Leuven.
But you also remember it was a spectacular venue.
Oh,
it was one of our favorite venues because of the way it looked. It was the old town hall of the city. But this one is just like, yeah,
different.
I'm not going to say it puts Leuven to shame because we got friends in Leuven. But wink, wink, it's pretty damn good.
Right.
Maurice, ¿cómo estás, mi amigo?
Muy bien, gracias. ¿Y tú?
I wanted to ask you, tell us a bit about the energy of the players. You're there, you can feel them. Who has the most positive energy in your opinion?
The confidence I'm seeing that Fabiano exudes is extraordinary. I mean, he looks like the guy who's like, I've been here, done this, I'm trying to get back. People are talking about Alireza, pumping up other possible names, Ding Loren, who was my pick to do really well here. Gladly, I didn't have to pick the way Tom forces us to pick. And after the first round, I would have said, "Oh no, I'm not going to pick Ding anymore. I'm going to go with Fabi." But Fabi is definitely looking like he's here on a mission, and I think he's playing really well right now.
Any insights about the players' seconds? We were very happy to see Lubomir Lebojevic, a name from the past, as he arrived with Richard Rapport. Any other players' seconds hanging out, or is it all rather hidden?
I haven't seen anyone, frankly, and I should say I'm a tourist here. I'm not working. I'm just hanging out. I haven't gotten a chance to be a chess tourist at these events. Usually, you're setting up and getting ready for work.
Right.
So I've only seen Chuchalov, Fabi's second. I haven't seen anyone else. It looks like they're all staying hush hush and pretty quiet. But again, I'm not allowed into the players' room. Okay, I get the VIP treatment, but still, it's like, no, you can't go in there. You can't go in there. So I haven't had any insights into those players, into the seconds.
Nice. And how is the ambiance for the spectators? Is it a spectator-friendly event? What's happening outside of the hall when the tournament is done?
Absolutely. Very spectator-friendly. They do have this setup where you have commentators. You have the Spanish language commentators giving the very lively commentating for the Spanish-speaking crowd. Nothing for the English-speaking crowd. After all, we're in Madrid. But people are just buzzing around. They even have a fan zone because the tickets are limited. So they have to have a special area off-site for fans to go. That's more boisterous. So it's definitely an event that the chess fans here are mouth-watering for them. They're just super excited. And after all, it's such a huge event for the chess world that we're all excited to see this happen.
Maurice, you said you're there as a fan. Where are you now located? Where are you coming from to Madrid?
Well, I live in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. As you guys know, I moved there. I had to go to New York for a special ceremony in New York. So I went there first, hung out with my peeps, and then left directly from JFK to come here to Madrid. My trip will keep me here. I do have one big event tomorrow for a chess NFT group, Immortal Game, that I've signed with. And then I'm going to hang out a few more days in Madrid, and then I'm going to be off to the south of France where my father and now my son also live. So I'll be in France for a couple of weeks, and then I'm going to come back to Barcelona for a little bit, and then Madrid, and then I'm back in the USA.
You're a busy man.
Terrible.
Terrible. I hope you can cope with this tough summer ahead of you, Maurice.
Yeah.
Nice. It's good to see that you're keeping busy, and you sure look very well, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you. And I do miss St. Louis. I do miss all of you.
We miss you. We miss you here commentary with us.
Here are some of the shots of the palace that Maurice has been talking about. As he explains, it's just so spectacular. And the inside of the building, it's gilded gold everywhere, marble, and the most beautiful paintings on these walls.
Artwork is incredible.
You know, everything inside is an instant postcard. It looks gorgeous.
And so it's everything outside. Madrid is gorgeous as a city. It's just such a great place to walk around. Tourists are everywhere taking photos, selfies. It's just an extraordinary place. So you don't get to be a fan too much of these events when we're working and we're stuck inside for hours and hoping to make some time. This is my first candidate as well to even attend. So yeah, I know. Yeah, so you're like, dude, you're not a rookie. What's wrong with you?
Your first candidate? I can't believe that. That's remarkable.
Oh, that's true.
You never got a chance to visit the candidates before this event.
He was always working here.
Now,
Wow.
Maurice, we've been doing predictions, as you know, and some of them are better than others at doing predictions. I'm not going to name any names. Now, give us your prediction, Maurice.
Like I said, I would have said Ding Liren. I thought he was hungry, the hungriest maybe because of his horrible result, especially from the last event. His start was really poor though. And so you're asking me to predict after round 3. My second favorite was Fabi. So I'm going to have to go with Fabi, especially after seeing the way he's playing at the moment. He just looks like he's really on form. I really would love to see Alireza pull it off. Frankly, the youngin just turned 19. He talk of the chess world, the next big dog in our game. But he looks unstable. His end games are looking kind of funny. He did get fortunate in the first 2 games. If he can pull this one off against Nakamura, he'll be back in the hunt for sure. But Fabi looks like the vet that really wants to get it done.
Maurice, thank you so much for taking time and joining us. We really appreciate you, and we miss you. But enjoy your summer. Sounds like it's going to be a spectacular one.
Thanks, guys. Keep doing the great work.
All righty.
Oh, thank you, Maurice. And yeah,
Bye,
that
Maurice.
was great to have insights live from Spain, of course. What a great playing hall they have over there.
It really is.
It really is. The organization is spectacular.
Yeah, I always appreciated it whenever I was in a playing hall that was really, really remarkable. And I remember a lot of the days of the Grandmasters Association. We had these World Cup tournaments, and we played in one cathedral in Barcelona, which, my God, it was just an amazing place to play chess. And I just felt so good about it. It brings out, I think, it brings out the best in all the players, because the players, we love a full audience.
Oh, yeah.
We love the fans coming at us and saying, you're my favorite, go ahead and do well. And when you're in a really, really nice playing hall, you just feel like, I'm so happy. Your thoughts, Cristian?
Guys, well, I've been looking at this game between Alireza and Hikaru because a lot of things actually transpired since we last watched this game. And we were looking at the position after bishop to g5. You guys were mentioning e5. Try to create your own counterplay in the center. Hikaru decided, and he didn't have a lot of time to decide on that. He decided to launch an attack on the queen side with the next few moves. c4, g4, but this allows white to get everything he wanted from the beginning of this whole setup. f3, try to go g4, try to get the pawn storm going on the king side. g4, b5, rook to d1. And now this asks an immediate question from black, because I have a big threat. Your knight is under threat. I'm threatening to take on f5. You cannot take back because the knight is going to fall. Can you defend it with a rook? Coming to d8, absolutely not, because the bishop on g5 is doing a fantastic job, both defending but also controlling key squares in black's position. So what did Hikaru said? Okay, it seems like I have to go f takes g4. Finally, I have, by the way, f4 would have been a pretty bad move because after rook to d4, you're just simply going to lose some key situations. Right now, the pawn on f4, I'm threatening to go h5 first and then take on f4. You're in big, big trouble.
Right.
He took on g4, f takes g4, and we have the move a5 on the board, but it feels like in the past few moves, black is just throwing blank bullets at white on the queen side. Nothing is actually happening. I understand you're gaining a lot of space, but you don't have any active threats. At the same time, white managed to get two connected passers.
That's
and
huge.
That's a big weapon later on in the future. Right now, if we exchange the rooks, I have a feeling like white might already be in a winning situation. So let's see where this takes us. It does feel like also the engine is agreeing with the assessment that white is just simply increasing his advantage for the past few moves. Rook to f1 seems to be the main idea. King to g6, rook to e1. Try to harass you around your weaknesses and then slowly, slowly improve my position and get my pawns rolling down the board.
Cristian, if you could...
Also putting a lot of pressure on his time. a5 was played, only 14 minutes to go. Still 7 moves to go for Hikaru. This one is starting to look good for Alireza. And Maurice was mentioning he looked shaky in the first couple of games. He needs a victory with the white pieces, and this would be a tremendous result for the young Alireza.
I get everything that you said, Cristian. With the white pieces, I feel I'm more ambitious than what I saw the engine's number is.
07.
And I was wondering, in the end of that variation, rook f1, king g6, rook e1, king f7, I actually like what you've done of rerouting the rook to e1 specifically to tether the king. But after the move h5, what is black doing? You cannot
Do we have rook g8?
See, I thought about rook g8, but after rook f1 check, I couldn't find a good move. Because if you go back to the e-file, king e8, I go h6, and you actually cannot take my bishop. And I think you might actually just be lost by force.
Exactly, with your pawn on h6 and my king not
on the
sitting on a g6. I don't like it at all. So you're reckoning, hold on, just a second.
Yeah, king f7 and h5.
King f7, h5. I guess I'm supposed to play
let's
b4?
try to go b4, right?
Just don't know what
I feel what Cristian said, that I do feel like I am shooting blanks over on the queen side. I don't know what I'm doing.
I'm just going to ignore you, right? I'll go rook, I don't know, rook f1, put your king in a
I'm going to have to
square.
stay. I believe I'm going to have to stay, whether I like it or not, on the king side,
yeah.
so that when you go bishop c1 and that you eventually go h6, I will have, at long last.
But
man, I feel bishop
f4
might already be winning. No?
Do I have time to go bishop f4?
Yeah, I love bishop f4. No way you get into that rook endgame, right? Two connected pass
This rook endgame is starting to look shaky. You don't have time to get the king to g5 with the pawn already on b4 because the pawn on c4 is hanging.
Even if you get your pawn to g5, I don't care. I mean, king h6, I'm not taking that pawn. I'm going rook f6. I know my endgames. Two connected pass pawns don't need a king to force themselves through.
Just a second. So go ahead, kill me. I'm sure you are.
I'm just going to go slowly. Now that I have those 2 pawns, you can't make a move. So I'll just take on c3 and I'll bring my king in.
Take on c3. So I'll take on a.
Take on a2. Okay. But now king a2.
And if I get a blockade,
rook f6.
I don't think it matters too much. That's the problem.
That's
right now I have another. No, but I don't
why
take.
Would you ever
I
take
go
on
rook
e6,
g6.
Right?
That's his idea.
Well, I will go king f4.
H4.
And now that comes the question:
H6.
who's faster, right? h6, e5,
g5.
e4.
You're fast.
It's a race. It's a race.
I didn't think it was super easy. It might be super easy.
Okay, let's go back one move. A couple of moves actually. Let's take on e6.
Okay. And then I'll take, and you go h6. And this is just a very nice ending, huh?
I think so.
And I think it might just be one. Rook c6 would be winning on the spot if I get that move in.
Well, rook c8 is met by h7. That doesn't.
Then it is winning on the spot.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think this is just winning.
Wow, fair enough. And these are the challenges that Black is facing.
And H5 played immediately because I was throwing Rook F1 in, but perhaps it's not needed. H5 was played by Firouzja immediately. And I think we're going to go through something very similar. Rook F1 seems like a big threat.
It was funny. The engine wanted to go Rook F1. Ali Reza played H5.
What? H5 Rook G8.
A move I wanted to play, actually. Sorry, I'll go back here for just a second if you don't mind. Again, H5 is already on the board.
Yes.
Rook F1 was the line we were just looking at. I actually wanted to play Rook D4.
Yeah.
Why? Because I wanted to play H5, and I wanted to be able to meet the move Rook G8 with Bishop C1, and I've got my pawn on G4 protected.
But guys, wasn't this the problem that we discussed with Rook G8, Rook F1?
The one that Hikaru is playing.
Yes.
We're going through the line. H5 was played?
Yes.
Rook G8.
Rook G8.
You guys mentioned Rook to F1, King E8 is not possible because of H6.
Well, Hikaru's about to show us. King E8, H6 played, only move.
And is it on the board?
Yes,
that's on the board. And Rook to F8.
Rook F8 played.
Rook F8.
What a move. What a move, Hikaru.
Wow.
It's trying to exchange the rooks in a way
because you've already committed
the pawn to H6. You cannot do this if the pawn is on H5.
No, because then, but now I can blockade the pawn if the rooks come off.
Wow.
So this is just living life
Dangerous
on the
stuff.
edge.
Dangerous stuff.
Really. Oh, wow. Okay, but now having said
all that, right?
I mean, you still...
Well, I don't want to trade rooks. Now
on a good day, I get to go king here, and the worst will be passed. If you go Rook H1, I assume I'm going to go King F7. I don't see any reason not to reject.
So if I go H6, you go Rook H8. Is that it?
One of the great chess teachers, I think, is Michael Chisholm. And he wrote this really wonderful book on the endings, and I remember reading it ages ago. And one of the things that he really, emphasized to a great level, that when you do have an advantage, patiently. Don't rush H5, H6. So again, maybe it's because of Adrian that I was thinking, you know what, just slowly, rook here, pawn here, drop the bishop back, play for A4. The pawns will be on H5 and G4. My bishop will be beautifully situated. But I love the Rook F1 and the lines that you guys were showing. This position that we currently have, let me just refresh my board. I apologize. It will just be a second. If you don't win right away, you got tricked. You advance your pawns too soon.
I don't feel that way. I feel black is very awkward on the king side.
True.
It's not easy for you to actually get the setups that you want. For example, if I play the move Rook H1, I'm just trying to make this work for both sides.
Rook H1, King G7, King F7, sorry.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
H7, of course, I have to go Rook to H8 with the idea of King G6.
It's not so easy, actually, huh?
You tell me. One of the best moves I think you could play right now is H6, H5, the bishop back on C1. Jump right in, Christian. Has Hikaru tricked his opponent?
No. That game is still ongoing. Still, I have a lot of options left on the board, both for white and for black. Still, the engine, and we also think from a practical perspective, it does feel like white has the trumps in this position and could potentially go on to win this one. Nevertheless, there's still plenty of work. Also creative work. Now, let's take a look at what's happening in the Dingley Ren versus Richie Rapport, because this one is exploding. And I have to say, white, Dingley Ren, that is right now, with 25 minutes on the clock, has a golden opportunity to take over this game.
Really?
Very difficult move. Very difficult move, but if you think about it, quite logical. Because very often, black always has in its pocket this idea of knight takes e2 and exchanging everything. And this is what King G7 is getting ready to, because at the end of all the variation that we've seen so far, rook to d8 doesn't come with a check anymore. So
Right.
this king g7 improves the position of the black king. And by the way, how did we get here after bishop e5? This is where we left it. a4 came on the board,
Not
reinforcing
bishop a6.
the defense of the bishop on a b5. And we have king to g7. If he finds this move, king to f1, just sidestepping this check attack, knight takes e2, but this comes back to a very, very concrete line. Knight takes e2, queen takes d8, knight takes c1, everything is looking okay for black. If you take on c1, I take on e4. And now comes the shocking move, queen to g5, which finishes the game on the spot.
Wow.
Because you have two threats, major threats. The bishop on e5 is one of them, which is going to lead to checkmates. And another variation that's going to lead to almost a checkmate, h6. h6, boxing the king on the 8th rank, followed by rook to d8. That's all she wrote, game over. Material-wise, black right now is ahead, but unfortunately unable to defend all of these threats. For example, if you play queen to e4, h6 finishes the game. Rook to d8, checkmate. Big, big moment right now. If he finds king to f1, Ding Liren is in pole position to score his first victory at the Candidates 2022 edition.
I'm sorry, king f1 is just, that would be so low on
That's the money move, right?
On my list of moves.
What would be higher?
Well, bishop a6.
But you just
played
a4.
a4.
I know.
You don't play bishop a6 after a4. You would play it before.
Of course. Rook c4 is a move I would be thinking about, at least in this position, even if it's good or not. King f1 does not come naturally.
But rook c4 is just a blunder, right? Knight f3.
That is actually pretty funny. I take with the pawn, you take my queen.
Yeah.
And even though your queen is hanging, my rook is hanging.
On d1, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, that is crazy. Let's put that on the board. Rook c4, very nice hidden tactic. Knight f3 check. Check it out. That's the money move. All right, rook takes, and rook takes, and rook takes, and suddenly it's over. It's just winning for black. Wow. Okay, so...
And because, I think, what? Because you get rook c4. And Ding Liren is pretty strong. Yeah. You say rook c4. I saw that in 2 seconds. Ding Liren sees it in half.
Right.
He says rook c4, knight f3 loses.
Right.
Oh, let me move my king.
I mean, you come to these moves, like what you were saying about your students. You give them this position, and they go through completely two different gyrations, and they get to the same answer. Right. You're like, how did you do that? How did you figure that out? And so you think, okay, rook c4. I'm
very
always
desirable.
Yeah, knight f3 check, kill. Oh, let me get my king out of the way. Wow, king f1 again. Not the first move on my radar. I mean, what can I say? Queen e3, h6 check.
Queen e3 I definitely would understand.
Right?
Yeah, queen e3 I like. The problem is that
maybe king f1 is just so much stronger.
So much stronger.
Yeah, but then again, I wasn't a fan of the
a4.
Endgame,
right? Now we take on e2, we exchange everything and take on e4. How is that position?
So say it again, Christian?
After queen e3?
No, queen e3.
No, queen e3.
Your move, yeah.
Just I'm trying to understand the merits of this move, queen to e3.
Knight takes a bishop.
You take with a bishop and you want to go h6.
Correct.
But even if you go h6, I go king f6. So let's start with rook takes d1.
It's casually thrown out.
All right.
Queen takes e4.
Queen takes e4.
Let's try it out like this. And if you go h6, I'm going to go king f6.
Wow. And again, this might be one of those endings where Peter Svidler, a Grunfeld expert who loves sacrificing exchanges with his pawn majority, will say, hey, man, a 3-result game.
I like black.
Yeah, okay.
Because the pawn on h6 actually becomes
very weak, right?
The king f1. Wow. Again, for me, I find that move really elusive. It wouldn't, well, on my list of candidate moves, it just wouldn't
especially since you got calloused to the idea of knight takes e2 and all these checks not being that threatening.
Right.
So you're not even thinking about getting rid of knight takes e2 with a check that much, right? That's why you don't go king to f1. Yeah. And he's thinking for the last 15 minutes. This is a big moment. He senses it. Perhaps we're going to see king to f1. And if we do, then Ricci might be in some danger.
Out of curiosity, it does feel like it's just a worse move. But why not to h1?
Sorry.
Why not to h1? Because once again, now we have this idea of queen to e7, I think. So king to h1,
yes.
queen to e7,
Clear.
queen to h4 is coming. I'm
Absolutely
starting
clear.
to tickle you on that.
Forgot
side.
about that move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, sorry.
Rook to c4, was that played?
No, that was
no.
my blunder. King f1, and I just wanted to see this line again because it is really hidden. I mean, I just want to
Queen to
emphasize
g5 is the key move.
that, you know, if you don't go one ply deeper right here, and you stop and you go, well, rook takes c1, queen takes e4, what am I doing? I'm an idiot. I've really helped my opponent, black, establish a very good position for himself. But if you see this move, queen g5, and you go, oh, look at that. How exciting is that? I'm attacking the bishop. I've got this mate. I wanted to ask you, Cristian, is this... because
h6, no?
pardon?
h6.
So h6.
h6, king g8.
I think I go queen f6.
And you pressing me.
Wait. Why can't I go e5 actually?
Because I want to mate you. I don't see what
I
the
think
defense
you're just
is.
gonna.
I'm just gonna mate you on g7.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a
You
good
don't
point.
take my knight.
I don't take anything here.
Right.
Yeah.
This is nasty. Queen h.
You don't have checks.
Queen
g7.
g7,
Queen
queen
g7 is
h8.
just mate, right? Queen h8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, great stuff. Queen g5 is a real cold shower.
And I was trying to make queen h4 work, but queen h4 with the same idea of h6, but that's just one threat, so I can just easily parry it with h6, and actually this black is better after this. So queen g5 is the critical move, the key move in the position that unlocks or the possibility to pretty much give the checkmate.
Wow, with the double threat of queen takes e5 followed by or h5 h6 turns the tables in white's favor. That is
And the king on f1 is so
highfalutin
safe
stuff,
right now.
right? Yeah,
King on F1
and
is
that's
so
crazy
safe.
too.
That's
The
a
king on
tough
f1,
line,
yeah,
Yeah.
king f1 is actually really safe. The bishop on b5 is nicely protected. We've got no checks.
21
diagonal.
moves played, 19 moves to go, and only 17 minutes for
Ooh.
Ding Liren.
No increment, remember.
No increment.
Wow, that's a lot of moves, actually.
That is a lot of
21.
moves.
It seems like this Grunfeld developed, but it actually developed slowly.
Very
it-
slowly, right?
Yeah, it was all of this theory for quite some time, and then bishop g5
I mean,
novelty.
bishop g5 novelty was 3 moves ago.
Feels like a.
And-
He's done it.
He played it.
He's done it.
2800 for a reason, Yasser.
King f1.
20-minute
Wow.
think almost, and he found it. Wow.
He's a machine. He is a machine. Cristian, I was curious, actually. We saw a lot of variations in which black just loses.
Right.
How does he continue the game?
Well,
What's his
queen to
best-
e7 probably is the best move in the position right now.
Just
Trying somehow to pull the brakes, but now I can just take advantage of the pin and play
H6.
queen to e3, right?
Can I play h6 first, or is it
You
not-
can,
not
yes.
working?
H6 I will take actually.
But I thought I was winning a p4 with
Queen
So
E3.
queen to e3,
my
queen
C1.
g5, and then f4 at the end. Is that what?
No, I wanted to play knight takes d4
D4.
Instead of queen takes g5, and I forgot that at the very end of this line, my c1 rook is hanging.
right.
Ah, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oops.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So I guess that's not as good.
It's still pretty decent. Even this position after take, and now g3 still poses.
Oh,
some
not
serious
f4.
problems.
F4. Wait, f4. Sorry.
What happened with f4 check?
No, f4. I think the rook on c1 is hanging at the end, right?
Well, what do you keep forgetting? That is the same rook.
It's a curse.
I mean, you can still go here, but now I
Rook
actually
takes
take on d4
d4,
because
yeah.
you have knight f3 and take on
Yeah,
d8.
no, you
but
take on d4 first.
I take on d4 first, and this
nice.
is not
Yeah.
that bad.
Nice.
More or less
Black's
equal,
active, yeah.
Oh no, this is
No, this is not
3
what I
results.
wanted,
But this is, I mean, look, king f1 comes as a cold shower, and
my-
that gives,
Plus 2.6?
until he gets used to the shock of this move, that gives Ding Liren a few minutes to actually think about the options for black to defend this, potentially find queen to e7 and prepare his response, because for the next 20 moves, almost 20 moves, 19 moves, that is, he's going to have to play fast, really, really fast. He will have to make his decision fast. And this is not a lost game by any stretch of the imagination for Richie Rapport under the current circumstances. And I'm placing the time situation in high regard right now.
Thank you for that. And this is their lifetime head-to-head score.
Not a lot of games again.
7 draws.
A lot of draws, 2 wins for Ding Liren, 1 for Richie. I don't really remember that.
They have a fair measure of one another, but we have some social media
Absolutely.
quizzes and questions. Thank you for joining the conversation. What do you got for us, Alejandro?
Well, let's take a look. And this one is from YouTube.
James Goyman?
Yeah. Calculating complex positions over the board like in the Hikaru game are mentally tiring. How do players cope with it? It's an excellent question.
Training.
Yeah, training, physical training specifically.
Also.
If you are a professional chess player, there is no two ways about it. You will be doing physical training as much as you don't like to do it.
Right.
Some people love doing it. Magnus loves doing it.
Right.
It helps him tremendously.
But you need the stamina.
But you need the stamina. It's absolutely mandatory to have the stamina during games. You train all calculating to get used to the fact that you're calculating for hours. But you also run. You also run, do sports. Everybody has their own little thing, but it really does come down to physical conditioning.
Yeah, exactly. For me, it was tennis. I actually really liked the game, and it was. It just seemed that wherever I went, there was a tennis court.
That's also true.
Yeah.
It also feels like that. We were playing at a lot of hotels and tournaments, and some of them have tennis courts.
Exactly, exactly.
Well, during our time actually with Fabiano and most of the camps, tennis was a big part of our schedule as well.
And I will give you an insight about that. I don't want to boost his ego too much, but Cristian went from being easily the worst tennis player.
That's not true.
Easily the worst. Easily the worst. To pretty arguably the best tennis player by the end of the World Championship match.
It's just hand-eye coordination with the racket.
Right.
Once he got that down, then he was stroking the ball.
It was pretty good, yeah.
Okay. My man, Cristian, over there.
Look, I have a theory. I get pretty decent very fast. After that, I just plateau in every single game.
And trust me, Fabio and I pretty decent will be a very strong word.
Low
But
decent.
Lanier is decent. Lanier
is good, actually. Lanier's pretty good.
very
good.
Yeah, his serve, he's very tall. His serve is really, really hard to return.
Hate that. Joshua, no, not Joshua.
Josh Friedel.
Josh Friedel.
Yeah, he's very good.
Very, very good at tennis as
Ray
well.
Robson.
Mark Esserman actually was on the Harvard tennis team.
Okay, that's serious.
That is very serious, yes.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Sorry, one quick. There was this wonderful tournament in Lone Pine, California. It was an open event.
Mm-hmm.
And it had a very strange schedule. It was like 5 games of play, 2 free days in a row, back to back, followed by 4 rounds of play. This was to accommodate Sammy Reshevsky's religious Sabbath. And during these 2 days of play, there was this wonderful gymnasium basketball court. And so you had all of these players, chess players playing basketball. And there was this one guy, and I forgot his name. It was very shameful. But he really looked like the perfect CPA. The glasses, the missing hairline, the whole thing. Nobody wanted to play him, choose him on the team. Finally, he was allowed to play, and he was a UCLA. He was a part of the UCLA basketball team. So the guy hits like 6 3-pointers in a row. And we were like, what the heck is this?
A ringer. A ringer, man.
Well,
wow.
From recent NBA players, I think that's very similar, the way you describe it, to Caruso. Caruso from the Bulls right now.
Yeah.
He used to play for LA, came from the G League. He wasn't really a touted prospect, and then he became like a really strong player right now.
Wow. Cool.
Guys, we have huge updates in the Hikaru game. The Hikaru game is very important because we're going into forcing line. He's actually traded rooks, Alireza has.
After the move rook f8,
yeah, takes, bishop d8 is currently on the board. I assume that if you give up the a5 pawn, you're dead. So you have to play a4.
I'm just trying to make a draw, right? We do understand that, right?
Black is making a draw. Yes.
Yeah, as black.
This is clear.
Okay, so
because I'm just so happy to get this blockade in.
So go a4 first.
Well,
no, but bishop d2 is.
I don't think you survive this.
Why would you give up a pawn?
I survived.
No, but you can go a4 and do the same thing.
Hold on. You can also go g5. I don't have to go.
You can go g5.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I can't set up.
I would never imagine this is a fortress.
But why do you want to get to this position when you can
I just-
save the pawn?
Yeah, save the pawn. You can
apologies.
still get to your setup, right?
Okay, I hope so.
King f7, king g6 is coming.
I'm not
king
stopping
g7.
that.
Okay, so what's Ali Riza's idea after a4 then? Pause. I'm hearing crickets over here, guys. Come on.
I don't know, Yasser. At some point, he's going to try to get his king to e4, right? So he has to go all the way to f3. Now, the question is, how do you get there? King to c2 is met by knight to e3. You cannot do that.
Well, not so clear to me. King c2, knight e3, king c2, knight e3, king c3. Yes, you pick up g4, but I can always defend my other pawn with bishop g5. And I start to wonder...
Yeah, I don't want to
let my king in, right?
I'm thinking the danger. Oops, excuse me. I'm thinking the danger for me is if I give up the queen side and I win the king side, that's more dangerous
than the
but you're not
the king side where I'm blockading.
No.
So I'm not going after this guy. I will go.
You just blockade, right? Yeah.
You go ahead and you bring your king if you like
and
to
you
the
do
e4 square.
your worst.
Yeah, exactly. Do your worst. And should I play b4 or c3?
I think I'm completely fine as black here.
So in that case, let's get the bishop to d2 first.
Okay.
How white?
So
that's fine. You can get all the way to king e2.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, you go bishop a5 and you go bishop d2.
But you can go all the way to king e2. I want to get the king to e2 first because the bishop feels like it's in the way of the king.
No.
Do you have the timing?
You have the timing because if you do it the other way around, I'm attacking the pawn on h6. You don't have the time to do that.
I have bishop g5.
So just a second. So you like king c2. I like king f7.
And bishop g5 here.
Bishop g5 here, Christian?
Sure.
All right.
I guess you can go bishop g5 next move too.
Any move.
Actually, you cannot. You cannot.
Why? Why?
And I go bishop to d2. And this feels
now, do you
really
want to put the pawn on e4? All right, let's put the pawn on e4 also.
Right?
e5 and e4.
I just feel like I'm so close to some kind of a fortress here. I mean, how is your king
making any progress? Right?
Ever going to disturb?
So now I go king h7, king g6. You do what you want.
Well, it's not that easy because when I do get my king to g4, you'll have to either move your knight or your king, right?
Or I go e3.
So just a second.
let's wait and see. All right, you got all the way to g4. This is the ideal situation.
Wow.
So e3, bishop e1.
Not at all. Incoming.
I thought I couldn't stop it.
I have got to say, by the way, Hikaru's endgame yesterday that he had against Timur and the determination and grit that he showed to win that, I thought he'd be exhausted. To suddenly have another super hard endgame the very next day.
I think after king g4, let's stay with that because it's quite instructive. King g4, I go b4.
Boy 4.
Now if you take, I go a3.
a3 or c3?
Or c3. I think
c3, I think. Huh?
Probably c3 is better, yes. Both of them, I think, win.
Well, I'm getting nervous here.
Exactly, yeah.
And this feels lost.
Yeah, I think I overdid it.
But that's why I didn't play c3. So let's go.
No, but c3, c2, I don't see any problems. I think you just go c2, you pick up my bishop with knight takes b4, knight d3. Yeah, I'm not making any progress.
b5?
No, b5.
No, but I think a3 just wins by force.
Sorry, Christian, that was your first intention.
Because this forces you to take.
Okay.
I accept.
And now I go e3.
Now you go e3.
Right. I don't think you're in time.
To do what?
Unless you can sacrifice the bishop.
Of course I'll sacrifice the bishop. but when I sacrifice the bishop, I think about winning. I'm not thinking about a draw. No, I think I go bishop e1 and I sacrifice
bishop
for
e1
c3.
and then sacrifice on c3. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, that's
right.
winning.
And then I have a bunch of pawns.
That's winning.
This is winning for white.
The worm turns.
Yes. I don't know what that means, but I assume.
And the sunny side of the torture is now on my side of the board. Wow, what an ending, guys. That is just great stuff. But I really got a feeling,
Why is Hikaru not moving? Do you see, guys? Do you see any move that's not A4? He's in the think tank.
No, but he only has 2 moves left, so that's okay for him.
So
A4 has to be played.
A4 has to be played, right?
I don't understand.
I actually paused because I was thinking if I could trade off the A5 pawn for the H6 pawn, I would be very, very happy. But the problem is I don't have the timing to do it. A4's only move.
Yep.
And
but save the pawn.
The bishop attacks the pawn. The pawn has to be defended. I mean,
that's the way chess works.
A4 finally played. I don't know why he didn't play a little bit faster, but he only has a couple of minutes. Luckily for him, only a couple of moves left. Just move 38. Yeah. He just has to make move 39 and 40.
Let's jump in quickly to the game of Fabi for just a moment, because this is a game that we thought...
Yeah, we left it a while ago, actually.
Wow, but Fabi did the one thing I didn't want him to do. I didn't want him to play c4 when b4 was the answer. I wanted to play b3, a3, c4. And look what he's done to his bishop. Why did he do that? Isn't Duda just much better?
Bishop h3.
Bishop h3 now.
Yes, right? I mean, I have to do something.
Okay. I didn't know what your bishop is actually doing on h3.
I was hoping I'd go g4.
You got a death wish?
A little bit, but on the other hand, I don't think you can...
Okay,
I don't think
got
you can,
knight c5 check.
I'll go king e3. I just don't see the issue.
What? Real?
Yeah.
Seriously? No, this kid. I got 2 connected
King
pass
f3.
pawns.
I have 2 boss pawns too. They're not connected, which is even better.
Just a second. You're cruising for a bruising, dude. My knight on F and on c5 is a monster. It's killing White's queenside majority. And if I get to play e4, it's lights out. If you take on g5...
You're on time, right? King
I'll
f7,
go
king g6.
Exactly.
Yeah, actually, yeah, this doesn't feel so easy. All right, so let's go back to the position, because he's played king d3, and we're looking at knight b7, right?
Absolutely.
So the other option would be, if it's not bishop h3, it's c5 directly, but I was worried that c5, you got not knight takes c5, allowing king c4, king d5, but then you just play the move knight king d5 right away.
Yes, exactly. You block
my entrance first.
Yeah, right. The problem is that if you go c6, like I can actually give you a check.
Yeah, you give me a check, and then I take on c6.
And then life is very, very good.
Very good.
But this is the worst setup
possible, right?
For Fabi's point of view, is you put a black knight on c5 and a black pawn on b4, and it's a 2-result game. I'm sorry, it's just a very, very
let me do this a little bit more clever.
Okay.
Bishop h3, I still think, has to be it. And then g4 as well. Check. And let me not go to e3. Let me go somewhere like e2, where it's not getting checked by
Edgar
f4.
2 or d2?
e2.
e2,
yeah.
Okay. So at some point, what are you going to do there? Okay, I need to put my knight... No, I don't need to put my knight there. Sorry, just a second. Jump in, Christian. I feel like I got a fish on the hook here, but help me out.
I agree. And to be honest, I don't like this bishop h3. I was preferring bishop d3, bishop c2, the passive defense.
See, this is where I thought the game becomes 3 results.
Why?
Because I take h5. Or h5 right away. I don't know.
Take h5.
Yeah.
So I get to stop your pawn.
So let's go king
you
f6,
get to go
right?
king e3.
I got to go king e3 next move.
King f6, king e3.
Yeah, king f6, king e3. If you go king e5, I'll go h6.
Actually, let's go king f6 first. King e3 and now king e5.
King g5 or king e5?
King e5.
King e5. Wow. Cool.
I don't want to allow you to go to d4.
But I was thinking, are you afraid of king d4, take c5? Like,
yeah. What do you mean?
Well, don't the pawns go marching in?
Marching where?
But don't I start with h6 first? Wait a second. Yeah, sir. Don't I start with h6 first?
You start. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. Of course you do.
Yeah.
So h6, f4, king d4, and now I think you're in some trouble.
No,
yeah, h6 first. Sorry, you're right. Absolutely right. Okay, I'm just.
No, but guys, let's still go to King E5 at that
Let
point,
me just
right?
update the current position in this game of Fabi's for just a moment.
Oh,
I'm just going to refresh.
that's the position. Knight
This is
B7.
Hikaru, and this is Fabi.
Let's go back to the Hikaru game. It's incredibly tactical.
Really?
Yes.
All right, let's do it. I'm just saying that I'm rather stunned that Fabi played that way.
Me too. Me too. I am stunned, and I think we finally will understand why Hikaru was thinking so long. A4, a G5 was played. King F7.
H6.
H7. H7.
And it's funny that you say it's incredibly tactical with only a couple of pieces, major and minor pieces on the board, right?
True.
But it's so complicated.
But somehow C3 seems to be forced.
Right.
Well, exactly. But now there's only White has a dream. All he wants to do is put his dark square bishop on this long diagonal. But for the moment, all the squares that the bishop can maneuver to, somehow it's not so easy for him to get there. Should I be playing for?
Why not? Bishop
So
H4.
what is
C3 was played. Was apparently the only move.
calculating? If I take on C3, what do you do?
You wanted to? Why are we rejecting bishop H4?
Oh,
I don't know yet.
We're not.
I mean, I have a dream. I just want to put my bishop on E5.
But now, don't I have knight F4?
What?
No, knight F4, bishop F6.
Knight F4, bishop F6.
Yes.
That's a problem.
That already loses.
And it's a girl.
Row. So I cannot move that knight. Well, that's a problem.
Correct.
Your
What are you
threat
thinking?
right now is bishop G3. I guess I have to go E5.
E5.
And knight F4 if you go bishop G3.
Wow.
And if I take on C3?
What a tactical smorgasbord.
Bishop, knight takes G6.
No. If I take on C3 before bishop G3.
Take on C3 before bishop
E5,
G3.
E5.
I'm sorry, what?
E-
E5?
E5, take on C3.
E5, take on C3. Thank you.
Take on C3.
Right, that's a check. King,
Knight D5. King
All
wherever
right.
you go, knight back.
knight back to D5.
D3.
Do I want to play bishop here? Oh, then you're going to go knight
Knight
F4.
F4. Yeah. Give
and
me.
then you go B4. Gotcha.
Yeah, give me King D3. What is the defense here?
King D3, king knight F.
Can I?
No, but here I take.
Okay, and I go A3.
Oh, you can also win. Forgot about that. No,
Wait,
but alright.
wait. No. But you're not winning this.
No,
No,
you're
not
not winning,
winning.
but you're
It's not what
threatening
you
to
wanted.
win. You're
It's not-
threatening to win, which means I'm forced to go back with my bishop.
No. But wait, this might be winning for white.
Is it?
Seriously?
Bishop G3? I don't know. I mean, I do have the B pawn.
You
That's
don't have
another
a
weapon.
B-pawn.
No, you played A3.
No, you played A3. If you take on before, I go King E4, and you don't have time to return.
I
So
got you.
bishop G3. How do you
So,
survive this?
How did you do it after
Bishop
A3?
G3 right now. Bishop
Bishop
G3.
Bishop G3. Bishop G3. Oh my. So then,
King somewhere. I'm not sure where. I think C2, but. And
Okay.
let's go B5. No, let's go.
B5, let's go, right?
I don't have time to catch your pawn. I don't need to catch your pawn.
but doesn't my knight?
That's just a draw.
Yeah,
might
my
be
knight
just-
will.
The knight gets back.
So B6, keep going.
Yeah, B6, knight E7, right?
You get to C6, I get that.
Yeah, it's a draw.
But is that enough? So let's
Yeah.
go King B3 right now.
Yeah, this is not even close, right?
Take on A3. King G6, King A4. King F5, King B5.
Yeah, and you
Ah,
put
you
the knight
have
on
King,
B8.
Knight B8 now. Last move.
Yeah, it should be sufficient, right?
Right, I've got my
Yeah.
king.
That's a
By the
one
way, I
tempo.
still have a pawn as well. I can
Yeah,
use
yeah.
that as a decoy.
Well, you need it, right?
Especially with my-
this really comes down to the wire.
Wow,
Guys!
you felt it was tense. Yes,
Guys!
please, Christian.
Breaking news.
Whoa.
Knight takes E2 was played in the Ding game, and Ding did not take on D8.
He has missed.
He did
queen
not take on
G5.
D8. Knight takes C1, Queen to G5.
Maybe they were
Miss
looking at queen takes
a
E4.
win. I'm trying to understand what, and I would assume that Queen takes E4 perhaps was the one that he was concerned about. But Bishop takes E2. Okay, you take. I hide. Where's your next check?
It's not enough, right? It's
I
not even close to
Don't
enough.
think
That's
so.
not-
So you cannot play this one because Queen to E4 perhaps is some sort of a perpetual. But king to d2, bishop to f4, king to c3. My goodness, what is happening here? You don't have time to take on c1 because your queen is hanging, first of all. So, no, but you don't have any checks. Queen h3 is going to be met by rook to d3. Queen to e4, I can always just go queen to d4. Actually, queen d4 is not. So perhaps queen to e4 is the move right now. Queen to d4 is met by bishop e5, and then you're in trouble. But still, he did not spend. How much time did he spend on this? He played it immediately.
Immediately.
Queen takes e2 was played automatically in like 40 seconds. Queen takes d8, and perhaps he just missed that move. Queen to g5 would have been blowing Rapport off the board.
Oh, wow.
Still up on exchange.
Still up on exchange, but it's not the same. This is not the same.
This is
No,
a huge
not at all.
opportunity.
I can put the bishop on d4, go e5, next move, cement the bishop on d4, and good luck winning that.
Yeah, no, we've spoken about how difficult it is to win a game at these candidates, and when you do have an opportunity like Richard had yesterday against Firouzja, and wow, like Ding had a moment ago. That hurts.
Did Rapport just play a6?
Is Rapport returning the favor? a6?
Why would you trade the bishops?
Excuse
me.
me.
Why would you trade the
A6?
bishops? You have to take on what?
Queen takes e4.
I completely.
But queen e4, queen
understand what's
e2.
happening right now.
It feels like black could just die right at this endgame.
I have one pawn.
You have one pawn, not
but
two
an anchored
pawns.
bishop maybe on d4. Can I anchor my bishop? Can I get to play queen f4, queen f5?
No,
and
queen f4, g3, right? I just don't let you get to d4, and you lose the b pawn.
It seems like this is actually pretty.
a6.
a6.
That is
No,
confounding.
but how is this endgame? The question is, right? Do you get your bishop? But even if you get your bishop to c5,
dead.
then I have rook to b5 and then a5.
Okay, guys, you don't have to calculate.
But then
very hard.
you don't win that though, Christian. Bishop and 3 pawns versus rook and 2 pawns.
How do you get there?
What are you talking about?
We're talking
How do you
about
get there?
a bishop coming to c5, and he was mentioning rook to b5 and a5.
But this is the problem.
Rook b5. What? You win the bishop, not the pawn.
You win the bishop. No, I don't want to lose my bishop.
This is the problem. Once you get the bishop,
No, you don't understand.
I want my bishop. Hey, keep me my bishop.
Oh man, he's completely lost right now. Bishop takes a6, queen takes a6. King on the board
you
immediately.
have to keep the queens on.
You have to take on e4, and queen to e2 has to keep. Black has to keep the queens on the board. Queen to f5. But then I take king g1 or g3. As
The thing is, I don't think you hold this endgame.
No.
Obviously, the dream of this particular position, what Christian has on his board, on a good day, I get to play bishop d4 and e5.
Yeah.
I figure I can hold
You can
that.
hold that. You just don't.
But how do I get
how
my
do you
bishop
get your bishop
to
to
d4?
d4?
Right.
Because your king is pretty weak. And the thing is, you remove the a pawn and the b pawn, and it's a draw. But
And the players are playing your variation, Christian.
yes, right into it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Queen to e4 is on the board. We expect queen to e2, but Ding is going to be thinking about his options. Does he have any other options? Maybe rook to e1? Yeah, rook to e1 is a move, but this allows the queen to stay connected to the pawn on a4. Maybe not that convincing. Also, perhaps bishop d6, bishop c5, creating this battery might be a problem.
Yeah.
Queen to e2 just sort of plays itself.
Right, because it forces the queen to a very passive square.
Exactly.
If you queen to f4,
It just helps me, right? It just helps me.
G3 is useful.
This actually helps.
It just helps me.
Yeah.
So you put it on f5, but I don't think you wanted your queen on f5.
No, it wasn't the dream.
So we exchange.
And I like slowly playing it out. King g1, g3, and
To result
the
game.
I don't think so.
I think it's one
result game.
Really? It's that?
I mean,
Wow.
I just don't think you keep the b pawn. If you kept the b pawn, kudos. If you get the bishop to d4,
Not
the
only
result
that,
game.
but if you leave the queen on the board, I will be able to somehow maneuver my pieces on the 7th rank. Rook d7, rook d7, queen d7, and then pressure you on the f7 square as well. You have too many weaknesses. The b6 weakness as well as potentially the f7 weakness.
Wow. Great stuff, guys. I want to turn our attention to another minor piece game, bishop versus knight. Fabi, I really have not liked how Fabi has played this ending. I don't know how bad it is. I know it's good for black. How bad is it? Or how good is it, in your opinion? Alejandro?
Well, the producer just yelled at my ear 0-0. I also felt it was closer to a draw than anything else. I didn't feel it was 0-0.
Wow.
But I
From
mean,
a practical perspective, it's not 0-0.
Actually, it is 0-0, right? You go f5, e4 as black, and you don't make progress. So how do you make progress as black?
Exactly. So at some point, I'm going to have to play the move a5, a4, force you to split your pawns.
Happily.
Create a weakness on a2,
and then
which isn't going to be. I want to play knight to c. Okay, come on.
So let's go e4.
f4.
Right?
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, you want to go
take
a4
that.
first?
You'll take that. All right, let's go. And by the way, for our folks watching, this is exactly what grandmasters do. They put down. My opinion is white's better. No, I'm better. And this is how we analyze. Knight takes a4. My dream. Gift me the pawn.
You have a lot of dreams, Yasser.
Never forget.
So if I go with
the American dream made America great.
Well said. All right, if I go something like king d3, just to put a move out there.
Whoa! No, I've got a weakness. How you're gonna go king d4 and c5, huh?
Yes, I'm actually kind of happy when you take. Kind of not happy also because my pawns are split.
Right.
On the other hand, you get access to the d4 square, and then we fight for 3 results. And
I hope not.
Maybe we do.
Maybe we do. Maybe we don't. I
king
hope
d4,
not.
D4.
Just a second.
Take c5.
I'm trying. I mean, this is going to be quite the race, right?
Yeah, but
I
feel
got
I'm
the
winning this
knight.
one.
But is it a race? Because
It's not a race.
I think
I'm
you have
just
to
winning.
take on c5 now. So if you
I
go
have
king
to take on
g3, I
c5?
think so, because your
you
knight
might be
is going to
losing.
get
Like, for
bounced
example,
around
king
by my
g3,
bishop
c6.
as well. So I go c6.
Knight b6, king c5.
So
Okay, but
c7.
c5, right?
c7, yes.
Yeah, sorry,
c7.
How are you not
c5.
lost? King c5?
Exactly, and my
Knight
knight
c8,
gets
bishop a6.
a6. It gets flushed out of the c8 defense. You actually don't give up on knight.
No.
If you gave up your knight, you'd be happy. But I just win the full queen. I force your knight out of the way.
Sorry, right here in this race is just simply bad.
I like how Christian went through that explanation that rook e1 was worse than queen e2, and then immediately played rook e1.
But I learned so much with that explanation. Right here, guys, let's go back. We go back to knight c5 check. I'm assuming you're going to go king e3?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not playing for a win. Let's be very clear.
Oh, no, of course not. No, black is the one playing for the win, but the question is, can he? Let's say I play f7, f6. Just, I have another dream now. Christian mentioned that I have lots of dreams. Could turn into nightmares.
That's your
but,
third dream for today, I think.
Okay, if I keep a pawn on e5, white's king will be...
All right, let's try to do some magic of our own.
Okay.
Bishop e2.
What would you like?
Bishop e2.
Bishop Edgar 2.
He's going to go f5 on you.
Well, at some point you have to, right?
No, black has to play f5 at some point, otherwise white goes f5 themselves.
Like, if you go king d6, I think f5 might be
You
okay
dirty
for
rat
me.
things. Okay, just a second. King f5. Let's have some fun. On a good day, I want to...
Who's having fun?
I don't know.
I think you're the only one that's having fun right now. As in black.
It's hard to believe that.
So bishop f3 or bishop
If
d1?
you just take on,
Actually,
if you
let's
take
go
on
bishop
e5,
d1.
what is the
I
evaluation of
don't
this?
know if I achieve so much.
As black, right?
As black.
Yeah.
I was hoping that somehow I would tether your king.
I have bishop f3. Your knight's actually...
No. Go g4 now. Go g4.
Go g4.
Why not?
Boy, every time you improve my pawn structure, I feel like I'm
making more and more
progress.
But it might not be the
want to
case.
exchange all of the pawns.
So I can get
fine.
my pawn to
You get your
f4.
pawn
I
to
can get
f4.
my
You
king.
get the dream.
Oh, come on, guys.
You get the dream right now.
I feel like Shaq Memidar. Come on.
Come on.
What are you guys talking? This is easy winning. Get out of here.
Okay, so bishop e2.
Bishop e2, f4 check.
Actually, no. Bishop.
No, I like bishop e2. It's fine.
King d2.
No, king f3 here.
King f. Okay, so first of all, if I go splashing over here, that's one idea, right? For me.
There's no way that wins.
But okay, I'm going to go for the more mundane, prosaic, however you call it.
All right, bishop d3.
Bishop to d3, knight here.
Bishop takes g6.
Bishop takes g6.
Good point for a winner for a loss.
I don't know.
c5.
c5.
It's c5 or h5. I'm not even sure.
You're playing for a loss suddenly. Okay. Tiredness has crept into your
It has been 6.5-hour days, twice in a row. Third round, we are in for a long tournament, but even we will need our breaks. And let's remember the schedule. We have 3 rounds of chess and then a rest day. And why? Because these games are grueling.
Yes.
Not just for the players, clearly for the commentators as well.
So we're going to take a break.
We're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be right back after a few minutes to keep up with all of the action. Plenty to play for here in round number 3. Don't miss a beat. Welcome back, everybody. We have breaking news during our break. We did have another result, as you see there, due to the standings. Richard Rapport and Ding Liren have added half a point each to their scores. They split the point, which has to be an absolutely miserable result for the Chinese player, clearly in a commanding position, clearly with the better endgame. And he allowed Richard Rapport simply to put that bishop on d4, which we said, you just can't do that.
And anchor it with e5, which is exactly what happened, and the game ended in a draw. This really hurts for Ding Liren because he came with that busting novelty of bishop g5 that got him such an advantageous position. So he uses one of his best novelties in the event, gets a winning position, lets it slip out of his grasp, and the Chinese player for 3 rounds is really floundering early.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday's game, he felt that he still managed to get an okay position against Duda. Wasn't the most convincing, but it was a draw, which is fine. But his result on round 1 against Nepo, absolutely terrible.
Right.
And even though a draw against Rapport is usually okay,
right, but
you're
not from that position of strength. Yeah. And, well, with that draw, opens up the opportunity for Fabi. How's Fabi doing?
Yeah, Fabi's actually down a pawn at the moment, but I'm not actually sure that he's worse at all. Somehow he's actually just gotten rid of his pawn on c4.
He just played c5. I saw that.
That pawn bothered him.
And the other breaking news, of course, is that when we went on our break, Ali Reza was having a very nice thing. And he still is.
And he still is. He's not going anywhere. He's been at the think tank for quite a while now. I want to say over 4 minutes.
Yeah,
that's a very long time.
Why is he in such a think tank? On our break, we were just saying, okay, I wanted to play the move bishop g5. Just let's see.
Yes.
The whole idea, what I want to do, of course, is I want to get my bishop on this diagonal. And I asked you during our break, did you want to take on b2? And I said, well, yeah. You said, yeah, I do. And I said, well, that does help me open up the diagonal. So if we, for example, put these moves on the board, you can see that I do want to play a bishop check, and I do want to bring my bishop back and around. For the moment, you have any bishop move, knight e7. And it just feels like, you know, Hikaru's holding on, but just like by a tempo.
That's all you need, though.
Okay.
What is your plan, though?
So at the moment, I'm facing the desirable bishop c1. So
okay.
Let's say you go king h8.
I've got to go king h8.
Yeah, and if I go bishop c1, this is where you...
I have time. You give me the time to play the knight to e7 because the knight on d5 is controlling f6. It keeps the bishop out.
Right.
When the bishop doesn't threaten to go to f6.
And coming to see, that was also why the pawn being on e5 is so crucial.
Yes.
Yeah, because when I do play them, if the pawn remains on e6, and for example, if you just drop back with the king, and I move my king, and then you drop back again with the king, if the pawn remains on e6, that gives me the tempo I need to reroute my bishop to the long diagonal. And that's all she wrote once I get bishop b2. So you do need to defend with the move e5. And intuitively, that's a move that you want to play anyway.
Yeah, you need to block this diagonal. Intuitively, if you get a bishop check from there, the game is over.
Right.
The thing is, I just don't see how white makes any progress. Unfortunately for white, if you get your king too far...
all the way up to, say, e4, you got to be a little careful that... you don't run into a b4, you get wrong-footed on the one side.
If you try to go bishop,
jump
king
in,
c2
Christian?
followed by bishop c1. I think this was your initial idea, right?
Yes.
King
go ahead.
c2.
Yeah. What?
King c2 followed by bishop c1, bishop b2. Like no, in that position, the one that you have on the board. So how
King
is
c2
and bishop c1?
And that was what we were saying is
right?
knight e7 is just in time. And you are hitting a g6.
And black is winning.
And if I go king d3, then you wait for me, or do you go b4 immediately?
I could wait.
Personally, I would want to get him b4.
But now king c4.
And if I take a3, we went through these lines.
Right.
Wait, what? No, I go king c4.
King c4?
Yeah.
What?
I mean,
well, this one is checkmate, actually.
I am giving you a checkmate.
Yeah.
Because I put my king up. No.
but it doesn't really matter.
All right, what about the pawn game? Like if you go king d3.
Okay, sorry. I apologize. Just a second.
Yeah, no.
We're
keep
here.
It going. King c2, king h8.
King c2,
King d3.
Yeah.
Now, knight f4.
Check.
You have to take.
I have to take because the pawn on g6 is hanging. Now, Roro, I'm your
King e4.
bridesmaid.
Okay, let's keep going. King e4.
What are we going for here?
And if I go king f5, you go f3.
I was just going to go king g7.
That's a problem. I'm one move away. But that's enough.
My turn, maiden? No.
Yeah, it's not your turn. Wow.
Wow. Okay. And somehow we managed to make it a 3-result game. Yeah, power to us. Okay, well, this is why.
That's why he's
Ali
spending
Reza
40 minutes on the clock. But guys, before we get into these endgames, because
Yes.
we will have a lot of time to analyze them, let's see what happened in the game between Dingley Ren and Richie Rapport, because we left it off here, and this was the critical moment, right? When he played this move, king to f1. Great move, the winning move in the position, especially if you see queen takes d8. But he also spent almost 20 minutes on king to f1. So he dropped from 35 minutes to 17 minutes, 18 minutes and a little bit more than that. Knight takes e2, and immediately he played queen takes e2. He did not even calculate that. I feel he was pressured by his clock situation right now, and he was just trying to make easy, fast decisions. That's why he played the move queen to e2, which is dropping a lot of its advantage. But then he was given another golden opportunity with the move a6. Take on a6, sure, we exchange this, queen to e4. This is where we left it off, went on a break, and I think rook to e1 was played, which was not a great move. And we were understanding after playing with the position a little bit that what needs to be done right now, what needs to be targeted for white, is the placement of the black queen. We have to get it on a passive square.
Right.
With the move queen to e2, this is exactly what would have happened, because once again, if you exchange, this endgame, unfortunately, is completely lost for black. You don't have enough squares on this diagonal to protect the pawn on b6. Once you put the bishop on c5, with the king either on c4 or on b5, I will play the move a5, and you will not be able to recapture on a5 because the bishop on c5 is going to be hanging. So that's a problem. You cannot go ever into this endgame. So after queen to e2, you have to go queen to f5, and after take, now once again, focusing on the passive position of the queen, I'm going to go king to g1, slow play. You don't have any threats. I'm going to be able to arrange my pieces in the optimal way and win the game. Now, he played rook to e1, queen to d4, queen to e2, bishop to f6, and now spent, by the way, at this point, he had 10 minutes and 38 seconds. Not a lot of time, especially when you have still 14 moves to go. And he played, after a 2-minute thing, dropping all the way to 8 minutes, h takes g6, which once again is a questionable decision. So the queen is active on d4 right now. This is a plus for black. But white still has a lot of weapons at his disposal. One of them being that I have this still on the board, the pawn on h5, and I have the option of potentially getting it to h6. Right. That's going to put a lot of pressure on the position of your king. So for example, what the best move would have been at this point is queen to e4, harassing black with his queen trade. We know that if you do take on e4 and take on h5, once again, the endgame is completely lost. You will not have enough squares on this diagonal to defend the pawn on b6. You will lose this, and if you lose the pawn on b6, you lose the game. So you have to keep the queens on the board. You have to go queen to c5. Once again, now becomes this move, queen to f3 on the board. And now we understand why I was saying that the pawn on h5 is a weapon, because h6 is a big threat right now. Right. If you wait, if you play just something like queen to a5, h6 wins on the spot. You're going to lose the bishop on f6. So if you give a check, king to g1, and take on h5, the problem is right now that the king becomes weak. And I have two targets to focus on, the pawn on b6 and your king. You will be unable to defend both of them, and you just want a pawn on h5, but pawn on h5 doesn't matter. It's actually a liability, the fact that you had to take and open up the g file. Unfortunately, he did not do this, and after exchanging these pawns, the position for a black's king is too safe, and I will be able to reroute the bishop to d4, supported with e5. This is exactly what we got into the game, and that forces the exchange sacrifice on d4, which is just going to lead to a draw, and this is what you guys have been discussing. Queen to g4, by the way. Don't take on d4. Boom, queen to h1, shocker, cold shower, resign, go back probably to China actually at this point. I mean, you just lost two games with the white pieces, you're probably gonna go home. He did not do that. Queen to g4, of course he did not do that. e5, rook takes d4, and by the way, this is move 37, and he was dropping down to his last minute, 58 seconds at this point, no increment. He had to make a decision. He made the practical decision, take on d4. You understand that once you allow the bishop on d4, well, it's probably going to be a draw, and this is the result that we have. This is a disappointment for Ding Liren right now, who had his first victory in his hands, and it just evaporated.
You said disappointment, and there are degrees of disappointment. I would have been very forlorn that I have lost. I used a beautiful novelty. I caught a big fish, if you will, and I didn't secure a victory.
This was
Alejandro,
this was his moment, right? This was his comeback moment. He had such a winning position, objectively.
Right.
He had a position that he knew. He played this variation with black and white. He knew his opponent went wrong.
Yeah.
And then he just failed to calculate properly. Yeah. I mean, yeah, he failed to really understand how good his endgame was, or his technique in the endgame was pretty bad. But he also could have calculated out queen takes d8.
And queen g5.
And queen g5 as a winning line.
Not a difficult move for him to find. I've seen him find even
much more difficult.
Variations. This game, with the fact that that Richard was able to put his bishop on d4, anchor it with the move e5. Again, reminds me of the story of Garry Kasparov. He plays in the Spartakiad Olympiad in the Soviet Union. He adjourns and positions as an exchange down for a bishop and pawn. He calls his mentor, Michael Bodvinnik. I'm adjourned. I have a pawn for the exchange, and he hasn't given the position yet to Bodvinnik. And Bodvinnik says, "Is your bishop anchored?" He says, "No." He says, "Gary, you're lost."
Yeah.
And it was that simple. And here you see the power of the anchored bishop by Richard. Once he got bishop d4 and e5, all of his troubles was behind him. And I must say, for Richard, 3 draws, but really eventful draws. I mean,
it could be a 1 out of 3, it could be 0 out of 3, it could be...
I mean, it's amazing what he could be at. I mean, he could be tied for the lead had he beaten Firouzja yesterday as well. Whew. And what do we got now with the Hikaru game? We did see,
still
by
thinking.
the way...
Absolutely nothing.
No.
It's an hour in.
Yeah.
No.
That's like an hour thing?
53 minutes, actually.
Wow.
53 minutes is the thing.
Oh my goodness. I thought, okay, and the moves I had were the moves that we were making and fiddling with. So after the move c3, wow. Excuse me. In Bucharest.
Yes.
Ali Reza was spending a lot of clock.
He was.
For an 18-year-old now, 19-year-old, one of the things that I've always thought that separate the extraordinary generations of geniuses was speed. I mean, Vichy was on a planet of his own. Karpov was a very, very, very fast player. He slowed down considerably as he got older. I'm not used to seeing juniors using all of their clock.
Yeah, he's known as a fast player. I know, obviously, he has a lot of experience in Rapid Blood. As we see our schedule, 3 rounds and a rest day. Just to remind you, tomorrow is a rest day. Tomorrow, Monday, June 20th, we will have no round for you. We need the rest. The players need the rest. Yeah, these are long. These are long games, and as we're talking about a 53-minute thing, it is the longest think of the day, but it's not even by much, because Hikaru himself thought for 40-some minutes in today's game as well.
Exactly.
Actually, Hikaru's only had 10 minutes on the clock. But as you're saying, yeah, the youth is usually known for their speed.
Right.
And I think it shows Alireza's maturity as a player, that he slows down in positions that he thinks are critical.
Right.
And sometimes he finds the correct solutions, and of course his chess is still very young. He still needs a lot of details here and there on how to improve, especially in endgames. But I like that he's taking this time. I like that he is already focusing on how to find the best move in this long time control instead of relying completely on instinct.
Exactly. There we see earlier footage.
Yeah, this was from this
Bucharest,
Superbet Chess Classic, in which Alireza, he finished in a 50% score.
His games were interesting. The results weren't that good.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah.
He ended up losing to his countryman, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, and
a crucial game.
A crucial game, and his only win, I believe, came against Dominguez.
And that was a nice
He did win against Dominguez, but I thought he lost another game outside of the one against MVL. I think he finished on -1, didn't he?
Wow. Well, you're right, Christian. He did finish on -1. He lost to someone else. Who did he lose to?
Not Dion.
Not Fabiano. Jan, maybe, perhaps?
Yes, first round, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Alireza was white. He played a bishop's opening.
Right.
Some absolute craziness in the middle game, and Jan took it. Yeah, absolutely right.
Jan.
Nice.
Yeah, he was winning.
He was winning. Yeah, Firouzja was winning that game.
Wild game, and then Jan Nepo just turned it around and won that game. Started off slowly. He wasn't in his usual shape, and bounced back with an important victory against Lanier, and everybody was expecting that he's going to continue his ascent, but he did not. He lost against MVL, actually, with the white pieces as well. So he lost 2 games with the white pieces in that tournament.
Wow. Yeah.
And we know that Magnus has said it publicly quite a few times that he wants a new challenge, a challenge from this up-and-coming generation. Yeah. Probably he was referring to Alireza. What do you guys think? Do you guys think Magnus is going to defend his title if somebody else outside of Alireza wins the candidates?
Okay, all I can say is what Magnus has been saying. I mean, he doesn't play games. He really speaks very openly and truthfully about his plans, and he has had critics, let's say in the last round game in London against Fabiano. He offered a draw in a position we kind of felt that Fabiano as white was in trouble. But his attitude was, I have a much better chance of retaining my title in a tiebreak than I do in this classical game. I'm going to go to a tiebreak, and he did, and he was successful. And throughout his whole career, even when he was signing the contract for Chennai in 2013, here in St. Louis, he really had issues. He felt it was unfair that he'd have to go to Vichy's hometown. He's the rookie. It's his first maiden voyage into the World Championship and play Vichy at home. We're like, is that right? And let's take a look at Magnus through the candidates. Of course, he won in 2013 by losing the final game, Alejandro.
Absolutely. The spectacular game, or round, I would say, famously Peter Spidler beat Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces, actually.
Right.
But Kravnik also fell to the sword of Ivanchuk, who had an atrocious tournament.
And played literally the game of his life.
Right? Just destroyed Kravnik. And
then after losing the title in Chennai, we all thought, well, Vichy, thank you for all your golden years. You've done really, really well. Nice. It was nice knowing you. No, he comes back and decisively wins the 2014 candidates, but unfortunately for Vichy fans, he lost yet again in a World Championship.
That one in Sochi. And in 2016, we were at that tournament.
The last round
with
he
Sergei.
Gave a rook to Fabi, and it was
brilliant. It was a brilliant win by Sergei Karyakin. He really was a great participant in that candidates. He started slowly, and then he bounced back. That beautiful win against Fabi really cemented what was a good tournament.
Yes, it was.
And of course, remember that Fabi and Sergei went into the last round equal amount of points, but back then, unlike this tournament, the tournament had a mathematical tiebreak, which was favoring Sergei at that point.
So Fabi knew he couldn't tie.
Yeah.
And he had an amazing year. He barely lost to Magnus in the World Championship.
Exactly.
Barely, right?
In the New York World Championship match, it was all tied up. And once again, a tiebreak win for Magnus. Then 2018.
Yeah, 2018.
And
Fabi just shines, and what a great start he had in that tournament, beating Wesley in the first round. And
in Berlin.
In Berlin, yes, and in the third round, beating Kramnik with the black pieces from a lost position. It was an incredible year for him as well. And that, of course, that match also went all the way to tiebreaks, as you were mentioning. Yes, sir. And of course, the next one is the winner of the 2020-2021 Candidates Tournament, the one that was postponed for a full year. Nepomniachtchi really head and shoulders above of the crowd to the point that he won this event. Full round to spare.
Indeed, he lost his last round game against Ding Liren, but it wasn't enough as he won and challenged Magnus. He made it a match. It was a match of two halves. The first half was very, very, very competitive. The second half, it was Magnus all by himself.
Yeah, this didn't feel like anybody sat in front of him as Magnus just steamrolled Nepo over and over again.
But the question that was asked to us is, who would be Magnus's toughest opponent? I'm tempted to say Fabi, but go for it.
I would say that Fabi is definitely up there. From the 8 we have here, I know he's having a bad tournament, and he does seem to be sharing Levon's curse on the candidates. But Ding Liren has been touted as one of the top players to fight against Magnus for many reasons. First of all, a different style of chess, incredibly solid, incredible preparation. He has a federation that is going to be supporting him absolutely and completely.
Totally,
anything that you need, he will be given.
Right.
And he just had he has the experience. He has been number 2/3 in the world.
He has played in the candidates before.
He's played the candidates before. It's hard to come up with somebody that is not Ding Liren. I mean, the guy's 2,800, and he has. It's not like he just got 2,800.
No,
he's been 2,800 for a while.
He's been there, and you said something that was really important in that whole comment. The Chinese Chess Federation is backing him with everything they've got. You've heard from Richard Rapport saying, yeah, you know, like my Hungarian Chess Federation, they don't even know I exist. You know, very, very different sponsorship.
And we have a question from our audience.
Oh, thanks for joining the chat. Why does the current champion not have to compete? Wow, I couldn't say it any better than myself. No other sport does this. Rafa doesn't have to play. Good point. No, seriously. Thank you for the question. There are other sports, of course. Boxing. Boxing is the one that we always come up against. The champion is waiting for a challenger, whether you're in the heavyweights or whatever. So, but, right, and that is one of the complaints that Magnus has. You organize these marvelous tournaments, as candidates in Madrid, and the world champion doesn't play. So here's the organizer putting incredible sponsorship, incredible heart and soul, if you will, into the event. And then the champion, Magnus, is just waiting 2 years for this cycle to be completed. And in fact, Magnus has played in the World Cup, this 128-player knockout event, because he likes the event. He thinks it's really wonderful, even though it's a qualification event for finding a challenger.
Which itself has some,
issues, right?
It has some issues because we actually had to determine who was third in the World Cup.
So we have to, forgive me, it's a bit of a lengthy explanation, but we really have to go back to about 1948. Alekhine has passed away with the World Championship match, with the World Championship title. FIDE takes over the running of the World Championship title, and they do this 1948 quadruple round robin, which Michael Botvinnik wins. Then the FIDE cycle was really set up, in my opinion, as a cycle that favored the Soviet players. This is the way that the Soviet Union dominated chess, by dominating the FIDE cycle, and this idea that the world champion, whether it be Botvinnik or whether it be Tal or whether it be Petrosian, is waiting for his challenger. And Bobby Fischer, yeah, please.
Sorry to interrupt you. Quick update. Fabiano Caruana has drawn his game against
it's over.
That game is over.
Wow.
Continue.
So I'm just going to say the history of the World Chess Championship has been one that's favored the reigning world champion, and the history goes back many, many decades.
There's no, for me, there's no other way to put it. It's just an archaic system that we've had trouble booting.
Getting rid of.
Getting rid of, because it's such a fun system when you think about it for spectators, and it's a really good system for FIDE because you get to organize the candidates and everybody wants to watch the candidates. When you think about it,
they get to organize a world championship, everybody wants to watch the world championship
and that's great.
match.
And we've had it for so long that it feels like part of us. What is our golden event?
World Championship. It's the crown jewel.
It's our crown jewel.
Yeah.
And getting rid of it would mean changing the format entirely. Now, why doesn't the champion start from ground zero? That's a different question. And I think that one comes back to just what you said. I mean, I think that if they stripped this right of the world champion to, yeah, exactly, the world champion to defend.
Yeah.
Right? If they just stripped him of that right and they said the top 2 of the candidates go and play the match.
Yeah.
I don't think that much changes.
I think it would be a great system. I think it would actually be a big improvement. I
don't like it?
Hard disagree with you guys. It loses its whole prestige. The World Championship match loses its whole prestige.
Why would it lose
Because
its prestige?
the champion is the champion. You have to prove yourself that you are a worthy challenger, and you go through all these trials and tribulations to get to the champion. It happens in boxing. Tennis is not really a great example because you don't have a tennis world championship, at least not to my knowledge, right? You just have
at the end of the Grand Slam, right? The
Grand Slams, yes,
finals.
of course, but you have a lot of them.
No. There's the final. There's a tournament called the Finals of the Grand Slam. I mean,
exactly.
You have to qualify to it.
Like,
okay, so that's the World Championship. You see, I'm not that knowledgeable about tennis in that regard. But still, I don't like it. I like the similarity with boxing. The champion in boxing waits for a challenger, and only when they see a fit challenger, that's when they will accept the challenge. And maybe we can change that. So, for example, you have Magnus Carlsen as the world champion, and then he sees Firouzja surging through the rankings, and then we set up a match between him and Firouzja.
But that, I don't. First of all, I hate that
I'm going
system.
to choose the challenger as the world champion.
I hate that system because you start choosing people. And with the moment you start choosing anybody, I mean, this is just prone to corruption. It's prone to so many other things.
But you also choose it based on popularity and based on what people want to see.
But,
okay, here, check this one out. So Bobby Fischer forfeits his world championship title in 1975, and he says, I want a system where the first guy who wins 10 games draws don't count. Well, all the players would go into a mental hospital. I mean, you know, like a 30 game, 60 game match. No, that's not going to work. But I always thought what was a really simple, I don't have any problems with this system, was you play all of these tournaments, the Grand Chess Tour, all of these wonderful things. And at the end of the year, number 1 plays number 2 a match. And it's that simple. And if the world champion of the previous year, he falls down on the ranking list and he's not number 2, well, that's sport.
I don't disagree.
It's a simple system.
Yeah, it is a simple system. For us specifically, I don't like the comparison to boxing because I'm not incredibly familiar with the boxing world, but I know that there isn't like a qualification cycle, whereas we have a grueling cycle. It's not a small cycle. I mean,
yes, we do.
You guys watching us, you're in the candidates, but this cycle started about a year and 3 months ago in a cycle that even I participated in, where you play a qualifier to your Continental. And from the Continental, you qualify to the World Cup. And from the World Cup, you qualify. It's not an easy process.
And that's why the World Championship is such a prestigious title. Once you get it, you get to rest a little bit. You went through this whole cycle. Now you get to rest. It matters, right? First of all, we do have World Championships that reset. We have the Rapid World Championship that resets every single year. And we have the Blitz World Championships that reset every year, and we get new world champions. It's not as prestigious as the classical World Championship, and I want to keep that tradition alive.
But I would argue that in that particular case, Christian, and I know the point you're making absolutely, is the Blitz and the Rapid are both a Swiss tournament. And it's over rather quickly. It's 5 days, in fact, for both of those world championships. And so it loses a lot of its prestige by the fact that it's such a short period. Now, if you were to take that Blitz event and turn it into a 5-day event, that would feature 6-game matches,
Sure.
where MVL and Hikaru and Magnus would be playing 12-game matches in a single day.
And then do you have candidates for the Blitz as well?
I don't know. But I'm
Like,
just
how do you
saying,
choose the
think
players
about
that
the
are going to play
format
there?
as a way of making it more of a prestigious event. But I do say this, that once again, Magnus has complained, and he's been very, very vocal that he wants the system to become much more modern, and he doesn't, well, he's getting tired of these World Championship matches that simply exhaust him, and he's looking for something else. I would not be surprised if Fabi, if Nepo were to win this particular event, and Magnus says, I'll see you guys at the Blitz.
Yep, see you there. It might happen.
Right?
It really might happen, especially with those two players.
We talked about that. What would happen? It would be the top two of these players who would play a match. And for those of you who are just joining us, we have one game remaining, as this looks to be the first day that we have all 4 draws.
Yep, so far it looks impossible for Alerza to make any progress. We do have a couple of moves.
And a draw has been agreed, actually.
Oh, no, not yet.
Oh, sorry.
We have a couple of moves in the Alerza against Hikaru game, so we might as well update the board.
Please.
It is more or less along the lines of what we expected, not exactly, but more or less along the lines. He took on c3, did Alerza.
I'm sorry, it was the game, it was Duda's game that was...
Duda finished, yes.
Duda finished, I apologize. And that was a draw. 3 draws in the books. Please,
yeah,
Alejandro.
and this is the current position after the move b takes c3, knight takes c3, king c2, knight d5, and Alerza going again on another long think, trying to somehow maneuver his bishop to a check.
Now down to a half an hour difference?
34 minutes, yeah.
Wow, okay.
It doesn't obviously matter too much because Black is not winning.
Yeah, Black wants to play e5. Black doesn't mind playing b4 as well. But essentially, it's all about getting this bishop on the long diagonal, and it doesn't seem like White has a convenient way of doing that. If he goes in the very direct fashion of bishop h4, e5, bishop to g3, the move knight f4 is actually turning the tables to quite a degree. We're threatening to take on g6. This is actually a losing king and pawn endgame for White, as b4 will give Black the win. So he's having troubles getting finding a path to the long diagonal.
And the reason that he's having trouble is because it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. Boy, talk about beating your head against a wall, because he achieved so much. Yeah. I mean, if you think about the opening and what he was trying to achieve from the opening, this is his, like, the zenith that he could possibly. I can't imagine White getting any more than this position out of the opening. And it's not enough.
It's not enough. It's just like, you have to say kudos to Hikaru. What a great defense. An absolutely masterful defense in this game. This is Hikaru to speak. He gets in trouble from the opening. Not exactly in trouble, but you know, he feels under pressure because his opponent out-prepared him, has better ideas, deeper ideas. But he sits down, thinks forever, calculates his way out of trouble. And through a little bit of magic, because they require quite a bit of magic, this somehow is a draw.
Yeah. Tenacity.
Tenacity, exactly.
Wow. Wow. And again, let's just recap, because I didn't see when they did make the draw, and that was between Duda and Fabi. I actually thought Fabi played this very poorly. I thought he got into an ending that was going to be difficult for him. And
not really, huh?
It turned out that right around these parts is when I thought things were looking bleak. But this was another one of those, I think, I mean, how many people play the move c5?
I like c5 a lot, actually.
It's
a great move.
c5.
c5 is a great move.
I mean, you just give away a pawn in order to activate your pieces. You stop knight a3.
It's very
knight
clean.
c3, knight a2, because you've got bishop c4, check. Very clean. That's a nice way of putting it. But you sacrifice the pawn for activity, and another pawn. The bishop e2, and look at this.
It's a lot of patience from Fabi to get to this position, right?
Exactly.
He took the last pawn that he took was b4, which is kind of funny. When you look at the position after move king c4 and you told me the last pawn that gets off the board
Is the B4?
is the b4 pawn, you'd be like,
I'm going to take
H5, F7, and F5.
Before I take B4. Nah, that's pretty funny. Actually, a very, very hard-fought game. And again, another player, Duda, he's going to go into the break thinking I've got 3 draws, but opportunities slipping
Yeah, especially
away.
in the first game. When you think about where can Duda score, that first game against Richard was...
Wow. Yeah, where
he
he
was such
played
a crushing
C5.
position, yeah.
You really expected him to bring that point home. He slipped away.
On the other hand, with 50%, Richard himself must be thinking, well, I'm very lucky to have 50%, even though technically he was winning against Alireza yesterday.
Yes.
The other 2 games, he was lost.
Very, very shaky indeed, yes. And again, we've got 1 game remaining. The number 2 seed, am I right? Alireza, the number 2 seed?
Yes.
And do we have opening moves today, Yasser? Is that something?
Did
that
we
we're
do
gonna
opening
Probably
moves?
No opening moves today.
We made fun of Tom. Tom's feeling out of sorts.
They got hurt.
Yeah, his feelings get hurt easily.
Easily, right?
Easily.
Very brittle.
Oh, we have one.
I think we do have one opening.
A challenge to ourselves. Can you name this opening? Oh, not can you name the opening. Can you make the opening moves from the name of the opening? And what
I'll try. Although I always felt this naming of openings was a very it was a very Western thing.
Totally. Well, wait a minute.
That's a simple one.
Queen's Gambit accepted. It could not get any harder than this.
Queen's Gambit accepted. Oh my gosh. So Queen's Gambit accepted is easy. So we make the opening move, the queen pawn move. The pawn in front of the queen advances. Black does the same. Then in order to get rid of this pawn, or at least to attack it, we play c4, what is known as the Queen's Gambit. And then black chooses not to defend his pawn with e7, e6, or c7, c6, but instead captures this pawn on c4, and therefore this opening is known as the Queen's Gambit accepted. And one I played a lot.
Really?
Thank you.
It's actually become very popular. To speak a little bit more in depth of the opening, it's something that has surged. It has had an amazing revival in the last year, just a year. I don't even say 2 years, where some theories come out, some new ideas have come out for black, specifically in the e4, b5 variations, and Lenier Dominguez, even Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, a traditional Grunfeld player, has started taking up the Queen's Gambit accepted as their way of equalizing with black. And right now, it is quite successful, I have to say.
No question about it. And it's nice to see. It was actually a defense I liked a lot. Queen's Gambit accepted my opponents. I remember Gary having a very, very difficult time trying to wrong foot me in a Queen's Gambit accepted. He did it so badly that he was worse after like 12 moves with the white pieces. This was pretty funny. The Queen's Gambit accepted. That is d4, d5, c4, d takes c4. Back to Hikaru for just a moment, because again, Alireza is burning a lot of clock. Cristian, are there any traps that he could be trying to set?
Let's find them, guys, because I'm not going to be able to find anything with the engine. The engine is going to say 0, 0, 0.
Well, he's made a move.
For the
Bishop
rest of the
g5.
Game. Bishop g5 is what we've been looking at for the last 1 hour, I think. I'm not exaggerating, by the way.
That's right.
It's not an exaggeration.
There's
only one logical move for black here.
Right, and that is
e5.
e5. You don't play e5, I think you resign.
Right. Okay. So
And he played it immediately.
I mean,
yeah. Okay, so what if I just wait? I just wait. Your turn. So the idea is you can't move the knight. My goodness, you move the knight, that's resigns on the spot.
So now I have a couple of options. King h8 or b4, right?
I don't think you have a couple of options. I think you have to play king h8.
Yeah, b4 actually you take, and then I cannot take back because of bishop f6. Okay,
right.
king h8.
King h8.
You wait, I wait.
You want to triangulate?
Yes, that's exactly right. I was going to triangulate.
Go king c1,
check
king
this
c2.
out, guys. Isn't this like, aren't I like a genius? I triangulate.
Does that help you at all?
I
King
know,
h8?
and I get the same position, but now it's my turn to play.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And by the way, when you get your king to c2, I might start thinking about b4.
Because you will be able, in that case, to be capture back.
Take it back with a check.
With a check. Yeah, the desirable bishop c1 keeps running into either knight e7 or a knight f4, and I'm not a happy camper. I don't see it. Christian, are there traps?
So king to c2, let's triangulate your wave. King c1, king g7, king c2. Now, does b4 actually work, or do I have to go king to h8?
I think you have to go king h8.
Well, first of all, I'd love for you to refute king to h8.
And by the way, king to d2 is on the board right now.
Okay.
So king to d2, we expect king to h8 immediately, which came on the board. Right now, Hikaru sees it, and he just blitzes out his moves.
King h8. Okay. So again, I would love to chase this knight away. If I could get this knight out of dodge, I will be able to play bishop f6 and mate you. So
try it out. Knight to f4. So now, once you get the knight to d3, I go knight f4.
Once my king steps on this landmine, d3, you get to play. Okay, so in that case, if I go king e2,
let's discuss that, right?
Okay.
Is that exactly the same position that we have previously?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean,
So
you're technically down a tempo because you haven't gotten in b4, but it doesn't matter for the races of the f pawn.
Exactly. Right. So you take on f4, take on f4, king to e4,
and then you go b4.
b4, and now if I start by taking on f4, I'm just simply not in time. So take on f4, take on a3, king g5, a2, or king g7. You have king g7, but you can also go a2, because after king h6, a1, you actually control g7.
No, that's just winning. So no, I don't think any of the pawn games are, they're not even draws. Right? And you make a bishop, yes. Correct. Well done. Well done.
You're being
showing,
cute,
it's style.
You're styling.
Showing culture.
You're styling, yes.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so I don't step onto the d3 square, Christian. So I'm going to go king e1. Very clever. I'm gonna roll my king up f2, f3, e4 byway. I am assuming a3 is. Pardon me, b4 is your ID.
Let's go a3. Yes.
Do you want to play b4?
b4 and a3.
Well, then in this case, finally, my bishop actually has a decent job.
And I can take on b4.
Just knight f4, knight f4.
Whoa, how fast or not is it?
It's fast enough. We've already calculated this.
Are you fast enough?
I think we have.
Yeah, knight takes g6. You go back to.
But you don't, because I take on a3. You don't go back anywhere. Your knight is dominated.
Oh, my knight is dominated in this particular version. Yeah, I don't get back. Wait, how did we get here?
I think we should have thrown in a.
No, but you don't have to go knight f4. You can take on b4 because bishop a3 is met with knight c2.
Well.
Wow.
So you can do this first if you go to e1.
Well, how are you avoiding getting checkmated here?
It's amazing.
Knight d5 back, and then I get knight f4. You can take on a3, that's fine, but you're not in time.
Disgusting.
I get knight f4.
This is totally disgusting.
This is like a study.
This is really bad.
Knight d5. Still knight d5.
Yeah, just go knight d5 then.
No. This might be losing, actually.
Yeah,
because I go bishop b2.
Right.
Now nothing stops knight f4.
Chess is hard.
Chess is very hard.
My brain hurts. And that is why we thought that Hikaru is actually drawing this most difficult of endings by a tempo at each and every crucial moment.
Incredible that this is a draw, but Hikaru calculating it accurately, and he's confident. He blitzes out his moves when he knows that he has done the work. The work is done. He's done the calculation. He's not worried about the position on the board anymore.
And by the way, is this their first encounter?
Yes, first encounter in classical chess.
Wow.
I actually think it's their first encounter over the board.
No. They played in Rapid World Championships and Blitz World Championships.
Okay.
I've seen Firouzja beat Hikaru in, I think it was the Blitz World Championship, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow, beat Hikaru in Blitz. Just stop and think about that.
That's pretty hard, yeah.
People don't do that routinely, I can tell you. Again, getting in the heads of the players, I think if Hikaru draws this game, he goes back to his room with the rest day feeling incredibly good about his result.
Oh, yeah.
He starts with a loss. He comes back with a beautiful grind.
Beautiful grind. And this one in particular is a beautiful defense. It's a really, really beautiful defense. I mean, getting surprised from the opening, doing so much work over the board, really putting it all out there, and finding a narrow path towards drawing this game. And that has to feel great.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And going, even though it's only a 50% score, it's not like we're jumping up and down.
Again,
it's a very good 50%
Yeah, it's a good 50%. Again, there's 50% for Hikaru, the way that he got there, and there's 50% for Richard.
Right.
Different 50%.
Exactly. And there we have our current standings with this one game remaining. As soon as Hikaru makes a draw, then these two players, Firouzja and Hikaru, if they split the point, they will join Jan and Richard. And I mean, it's amazing. It feels like it's been a long event already, but it's only 3 rounds, and we have 11 more rounds to go.
That's a full tournament.
Yeah. I'm gonna call in the next day.
We're getting a Nespresso machine soon.
Yeah, exactly. You got to invest in some serious coffee making.
Yes, absolutely. So what do we have? We have Alireza down to how many minutes at the moment?
I'm seeing 30.
And this was actually their game in Rapid.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there you go.
This is the game in Rapid we had. It was not Blitz, it was Rapid. This was the moment that Alireza made his last move. This is from the World Championship match, from the World Championship Rapid in Poland, Warsaw, this past December.
Oh, that's right.
Quite an interesting moment. Right?
I forgot that Hikaru played the
kudos
Rapid.
to Chess-Based India.
Where Hikaru caught COVID.
Yeah, he played the Rapid, but either he didn't finish it or he didn't play the Blitz. I forgot.
Yeah, because he caught COVID and he was quarantined for like 2 weeks, and you can't do anything.
Forever.
It was terrible. Yeah. Poor guy was suffering.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. Well,
and some questions from the social. Thank you for joining the chat.
Thank you for joining us. Yeah, we definitely appreciate it, especially when we have Alireza thinking for an hour. From Twitter user.
The Scrabble World Championship is an open event every year.
I like to see it move to something more like chess. Seems like much bigger opportunity to promote the spectacle casual fans. I disagree strongly with this sentiment. The open systems,
like an open Swiss.
First of all, they're a little bit of a lottery. They really do feel like a little bit of a lottery. Kind of by definition, Swiss tournaments need to have one more white than black. You already are favoring
9 rounds, 11 rounds, whatever it is.
And the reason it's an even number is that if you get a 10-round Swiss, inevitably somebody will, instead of have 5 and 5, will actually have 2 extra whites. So it's an even worse bias towards them.
Right.
And the other thing is that the World Championship for us is not an open. It's an invitation of the best possible chess.
The creme de la creme, playing each other every day. I played, so when I was coming up, there was really actually 2 events, and they weren't that great. They were the U.S. Championships and the U.S. Open. And those were the 2 of the most prestigious events. They were run by the United States Chess Federation. And the difference, or the quality of play between the 2 tournaments was night and day.
Yes.
Because the U.S. Open had 500, 600, 700 players. It doesn't matter how many players. And Walter Brown might win the U.S. Open by playing 2 very strong players.
Yeah.
Versus a U.S. Championship where he's playing strong players every
round. Yeah, I actually won the U.S. Open, and the year that I won it, I started with 6 out of 6. So you can imagine.
Yes, exactly.
You can imagine the type of tournament that is. Completely different scenario.
Right, and you need to score.
I won it by
an Open.
I won it by half a point
with your 6 out of 6 start.
Well, by the way, guys, I think the tweet was actually saying that they want to change it towards what chess has. From the open version towards what chess has in terms of matches, because it's more friendly.
Let's do it again.
For marketing
purposes.
Let's
see if we can read. I'd love to see it move to something more like chess.
Reading comprehension.
I had this happen to me the other day. It was really sad. So Fabi texts me, and he says, my party would like to join yourself and
Yes.
I was
and
part of that
was
party.
We were all there.
You just
I
didn't
thought he
want
was
us there.
inviting
You just
me to
didn't want
his
us
home
there.
to have a party.
Don't lie to us,
I
Yasser.
misread.
First of all, there's a lot of lies. There were a lot of
lie to
lies
us.
in a very short amount of time. First of all, you don't text.
No,
This does not exist.
it was an email.
It was an email.
We emailed you.
We emailed
Yasser.
you.
We went
Right?
through the right
Yeah.
channels.
So, but he starts with my party
you
would
avoided
like
us.
to, and I'm thinking he's having a party and we'd like to invite you. Oh, thank you very much. No, Fabi, I'm tired. You guys were all coming to crash.
Exactly.
The party was at your place.
Exactly.
We're inviting you to open the door.
Exactly. And then the next thing I know, Levon is hosting. I mean, he was living above me at the time. So
Yeah.
we have more moves.
Yes,
At
we're going
last.
straight down the line that we
Bishop
just saw.
G5.
Bishop G5, E5, King D2, King H8, King E1.
Oops.
E1.
King E1.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the line that we looked at.
Sorry.
B4 is on the board. You can still play whatever you want as white, I guess. By the way, how do you make a draw after Bishop C1?
How do I make a draw after Bishop C1? I'm assuming I'm playing this Knight F4 business, right?
But we thought you weren't on time on some of these.
I'm threatening Knight D3 check, aren't I? Or Knight takes G6 as well.
You take on B4. Let's just
Yeah, just for fun.
just for fun, because I don't want to calculate it. Knight D3.
With my king on H8, however, I don't think I want to get into these endings, do I?
Probably not, right? And I probably would hide my king on F1. Oh, you just do this. Yeah, never mind. This is lost.
How did you guys get to this?
I played
We
Bishop
blundered.
C1. I played Bishop C1 right away. He actually took on B4, by the way.
I mean, they're going straight into the line that we discussed.
Yeah, A takes B4 was played instead. Bishop C1. You
No,
could
A3 on the board.
Yeah,
Yes.
Bishop C1 and Knight takes B4, right?
Bishop to
Okay,
C.
this is going to peter out into a draw very fast.
very, very fast, right? There's only one move, I assume.
We have
He's already taken
King
on B4.
E2, Knight D5 back, Bishop takes A3, Knight F4, and we sign the score sheets.
Yeah, you can even take on A3, I think.
Which line did you say?
I mean, I don't know.
I think
It doesn't matter, right? Everything's a draw at
King
this point.
E2, right?
King E2, okay.
King E2, Knight D5,
Knight
we would look
D5
at.
back,
And
Bishop
because,
takes A3.
because you're threatening Knight,
Knight
F4
F4,
check,
there's no way to stop it.
Bishop takes A3, Knight F4 check, and you
Pick up the pawn.
pick up the pawn. Wow.
Well,
Again, fighting chess, hard-fought games. All of these games. Okay, I'm not going to say anything about Timur's game today because it really, really did feel like he came with an empty tank. I can
From
put it like
yesterday,
that.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was not ready to play a candidate's type of game against Nepo, and that game was actually a tame draw compared to what we've been seeing in all of these other games, including this game with Hikaru. Let me just refresh my board for just a second. So I'm up to date with the players. We have Bishop C1, Knight takes B4 on the board. Again, the desirable Bishop takes A3 is going to be my Knight C2 check. That'll hurt your feelings.
or Knight D3. I don't think they change. I think it's even a draw both ways.
Really? Losing the bishop?
And
Yeah.
and then what?
I don't know.
And then what? I put my king on E4.
Good.
Well, you need to get
Hey, that's it, right? That's the end of the game. Nothing
right,
happens.
you need to
right.
get to the knight with the
King-
knight on C6, and you don't get with the knight on C6.
King D2. We are expecting that
Knight D5.
Knight D5 with the dual ideas of Knight F4 and Knight E7, just going after the G6 pawn
And he played it.
is enough for the draw.
He played it. Bishop takes A3.
What an incredible save. This really does feel like a study.
Right?
Yeah, this is just incredible.
And it all stems from that moment where we were wondering, why is Hikaru just simply not playing A4?
A4, yeah. He was
But
calculating
that
all this
was
stuff.
a very
It's incredible.
difficult decision, and he only had a couple of minutes left on his clock, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So
All right. So we have
got
a draw,
guys.
We have a draw officially
Wow.
between Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja. What a game. This is exactly what we wanted to see from this fight. Alireza brings the novelty, brings the idea, brings the fire, and Hikaru sits down, extinguishes it with incredible calculation. I mean, kudos to Hikaru. What a great game by him. This is very impressive.
Truly. And when I think about what Ali Reza played, this whole Queen C4 to A4 to C2, and to follow it up with Queen C1.
Yeah, but let's look at the standings first, as we have Fabiano Caruana, Well, nothing's changed. Fabiano Caruana, Nepomniachtchi, they sit at the top of the score with +1. On 50%, we have Jan Krzysztof Duda, Richard Rapport, Firouzja, and now Hikaru Nakamura as well. And with -1, we still have Timur Radjabov and Ding Liren.
Indeed. And this is where we were saying that Firouzja played an extraordinary, for me, idea. This whole peace sacrifice and this, wow. I mean, with everything hanging on D4, E4, ideas of E5, you've got all of these opportunities, Queen C1.
Incredible.
Really incredible stuff. Chess. And, you know, wow. And then you're sitting there telling me that, you know what, Yasser, I actually prepped this, and it wasn't a surprise for you.
Not
you
for
had
me.
seen this idea that Ali Reza uncorked, and that really put Hikaru on a back foot. I don't know exactly how much time he spent, but I believe it was like a
45-minute time.
To navigate his way through the complications. He did it successfully. Well done.
Well done to Hikaru, and great. This is the kind of split point we want to see.
Right. If you're going to have a draw,
this is it.
Yeah, full of content.
Full of content. This is an absolutely great game. When you look at the candidates' games, this is exactly what you want to rescue.
Exactly.
It's a great game.
Couldn't have said it better. Well, as we get ready to round up our coverage, once again, we have to remind you tomorrow is a free day. We will not be on air. I will be having a face plant. And Cristian, your final thoughts after these 3 very hard-fought rounds?
3 very hard-fought rounds, and at some point it was bound to happen. We had a lot of decisive games in each the first and the second round, but finally we have a round with 4 draws, but 3 of them were extremely combative. One of the players that's definitely going into the rest day with a sour taste in his mouth must be Ding Liren, who unfortunately today was unable to crack Richie Rapport's defense. Well, he will have to return after the rest day with new powers. It's going to be an amazing event, an amazing 4th round. Tomorrow, we get to rest and we'll resume in a couple of days.
Thank you, Cristian. And let's take a look at our predictions. Nothing's changed from yesterday because we have 4 draws.
4 draws.
So we move on.
And
Maurice?
What about Maurice?
No. We're not adding Maurice.
You wanted to say
You don't get to add your name to the pile when half the tournament is over.
Half the tournament, 3 rounds.
Too much.
But again, kudos to our friend Maurice Ashley for joining us from Madrid. Thank you for jumping on the stream with us. And for that matter, some GMs, whether they're from the St. Louis University, Mizzou Tigers, we're happy to host you and your thoughts on a Skype.
Absolutely. So we'll have plenty of guests for you starting on Tuesday. So join us then as we have round 4 of the candidates. For now, we'll say goodbye. We're going to enjoy our rest day ourselves. See you then.
Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.